Hey everyone, Blaine Austin here with Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to Sew Fest. Hey, we are celebrating National Sewing Month, and what a better way to celebrate National Sewing Month with a great show with lots of machine specials, lots of great guests, and lots of education. And all of our educational events are all about sewing. So this week, we're going to have 2 sessions each day that we're going to teach you all about sewing and different elements of it. And not only are we going to do that, we are going to have a bunch of great specials that we're going to have all week long. And we've got some of the best educators in the nation here to educate you on each machine and how they function and different things, and from all the different manufacturers that are sponsoring this event. And so we're super excited. We hope y'all are excited to be here. And we have we have a full staff in here today. We have the whole crew at SMP in here helping out today. We got Kyle and Roger and Andrea, Lauren. We have the whole chat team back there. We have Deb and Candace and their crew here, and going to help answer some questions during chat if we don't get to all your questions. But we have a great lineup, and I've got 2 people that are helping me co-host this week. And we have Angela Wolf who's going to help me co-host, and we also have Jane Klaus going to help me co-host, and we're excited to have them here. And today I think Angela's going to be here today. Angela's here Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Jane's going to be Tuesday and Thursday, and so y'all don't want to miss them. They're fantastic, and I think everybody knows Angela Wolf. Angela is the host of the TV show It's So Easy. She's a brother ambassador. She has got all kinds of things that she does. She's a fashion designer. She has been an icon in the industry for many years, and I am so pleased to have her. So welcome to the show, Angela Wolf.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Angela, how are you?
Good, and hello, all the sewing fans that are joining us today. I'm so excited about this Sew Fest. And I love your background.
Oh, hey, I can't take any credit for that. That's Kyle and his team designed that and put all that together and got the backdrop made, and it looks fantastic, and it just fits right into our theme.
Good job, guys.
So, hey, Angela, we've got a action-packed lineup. The whole week this week is packed full of great demonstrations, great machine specials, and some unbelievable education. I mean, I know you're going to be teaching a couple classes, and give us a little idea about the classes you're going to teach and kind of what you're hoping to get across to the people watching.
Well, I'll be teaching a class on Wednesday and Thursday, besides just being here with you to co-host. But a couple things, I wanted to go back to the basics because I know there's so many sewers out there, especially new ones this year after COVID. They bought that machine, they made some masks, and now they're like, now what do I do? So one of the classes is really back to the basics, where I'm going to show you how to read a pattern, how to choose the right size. Because if you pick the wrong size when you're sewing garments, you can forget it. We all have a little stash on the side of maybe those that we threw away. I know I do. So I'm going to show you how to read the pattern, choose the right size, make your own garment, and how to test it with fitting a muslin. So a muslin is a practice garment out of super cheap fabric. So that'll be one class. And then another one I'm going to teach you, because knits are so popular, like I'm wearing today, some easy ways and quick and easy tips for hemming knits with a sewing machine and a cover stitch machine. So that should keep you busy. But I also, not just about me, I have seen the list of educators coming with these classes. Blaine, you have put together a stellar group. I'm very excited, from sewing, blind hems, to all about needles. There's so many different tutorials that people are going to love, and they're 30 minutes long and they're totally free.
That is exactly right, Angela. And, everybody was kind of making comments about one of the shows that I told them about some of the classes that we're going to have, and one of them called, let's play footsie. And I got a couple emails about that. They said that is so creative. We love the name of it, but it's going to be all about sewing feet and how to use them. So we're trying our best to offer everything that we could think of to, help somebody who's a beginner, and hey, even somebody who's been doing it a while, just to give them some tips about things about sewing.
Exactly. I have to give a shout out to the Wolfpack. I see them all have rolled in, faithful as always, coming to hang out with you, Blaine.
Hey, we love having the Wolfpack here, as you know. And hey, Angela, I got to tell everybody a little bit about how Sew Fest is going to work. And as you know, we had a contest. And part of that contest, we let people enter like either a garment or a home decor type of project. And they entered them on our website through pictures. And in those pictures, what you can do, we open it up after so long, we let people, I think it was like 30 days, they could submit their entries. And then we closed the entries, and then we open it up to voting. So everybody that could go to our website could actually vote. So it's strictly the People's Choice Award, and we're going to have 3 places in each category, and it's basically whoever got the most votes. And we got some great prizes we're going to give, first and second place, and of each category. And so we're super excited about that. I don't know exactly how many people we had voted, but we had thousands and thousands of people voted. And then we have hundreds of entries. So it was a real popular contest, and we're super excited about, awarding those winners on Saturday, along with, as you know, we always have what we call a Dream Studio Grand Prize winner. And one person, lucky winner out there, is going to win a home dream studio, and which is going to have, sewing cabinets and sewing machines and embroidery machines, all kinds of things that we're going to do them. And I think, Kyle, is it about $25,000 worth of stuff, or 20,000? Yeah, we don't know. I don't even know what the total is, Angela, but it's a great package that we're going to give away. And so how they can win, it's very simple. You don't have to buy anything. All you have to do is participate in our show today and all this week. If you actually go out and make comments, ask questions, if you share the video to your page, that's going to actually get you into voting. And Kyle and Roger have this software program that runs, and it takes all those names in, and basically it gives us a winner randomly. So the more you participate, the better chances you have to win. So make sure that you are going out there, and if you're on YouTube watching it today, hey, make sure you hit that bell notification, subscribe to the channel, make comments, ask questions. And if you're on Facebook do the very same thing on Facebook. And even after the show, if you're not watching it live today, guys, y'all can actually, even the replay, you can still make comments and ask questions, and that will actually enter you to win. So that's how they can win, Angela. Easy.
That's good to know, though, because some people said, I work during the day, I'm going to miss the whole show. So the deals will still be going on all week, and they can watch it in the evening if that's how their schedule works, and they can still enter to win. You always think of everything, Blaine. Good job.
Well, hey, we're trying to make it easy on everybody. And, this week, it's always funny. We do these week-long shows. We had, back in March, we had Quilt Fest. And then, following that up in June, we had Hoop Fest. And now we have Sew Fest. And we're going to repeat these again next year. And, what's so funny is you start out on this Monday morning like we are this morning. And before you blink an eye, it's the end of the week. And you're like, where did the week go? It goes by so fast. And you almost forget who you had early in the week. So that's why it's great that we record these. They stay on Facebook and YouTube. You can go back and watch them. If you're streaming on our website today and you actually watching it on the website, hey, we encourage you to switch over and watch it on Facebook and YouTube so you can make comments. You can't make comments on our website, but we encourage y'all, if you're on the website, to come over there to YouTube and watch it or Facebook. So, but hey, Angela, I think we ought to get ready. I know the first up this morning, we have Donnell McAdams from Sew Steady. And I know that you got to introduce her. And I'm so happy that you joined us this week to help me co-host. And I'm so delighted that you're going to be teaching, because I've seen you do your teaching and your events, and you are fantastic. And I know everybody cannot wait to see you when you teach your classes. It's going to be awesome.
Oh, thanks, Blaine. I'm very excited for this week. Very excited. And I cannot wait to watch the tutorials myself, by the way. You can always pick up something new, regardless if you're a beginner or a pro. There's always something good. So, hey, by the way, did you know, I was reading about Donnell. Did you know that when she started 37 years ago, before she had her fabric store and everything, she was a family and consumer science teacher?
I think I do remember that, because, I've had Donnell has been part of our events quite a few different times. And I remember reading her bio, and I was just amazed that her background.
I love reading everyone's backgrounds, but that's pretty cool. I'm looking forward to this.
All right, well, I'm gonna let you take it away, Angela.
All right, so next up we have Donnell McAdams, and she is with Sew Steady, and this is going to be so much fun, actually. So if you don't know, if you've never met her or you haven't seen her, she is amazing. She has had a quilt store for 37 years. That's a long time, but I was really taken back by the science teacher. I love that. I'm gonna have to hear about that. But she's taught at a variety of schoolhouse and talks and teach, I think it's called take and teach classes. Sorry about that. And business management seminars at International Quilt Market, which we might all see you there this year. She's a Husqvarna Viking sewing at the convention, vacuum and sewing machine dealers, trade association. The list is very long. She also writes a column. So let's welcome Donnell. I'm looking very forward to seeing what she has. And if you haven't seen Sew Steady at work, wait till you see this. So welcome, Donnell.
Hi, everyone, and I'm so excited to be here today to join you, and it's really a great pleasure to be able to kick this off this morning with talking about the Sew Steady tables.
So well, welcome to the party, and your bio is amazing, so thank you for having that up there. I love the part of being a science teacher 37 years ago.
Yeah, so I today want to start kind of what I say at the very beginning of what we need, and after you get that sewing machine that you love, or even a serger, because we make tables for sergers too, it's a good investment. No, it's a great investment. I've made this investment for every single one of my machines, and that is to get a Sew Steady table. They're all custom cut so that they fit your machine. Today I'm sewing on a Janome M7, and you can see it has the wider throat plate here. And so this extra space that I have is great for not only sewing garments, but also for sewing quilting projects. So my table that I have that I love, and I have several of them, is the wish table. And that wish table includes a lot of different features. So I'm going to quickly go over them, and then I'm going to show you a little hint and tip with a tool about binding, because we can all use more information on that. So over here on the side, you can see my hand. I'm just going nice and smooth over that. Underneath that, I have this nice big blue drawer, and that allows me to store needles. As you can see, I've got quite a few in there. It has my spool caps. It has extra feet, my circle sewing tool, which I'm going to be showing you tomorrow. So come back tomorrow at the same time, and we're going to see a little bit about that. But this makes it so easy to have access to your supplies. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull that out and leave it, because you see this something underneath here. Well, that something is a little tiny narrow, only about a ½ inch tall, lays flat down on the table here. And that is a light stick. Now, I can honestly tell you, I can't think of anything that I would need light under my table for. It's not like I've lost something and I've got to go find it. But guess what? This makes that whole end an actual light table or a light box. So if I needed to transfer a design, the light showing up through there allows me to either transfer it to another piece of paper or to transfer it to a fusible so that we can see through and get that exactly like we want it. And you know, I was thinking, I wish I'd have had this when my kids were little, because all of those projects that they're standing at the window tracing something or doing something like that, this totally makes that obsolete. You've got such a nice big surface here that you can actually see through that. So it has a little toggle switch. I can just turn it right off. I'll put this back in because I no longer need that. These holes are what I will be talking about tomorrow with the circle sewing tool. Now, the one thing that I want, well, the many things that I need to tell you. First of all, the legs are adjustable. So this is what the legs look like, and you can adjust the height. Because guess what? Some tables, and I'm talking about the table that your machine is sitting on, they're not level. So this allows you to level them. And when you get your wish table, you're going to have an extra leg that looks like this. You can see that little round disc in there. That's to hold this extra leg and to allow that suction cup to fit. So normally I have this right back here on the back of my table because that's an area that I need a little bit more support in. And it's not like it's oh, there's something wrong. It's just that that's a big area. And when I'm doing my work, I would have the support there that I need. So you're going to get those adjustable legs. And for those of you that are saying, well, you know, she's talking about a table that's wide. And I am, because this is 22.5 by 25.5. Now, if you get the giant wish table, it has the same features that I'm talking about here, but it has an extra 7 inches or so down to the left. So that's a nice big table. We also, and I was looking on Sewing Machines, your website last night, and the different things that you offer, and it's on there that you can get the carrying case for these. So when you get a table, search through their website for the carrying cases, because they're a beautiful teal canvas, and they really are a nice way to take your tables to retreats, and you can get other things in there along with that to carry. It's not just sized just for this table, so you can put some other things in there. Now, before I show you a project here, I want to tell you a little bit about taking care of your table. And my table hasn't been shined. I pulled out the wrong thing there. Hasn't been shined up, and it's not so much the shine up, it is the slick up. So sounds kind of crazy, not really a word, but that you'll remember. This is what's called table and insert polish. Now, if you have your machine down in a cabinet, I'm going to tell you, if you got one of these tables, your machine would never be back down in a cabinet, because that's the way mine is. I had it in a cabinet. Once I pulled it up here, which was almost 6 years ago, it's never been back down in there. I love the table that much. So anyway, if you just have an insert around in a cabinet, you can polish those too. But I'm just going to take like a quarter-size dot. I guess I didn't get it shook up quite well enough. You see a little bit of bubbles in there. And this comes with a little microfiber cloth. And we're just going to polish that on there. It doesn't even hurt to go right onto your machine. Give that a little bit of polish too. And you're going to be able to then just turn that cloth over and polish it off of there to smooth it up. Pretty much just like you're doing a car. And I always encourage that when you first get your tables, that you take out your drawer and polish that little ridge that's on the blue drawer there, because that will make it go in and out a whole lot smoother. And the whole idea of this is to keep everything flowing. And just a quick story on that. I finished a class one night, and I had just polished up my table before that class started, and I moved to the side, and my 15-pound cat jumped on here and slid clear across and hit that back wall. And yeah, he's not lightweight. And so it is a very good thing to keep that table polished up. It will make it smooth. It makes your projects, whether they're sewing garments or whether you are quilting, it makes it go so much smoother. And so I've got on here today my 1/4-inch foot. You'll notice if I pull this down a little bit, underneath there, I have a little Dollar Tree dollar store box that I've got the things I use all the time. That just fits under there, kind of makes like a little extra drawer, holds my supplies. And so it's going to be something that you are going to find really makes all types of sewing so much easier. And like I said, they're available for sergers. So whether you have a machine or a serger that's, you know, you got it last week, or you have one that's 30 years old, they're going to be able to custom cut them, because Sew Steady has all of the cutouts to custom cut. So when you order on that website, all you have to do is put the make and model of your machine in there, and Sew Steady will get that cut for you. So I'm going to show you today another tool by Sew Steady so that I can show you some other features. So I've got some things here. I've got a piece that I need a binding on. So we're going to put a binding on this, and I'm going to show you how to join that. So if I had my strips, and I like to start with 2.5-inch strips, if I was going to be using, let's say, I don't know how many strips I'm going to need, but I've got 2 here. This is just 2 strips. But I'm going to take all of the ends and place them right side up exactly on top of each other. So that's the right side, the right side, the right side, and the right side, okay? So all of them are right side up directly on top of one another. Now, one of the biggest hassles that I have always had is not so much cutting, but getting these to match up when I'm going to join them. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to introduce you to a tool that I absolutely love, and it's called Bound to Fit. And again, it is made by Sew Study. And this is what the tool looks like. So on the back of it, or etched into it, are the instructions. You can pretty much get by with just looking at the instructions here. And I want you to see, this is thicker. So we've got a ledge. If I put it this way, you can see there's a ledge here and there's a ledge there. So when I use this tool, my writing is right side up. I'm going to set it so it's right up against there. You can see how that just goes right in there. And this tool is 2.5 inches. Now I could cut binding that's 3 inches. That's not a problem. I just cut this part and then I would move it up. So I need to find my, there we go, rotary cutter. And I'm going to hold that nice and firm, and I'm going to cut straight. So I've cut off right down here at this edge. And then I'm going to go across that direction. So as I do that, I guess I didn't press hard enough. That happens to me when I'm sitting down. Well, let's get even harder. There we go. So now we've got these little pieces, and they're all the correct way because we laid them all right side up. And so now when I join these, all I have to do is take those ends and I just put the flat part up there. And then there's a flat part right over here on the side. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use a pin to hold those together. And now I'm simply going to come over here to my machine and we're going to stitch that 1/4 inch seam. Now, I don't recommend sewing over pins. Most people have learned that through the years. I'm going to go ahead and just cut that. And so now you can see when I go to my ironing board and I press this, it's matched up just like it's supposed to be. So I usually set my seam by pressing this flat. And then when I'm doing this, I press this seam open. Everybody's got their theories of what they like the best, but I press it flat first and then I would press this open. So you would just continue finding a new one, getting the next one, matching it up along there. And then obviously you're going to go back. And the way I'm putting mine on, I'm going to be pressing this in half. So that's the way you would do that. Now I've already got a piece of binding prepared so that we can show you how to do this. So I've got one. This is the end. You can see that end is already cut. It's not going to matter because it's probably not going to be in the right place. Because what I'm going to do to save time is I'm only going to do the beginning and the end. So what we're going to do here is we're going to start about right here, because with this method, you are going to be leaving about 12 inches open. So I'm going to flip this over and I'm going to start, and you really don't need to pin anything. I'm going to pin because I want you to see that I'm just doing just a little corner here. So let's just start right here with our 1/4 inch. And we're going to stop. Oh, you know what? I need to back stitch, but I forgot to put on one of the most exciting accessories, even for sewing. It originally started out for quilting, but I can tell you that most people are using this as they stitch. So I'm lining up this line here with the needle, and I'm lining up this side right across there. This is what is called my grid glider. And the grid glider is going to allow me to use this 45-degree line when I turn, because if I were to connect that one and this one, it would be right there in the middle, because I lined up my needle here and I lined it up right here with the sides. So let's go back to what we started with. And we are going to come and stop 1/4 of an inch from the corner. So I'm going to get out my stylus. This is another thing that Sew Steady makes. I love it because of the fact that it's a point, but it's a flat point. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to hold this right at where I want to stop. And you will see when I turn that that's 1/4 of an inch. But what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to rotate. So I'm going to leave my needle in and I'm going to be going like this. And that's where my 1/4 of an inch or my line comes in, because I've got that lined up at the 45. And now I can put that foot down and just stitch right off at an exact 45 degree. Now I'm going to cut that thread. I'm going to turn this back. You can see I got right there. I'm turning it back so this is at a 45-degree angle. And I'm just going to kind of press this. If you want to, many of you've got a wooden iron or a roller or whatever. So many products that you can use. And then all I'm going to do is flip this back so that this edge is even. And now I'm going to turn that. I will back stitch here, and then I would continue around. Now, like I said, I'm just going to be doing part of this so I can come back and show you how easy it is to do that side. So I'm going to stop right there and just go ahead and cut my thread. And then I am going to finish off the other side so that you can see how this is going to work. So let's just go ahead. So I've got that. We're going to come right around here. We're going to pretend that this was all connected and coming around. Now, one thing I will tell you that is very helpful when you do this is to lay your binding that you've made and see where those joins are going to be. Because the last thing I want to do is have that seam in where I'm going to sew the 1/4 of an inch and flip it back and all that. So you just kind of want to test that by laying your binding out. And you may even decide, you know what, I could fix that by just cutting maybe 3 inches out of here and joining that again. But you don't want to have to do that while you're in the process. So that's just a little hint that's going to make it easier for you. So I'm going to turn this one around. And I'm going to come here. Remember, I'm going to stop 1/4 of an inch away, or whatever seam allowance you're taking. You might be taking a deeper seam allowance because you might have had a wider binding. So maybe you cut yours 3 and you're going to take a 1/2 inch. So I want that to stop right there. And now I'm going to pick up my foot, use that 45-degree line so that I've got that exactly across there, and stitch straight off that corner, cut my threads. And we're going to come back onto here and use our little roller. And you know what? This isn't so much for right now. This is for later when we go to actually make that miter. And so I'm going to come across here and I'm going to turn this and start. And I'm only going to stitch about 2 inches because, like I said, I need to leave this open so that I can do the next step. All right. So now we have 2 long pieces here. Got one here. Checking where the seams are. None in that one. And we've got one here. Okay. I don't really want to mess. See how that seam is like right like that? I don't want to have all of that in there. I don't want to have any of it, if you want to know the truth. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold this end back to right there. And I'm going to take this roller and do the same thing. So when I get ready to do this, I should still be okay. Maybe I better do that this way. We're just going to put that together so that it's right. And you're thinking, she said she was going on the diagonal. Well, I am. But it just doesn't look like it. So I hope I don't get into that seam there. We're going to do a little praying while we're working here. So we've got both of those nice and flat. I'm actually, because this is a sample, I'm going to open this up and I'm going to mark on here with a Sharpie because I want you to really see it. That's where my fold is. Okay. And when I open this one up, this could be dangerous. We'll put it on the outside so we can see it. Now, when you're doing this, you would obviously be using something, chalk or whatever, so that it wasn't so dominant like that. But what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to pull my cutting mat back into this so you can see. And I am going to lay this down. And there's where my line is. Right here. I'll just kind of mark it on the other side there so that we can get it straight. Because on your tool, it says to fold. So this is going right on where that fold is. And this is why you have to leave so much space so that you can get this lined up correctly. Okay, and I'm going to repeat this process. And then to do the other side, we don't flip the tool over, we rotate it around because it has to go the other way. And that's where I'm like right now just a bit concerned that maybe I've got it too close, but maybe I'm good. So anyway, that's turned around. I've lined that up. That edge is across there. This is one that it's almost better if you stand on your head to do it because I'm not very good at cutting like this. If I was at my cutting table, it would obviously be easier, but we got the job done. And we're good. All we have to do is pull off that little piece right there and cut this one. And so you can see now, these are ready to go together with their 1/4 inch seam allowance built in. So I'm just going to take this and you're going to be doing the same thing. And you're just going to lay one like this and the other one like that. Now I'm going to show you what I do because how many times I have done this the wrong way and had it twisted, I probably can't count. Well, I don't do that anymore. I'm going to pin this as if it was stitched just to test it. And look what we've got. Twisted. Okay, so I haven't got those together correctly, knowing that I've got to have one this way. Then I've got to figure out, okay, which way do I do this? It would be that way. So it has to lay like this. And when we're doing that, you can see why I test it, because it would be easy to get that wrong. Well, you would think 50% of the time, but usually doesn't happen that way. And so now when I do that, it's going to lay just exactly like it's supposed to. So now that I've got this, and you can see why on a large quilt, you would leave a large space open, because you wouldn't want to be manipulating it, like I'm doing right here. And now I'm going to take this, and I find it's always easiest to just get it started. Make sure that you've got your 1/4 of an inch lined up like it's supposed to be. And then pull this other one from behind here. Don't stretch those, because they're on the true bias. And if you're 7th or 8th grade home ec teacher, well, some of you probably didn't have it. They've taken it out of the schools. But that's actually what I was as a family and consumer science teacher teaching home economics. And anyway, that is the stretchiest, because that's a true 45. Now you can take this over to the ironing board and you can press that, or maybe you're just, going to use that little iron that I used, but I'm just going to press that with my fingers right there. And I'm going to fold that back. And now it's the perfect length, because of the way we measured, to set it right back in here and finish out our project. So I absolutely love the Bound to Fit tool, because it makes it so easy. Everything is written on here. There are some instructions and pictures in here that you can go by, and I always keep mine together. And just a little hint on that, I have a piece that I keep right here, and I have a sample piece that I keep right there. So if I need to practice it, I've got it. And I just put them together with one of those little clips, and that's how that all stays together. Now, you probably want to see what you do with the other. So I've got that all finished. There was one of my seams. You can even see my black line right there. And so what I'm going to do is, you can turn this over, and you can either be the hand stitcher and hand stitch this down, or you can have it come just a little bit over, and then you could machine stitch it. If you did that, you would want to put it on the back and bring it to the front. Now you can see on this, it really doesn't matter. Both sides are quilted. So this could be the finished side, but actually my intention was this side. So I'm going to show you how, by just pinning at this point, I would do that. Actually, I'm not going to pin. I'm going to use my little wonder clips. I'm going to put one right here. And then remember how I said I press that with my little rolling iron there? That's to keep that right, that good 45. And then all I have to do is I just tuck this in, bring this down and tuck that in and lay that back. And I've got my perfect 45 right here on the corner. So I'm either ready to do my hand stitching or my machine stitching, whichever I choose. Now, a lot of people set this all up like this and get this ready, then flip it over and they do a little decorative stitch along there. So the options are pretty much endless as to what you want to do. But my main goal here was to show you how to use the Bound to Fit tool, and in conjunction with having this. So I want to thank you for joining me today. I'll be back tomorrow at the same time. We'll be doing a little template quilting and some circle sewing. I got a great project to share with you. So thank you again to Blaine and his team and everyone that's there. If you have questions, just don't hesitate to put them there in the chat. Thank you.
Donnell, that was such a great tutorial. In fact, if you were here for another hour, you could maybe read all the comments. Everybody is amazed. First of all, I'm still laughing about your cat falling off the sewing machine, because I this picture.
Yeah.
But that mat that you have there were a few questions about that mat. What a cool tool. And it just lays on top. It does, I mean, you can just
It's
remove
a cling. Yeah, it's a cling. You can see I'm pulling this up. So, and I'm glad you asked that question, because when I go to change my bobbin, I don't have to cut a bigger hole or anything like that. I just pull the mat back, get in there, do whatever I need to do, and then take that lead in and put it right back down. And it's still lined up, so I don't have to line it up every time.
That is amazing. That was a big question. And then a lot of people, there's a few more if you have just a quick second.
Sure.
So there is 15% off of everything for Sew Steady. So the code is right up here for everyone to check that out. But okay, two things. Those that tool you just had, what was the name of that? And you said, don't flip it over to do the other side, turn it around. I think that is the biggest thing to remember today.
Okay. And that is the Bound to Fit tool.
Yes. Bound to Fit. And I love
fit.
I love your tip of having an extra piece of fabric on there and leaving it all together like that.
Yeah. You know, it's kind of one of those things that I have a sewing studio and I have something somewhere, but if I can find one of the project parts, then I'm going to have them all together if I possibly can. So all of my tools, no matter what kind of rulers or templates or whatever, I have all of these little clips on them to hold the instructions with them.
I love that. All right. And then the third biggest comment that I saw everyone making when you first showed those Sew Steady tables, and you said they also work with sergers. I think there was, if you could hear people going, oh, that's what we were reading in the comments. So any size serger?
Any. Yeah, they have all of the cutouts. My serger, honestly, is probably, it's way back in one of the first, and have a cutout for it. So they have all of the different cutouts, and it makes your serger so, this is going to sound, well, whatever. It makes your serger more like your sewing machine. You know, we're used to having just such a small workspace with our serger. And once you put this on here, it's like, oh my gosh, this opened up a whole world of things you can do.
Oh, and the quality of the serging will be so much better because it's not leaning half over the machine. So that is amazing. So anyone that missed that, sergers, yes. Sewing machines, definitely, but don't forget about the serger. Well, I can hardly wait to see. Did you say you're coming back tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I'll be back at the same time.
Wonderful. Looking forward to seeing you, and thank you again.
Thank you.
And everyone, don't forget, it's 15% off of the Sew Steady, and you can see the code right on the screen. Sewing Machines Plus is offering a discount for that. I'm going to actually, I sat here the whole time and watched that whole tutorial. I'm going to have to rewind it. I love that binding tool. I love it. You know, I love to finish my seams with binding. Oh, this is going to make it so much easier. So Blaine, that was fantastic. I absolutely love it. And I can see all of your comments in here. Don't forget to leave a comment, and then you'll be entered into the giveaway. But Blaine, wasn't that amazing? But I still, the best part, I'm just picturing her 15-pound cat just right off the back.
I know. You know, Donnell always amazes me every time she comes on with all those, those products that Sew Steady have. And, you know, when we have a great special on those, Angela, at 15% off, you know, they can actually call us at 800-401-8151. Again, that's 800-401-8151. If they have any questions, we have a great staff standing by that can answer them and take their orders, or they can go right on the website, and in the search bar on our website, just type in Sew Steady. It'll take them to all the products, and they can just check out, and in the checkout, they can put that coupon code Sew Steady and get that 15% off. So great way to get some of those products, just like Donnell was just demonstrating there.
Awesome. Very fun. I enjoyed it. I can't wait to see what's next.
Oh, we got some awesome stuff today. And Angela, I got to remind everybody too, you know, we couldn't put this on if it wasn't for our great sponsors. And, you know, I just want to list all of our sponsors for everyone, just to let them know all the companies that, you know, are part of Sew Fest. And, you know, got to thank all these great sponsors: Janome, Handi Quilter, Grace, OESD, Brother, Baby Lock, Bernina, Aero Cabinets, Sew Steady, Euro Notions, Daylight, and Juki. We couldn't have put this on without all those great sponsors, so we sure do appreciate them. And so, guys, we are going to go right into our next demo. And you know, this next lady that's coming up is Deb Kenham, and she's a Baby Lock educator. You know, Deb is a Baby Lock certified educator, travels all over USA teaching in several sewing stores. and educating sewing enthusiasts. She's also a designer herself and can, find some of her designs on her website that she's created for herself. And you can find her, check out all the things that it's actually called Deb Canham. That's DebCanham studio.com. So Deb Canham studio.com. You can check out all the things that she has. And we're so happy to have Deb here today. So welcome to the show and Sew Fest, Deb.
Oh, thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
So we're excited to see, I know you're going to be talking all about the Celebrate Serger today. And which, that was a machine that Baby Lock released back, last year that they could start selling on the internet. And it has just become one of their most popular sergers to date. It's a great serger for, it was, I think it's $11.99, and we've got a great show special on that, but you're going to show everybody how great you can do things with that air threader serger.
Yep. So this is my education spot, and what I'm going to do is I am actually going to show you some of the things I have made on the Celebrate, and then I'm going to take you over to the machine and demo. Of course, I love demoing, not. I'm joking. So yes, yesterday we made this little purse, and it's totally made on the Celebrate, and that's what we ended up with. We made cording, and we put a zipper in, and we sewed all our panels together. So, I think people don't always think about using the serger for doing things like cording and zippers, but actually it makes it super easy. And here's another little bag we did. I think we did this last year. And again, this was on the Celebrate. It has cording, it has the zipper, and some decoration, which we added. But one more thing I just want to show you before I actually go to the machine and show you something is that people forget how great sergers are at sewing heavier thread. On a sewing machine, you can sew up to about a 12-weight thread. Anything heavier than that, you have to put into the bobbin. But on the serger, you can put all sorts of heavy threads into the upper and lower looper, and you can even put ribbon in. But the reason I say it is because it can be very decorative. So here is the edge of a table mat, and you can see those little blocks of color. That is a variegated thread I used in the upper looper. And on the back, it has another decorative thread in a plain green. But the purpose of that really is to provide the beading stitch on the top of these blocks of colors. So yes, the serger finishes the edges, but it can do it very prettily too. So what I want to do first is I want to just show you, this is my basic tip. If you own a serger, this is the best tip I can give you. When I first start to do a project, I'm going to say to myself, would it be better on the serger or will it be better on the sewing machine? And what normally wins it for the serger is the serger has double the size feed dogs of a sewing machine, and it has 2 sets. So it actually pulls the fabric in and it feeds the fabric in. The sewing machine just pulls it. So there's always going to be times when it's going to be so much better to use the serger than the sewing machine. And one of those is knits. So what I want to do is I want to just show you those feed dogs, and then I want to show you how I feed my fabrics into the machine. Okay, so I'm going to turn you around to the other camera so you can see the machine. There you go. So let me just show you the feed dogs, because I think they're such a huge deal, and I think they're the difference between sewing machines and sergers. Here's the front set, and the same size is behind the needle as well. So super large, super large. And what feed dogs do on the serger, unlike the sewing machine, you can set the front ones at a faster pace or a slower pace. And the advantage of that is whenever you feed a knit into the foot, be it a sewing machine or a serger, the foot is going to stretch it slightly. So on the serger, we can use what's called the differential feed, and we can adjust those front feed dogs to go faster. So that's what we generally do with a knit. So I've moved it to 1.3. But this is the tip. So at this point, I could feed my fabric in like that. But I'm really presenting myself with a problem, because do you see it's only going to have about 1/4 of an inch of feed dogs. So the best thing I can do is lift my foot and feed it back towards the needles. But the trouble is I have a knife. So again, I'm only getting a small amount of the feed dogs. So what I'm going to do is I am going to cut my seam allowance off. I'm just doing it out of the picture because I can't fit my scissors and the piece of fabric in front of my camera, and I'll show you. So what I've done for the first part of the seam is I have cut out a notch. And what that is going to allow me to do is to lift my foot and put this edge right up to the needles. And this cut edge here is going to go against the knife. And what that is going to do is it's going to give me as many feed dogs as it possibly can to sew. So when I sew this, it's going to not cut at the beginning because of the feed dogs. Oops, sorry. When it gets to the area I haven't cut, it will just cut. But the advantage is that I have had all the feed dogs working for me from the front to the back. And what will happen is you'll end up using the same amount of fabric. You often have people say on knits, I started it with it matching, but it didn't match at the end. And that's because it's working under the foot and against the feed dogs. One sets against the feed dogs and one sets against the foot. The more feed dogs we give it, the better it's going to be. So that actually is my top tip. If you have a serger and you use that tip, it will change your serging. One other thing I'm going to say is understand what these notches at the front of the foot are for. The one on the left is in front of the needle, left needle, and the one on the right is in front of the right needle. That is where your stitches are going to sew. So you want to be watching those notches and your feed. Don't be tempted to watch the needles, because if you're watching the needles, by that time, you've missed the bus. It's too late. There's nothing you can alter. Okay, so think ahead. Watch the needles for your feeding. Right, so the first thing I want to give you another tip on is gathering. Gathering on the serger can be done with lightweight fabrics. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you how to gather without any special tips. I'm actually not going to cut. I'm going to run my raw edge against the front of the knife. And that's the way I use the serger a lot. But what I am going to do is I'm going to increase my differential feed all the way up to 2, because that's going to mean that the front feed dogs are really moving fast, and they are what create the gathers. And then I'm also going to increase my stitch length down here to 4, so that if I want to, I can pull up the threads. So I'm just going to stitch, and you're going to see that it gathers. Now, when you do this, don't pull on the fabric, let it feed in, okay? Because you will lose gathers if you do that. See how I'm gently letting it feed in? And there you can see I've got some nice gathers. But I want to show you how to get even better gathers. So I'm going to do exactly the same. I'm going to lift my foot and put it back to the needles just to speed it up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this finger and I'm going to put it behind the foot, and I'm going to hinder the fabric coming out the back of the foot. And what that's going to do is it's going to seriously improve my gathers. And what I'll do is I'll show you both, and you can see the difference. Okay, so here's the first one I gathered. Let me just move you over to my fish here. So there's the first one I gathered, and this is the second one. And do you see how much better the gathers are when you hinder the fabric? And you can hinder it more than I did. So that is gathering on the serger. You can also pull up the gathers. Now, if you want to make this tighter, what you're going to do is you are going to find the 2 straight stitch threads. because they're the only ones that matter. Those other threads don't actually go into the fabric. They just get locked in by the straight threads. And then you're just going to pull on it and it will gather up for you. Right. Well, my next tip is do not buy a serger if you do not buy the feet that go with it, okay? It's like buying a car and forgetting to buy wheels, because the feet are what make the serger exceptional. And since we've just done gathering, we'll move on to gathering here. And this is the gathering foot. And just let me show you that you can get these feet in sets. I strongly advise you to get them in sets because they're just more affordable. And what they allow you to do is different things depending on the foot. But for the gathering foot, what it's going to do is it's going to allow us to gather and actually attach it to a flat strip at the same time. So let me show you how to do that. So the first thing I'm going to do is take my foot off. To do that, I'm going to lift it. I'm going to press a button at the back and it's going to drop off. I'm then going to take my new foot and I'm going to slide it in from the left. It down, and it won't necessarily go down until I press the button on the back of the foot. So let's do that. It is on. Right. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the fabric that I'm going to gather. And you will notice on this foot, it's quite different. It has an underside and a mouth. Okay, so I'm going to feed the two fabrics in to the two different places. And what's going to happen is the fabrics on the bottom are going to gather, okay, because they are against the feed dogs, but the fabric on the top is not. So what I'm going to do is lift it and I'm going to put my fabric back as far as I can get it to my needles. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a couple of stitches so that I've nailed the fabric, okay? And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the fabric that I'm sewing the ruffle to, and I'm going to feed that in here. Now this ruffle fabric, the right side's facing up. This fabric I'm sewing to, the right side is going to be against the right side of the ruffle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to feed it in this mouth. I'm going to lift my foot and I'm going to push it right back to the needles. Otherwise it has a habit of running away from you. And I'm going to hand turn it until I've nailed it. And I've nailed it. So now I have control of both. And I tend to use my ruffler foot a bit differently to some. And I'm going to show you it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to hold this fabric up. And do you see that there is a little cutout notch in this foot? And I'm going to hold my fabric up so it is in that corner. And as far as this bottom one goes, this is the ruffle. If I pull on it, I'm going to hinder the gathers. But it too has a little cutout area just here. Let me just put my thing there, just there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to loosely hold that fabric there. And what it will do is it will stay in that area and I can stitch. So there you are. There is the piece of fabric I've gathered and the straight piece of fabric on top. Now you're going to use this for things like bed linen, curtains. People often ask me about using it around the bottom of a jacket. Well, you're not going to know how much fabric you need. But listen, if you want to do that, then what you can do is you can do this and cut plenty of fabric for the ruffle and just cut off the excess that you don't need. On average, it will do 2 to 1, okay, on a lightweight fabric. It won't gather something heavy, but it will gather something lightweight. Okay, so that is gathering. I don't know if I have any questions because I can't see any. I don't know if that's just me or perhaps they'll tell me when I come back as to whether I have any. So the next thing I want to show you is, and I'm not sure what's my time, 15 minutes, great. So what I'm going to show you next is I'm going to show you putting in a zipper with the serger. And as I said, we put this zipper in yesterday using this method on this machine. So I actually don't need 4 thread for this. I only need a 3 thread. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my narrow needle out, my O2 needle out, my right needle. And just another good tip, if you're going to take a needle out, it's a good idea to leave it threaded, because that way, if you drop it, you can just pull it up. Okay, so I'm going to do that. Taking the needle out. I'm going to tighten my screw, otherwise it could vibrate out when I'm sewing. Not that this machine vibrates, it's incredibly smooth. And I'm just going to remove that needle thread. So I now have 3 thread overlock. And I should have said, this machine has manual tensions, but if you go in and look in the manual, it will give you a chart on what to have your tensions on. And for something like this 3 thread, 4 thread overlock, they're all going to be on 4. Now I've taken this needle out, that tension's irrelevant, so it's 4, 4, 4. So I'm going to change my foot, and this time I'm going to change it to the cording foot. Now the cording foot does a lot of different things. It does cording for one, and the reason being that it has a channel on the underside for the cording to run into. But there are a number of different things you can do with this foot, and one of them is sewing zippers. So that is what I am going to show you now. Okay, so I'm going to set all my controls back to normal because I'm not gathering anymore, and I'm going to set my stitch length to about 2.5. My stitch width is at 7.5 because it's measured from the left needle. And I am ready to go with sewing in a zipper. So let me just clear a spot so I can just show you how I attach it. So I'm just going to slide you over. Oh, this is another thing that we did on the Celebrate. It is a scrappy purse, and that was all done on the Celebrate. I forgot to show you that. Right, so I'm going to take my fabric. Now, the big thing with using a zipper on the serger is that you want to make sure that, one, it's plastic. That's the first thing. And the second thing, that it is way longer than you actually need, because even if you get a lightweight plastic zipper, it has a metal tab and it has a metal end this end. And you do not want those getting anywhere near your serger. Now, I also want to say that when I first started serging and I saw that you could put a zipper in, I thought, why would you want to? Why would you want to use a serger when you can use a sewing machine? Well, now I'm the other way around. Now, if I could do it on my serger, I'll do it on my serger because it's easy, fast, and it goes in so accurately. But there are times when you wouldn't want to use it. I wouldn't use it to put a dress zipper in a shift dress. But if I was doing a bag or a purse or anything like that, this would be my first choice because it's quick and it's accurate. And you'll find that it is the same width all the way down. And the reason for that is that we are going to run these teeth in that groove that's under the foot. And that is, the machine is then going to control the width. So that is what's going to keep it straight. Now, that said, if you pull your zipper out of the cording foot, then, then it won't be straight. But basically, if you do it right, you can't mess it up. Now, I just want to tell you that this is the right side of the zipper to the right side of the piece of fabric, and the raw edge of the zipper is level with the raw edge of the fabric. Okay, so I'll just repeat that. Right side of zipper to the right side of fabric, raw edge of zipper and fabric are together. So I'm going to slide you back to my machine and we are going to sew that. And what I'm going to do is I am going to make sure that my teeth, well, not my teeth, but the teeth on the zipper are in the groove, okay? So they are in the groove. Can you see them? This is the groove and they are in that little area there. And that's where I want them to stay. And the only way they're going to come out at this point is if I pull them out. So I'm going to remove that pin because sergers and pins don't get on. And I'm going to tell you that I'm not a great one for using pins because the way I serge, I just serge like 1.5 inches. Then I adjust. So there's my 1.5 inches. Now I'm going to check that it's against the edge. And then I'm going to serge the next bit. And that's how I work. I don't tend to use a lot of pins anyway. And the reason for that was I used to work in factories in China, and you'd be lucky if you could find a pin. So when I get down to the end, there's a couple of things to be wary of. One, remember, just because my foot has reached the end, just going to move it up a bit. Just because my foot has reached the end doesn't mean that my stitch has. Remember, your needle is about 1 inch behind the front of your foot. So I'm going to keep on coming until my needle has reached that end. And then I'm just going to pull this zipper to the left here. And it's just like I'm driving off a road. I'm going along a road and then I'm just going to steer off. Okay, so that is that. And that is one side in. And at this point, I would press it. But do you see how nicely it goes in? Because it's all the same width from the zipper. I find that hard to do on a sewing machine these days. Maybe because I always do it on the serger, but I do love putting in a zipper on the serger. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do my zipper up at this point, and I'm only doing it up so I can find the other side and match it. So I would press it if I wasn't doing a half-hour demo. I would press that. So what I want to do now is I want to match this side to that side. So I'm going to just put a pin in here because do you see how they match here? That's all I need to know is where to start that. And then what I'm going to do again is just open up that zipper. And I'm going to go back to the machine and I'm going to do the same again. Now, again, right side of fabric to right side of zipper, raw edges even. Just make double sure you haven't twisted your zipper. I have seen people do that. Of course, I've never done it, ever. Says me. Right, so just doing exactly the same again. You're going to take the zipper and the teeth. And this time round, I'm actually going to sew it with the fabric on top because I can feel where that is, okay? So I'm going to lift my needle, lift my foot. I'm going to get that, those zipper teeth into the groove. And you will find sometimes that it will cut your zipper. And just watch out that your zipper doesn't move when you first start. Just watch for that. If you find it's not moving, then just give a little tug on the thread chain. So I've removed my pin. And I can feel where my zipper teeth are. But more importantly, they don't want to be anywhere else from where they are. The only way they would move is if I pulled them out. And actually, that's what I like about a lot of the accessories on the serger. Once you have them set up, they look after themselves. So again, I'm coming towards the end. And what I want to do is watch out that I actually sew to the end. Just because my foot has got there doesn't mean the stitches have. Right, they have now. So I'm just going to drive off. Okay, so just going to, I'll put you on the table so you can see it laid out. Okay, well, of course it needs pressing, but how super cool is that? You know, it's dead straight all the way down. The edges are finished. And, you know, I could have put a lining in on that. I could have sandwiched the zipper between two layers and made a lining of it. But, you know, putting in a zipper on something like a bag or a purse or anything like that is dead easy with the serger. And I strongly recommend you try it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come back round to the front and just see if I've got any questions, because I'm not sure whether I have I don't see any. So everyone can see and hear you, but no questions. That's surprising. Perhaps they'll come in and tell me I have. Anyway, let me just bring you around to my front. Changing cameras. Right, so that was a quick demo. What we did was we looked at the feed. Really important to use the feed dogs on the feed. Then I think we looked at gathering and how you can get more gathering by hindering the feed out the back of the machine. Remember to put your differential feed all the way up to 2 so the feed dogs are gobbling up the fabric. And then we looked at using the ruffler foot. The ruffler foot is comes with, you can purchase for the machine. It's an attachment for the Celebrate, and it allows you to gather and sew it to a flat piece of fabric. Okay, so really great. I hate doing ruffles, so for me it's always a great way to go. It's a real time saver. And then the last thing we looked at was sewing in a zipper using the serger. And I think you'd agree, it was super easy and super accurate.
Hey, Deb.
Yes.
We got a question. Somebody wanted to know how, explain the cording foot a little bit to them, what it is and kind of how you use it.
Okay, well, we used the cording foot for the zipper, didn't we? But you can actually use the cording foot. How long have I got? I've got 3 minutes. Have I got time to quickly demo? It'll take me 2 seconds. I'm going to turn you around. How to do cording. Right. So here is the machine. Here is the cording. The cording goes in the groove. Whenever you use cording, make sure it goes in the front and comes out the back of the foot so that your foot is level. You're going to take a piece of fabric. You're going to put the fabric, put the cording right in the middle of the fabric, fold it round, match the edges, and stitch. Okay, and that is cording. And what I didn't get time to show you was that even when you've made the cording, when you want to sew it in, you're just going to use the same foot and attach the pieces of fabric to it, and you'll never see the stitches that you made when you made the cording. Or I should perhaps say piping, but that is cording. I'm going to steer off and show you. So there you go. That is cording. And if I want to sew it in, I'm just going to put it back under the foot, and I'm just going to put a piece of fabric on top of it, and I'm just going to stitch, and that's going to stitch it on. Okay. So any other questions?
I think that was it, Deb. Great job. I mean, great job of explaining that Celebrate. And we sure do appreciate you coming on the show and doing this for us. And I know you're going to be doing an educational class about tips about serger too. So everybody needs to make sure they catch you on that. And but Deb, I'm going to explain.
I'm just going to add in that was my educational one. I'm going to do the Celebrate more as a machine when I come back at 12:30.
Okay, sounds great. All right. Well, I'm going to show everybody how they can get this Celebrate. And guys, we have an incredible package for it today. And not only, I mean, you're looking at the bundle on the screen right there, has a great bundle for this thing. You're getting all those free items. You see $324.92 worth of bundle. You're getting the Sewing Machine Plus gold sewing mat that matches the Baby Lock Gold. You're getting that carrying case that you can put that serger in. You're getting the needles. You're getting the thread, serger thread bundle. So you're getting all those things with it. And we have, its normal price is $11.99. We actually have a call-in special today that you can call in, and we're giving you a great show price today. As y'all know, a lot of times I can't tell you exactly the price of things because of advertising restrictions. This is one of those cases that it's a call-in special. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. Again, that's 800-401-8151. Guys, I have 30 of these sergers that are on this special price today. And when those 30 are gone, that special price is gone. only 30 that we can sell. And I'll keep you abreast through the week when we do the serger some more about how many we have left. But I know these things are going to go fast. We have 30 of them. It's going to be the special price, but you have to call in to get the bundle and that special price. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. And we have agents standing by right now. And I think if we get really, really busy on the phones today, Kyle will be putting up a Google Sheets link in the chat. So you can hit that Google Sheets link and you can go in there and fill out your name and what you're interested in. And that updates live in the call center, and they'll give you a call right back if you can't get through on those phones. I think right now, I just talked to Nick and he said the phones are working fine and they're able to handle all the calls right now. But as we get busier, we'll probably use those Google Sheet link to where they can call you back. So, hey guys, great price on the Celebrate. And Deb, thank you so much. Great job with Deb showing all about the features on that. But coming up next, guys, we have Nathan Erznosnik from Grace Company. And guys, Nathan is, to me, he is the face of Grace. He's the sales director and marketing director for them. And I mean, he wears multitude of hats. He's involved in customer service. He's involved in production. He's actually even invented and created some of the products they have. So very talented individual. We love having Nathan on our show, and we work with them very closely. So welcome to our show, Nathan Erznosnik from Grace. And Nathan, how are you doing this morning?
Me okay?
Oh, there we go. Got you now.
Can you see me all right?
See you. Now we can hear you. How are you this morning?
Hey, I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for having me back, Blaine. I'm hoping you're doing okay. How are you feeling today? I'm doing fantastic. Here I'm with Sewing Machines Plus, our favorite set of customers, our favorite, one of our favorite dealers that we have out there. You guys do an amazing job. So thanks for welcoming us back on the show.
Yeah, well, thank you. And thanks for asking. I know a lot of people probably don't know what we're talking about, but, I was involved in an auto accident about 4 weeks ago and had to have neck surgery and had a couple vertebrae fused together. So if y'all see that I'm stiff, that's why I'm still pretty stiff. But hey, I got my voice back. I'm raring to go. And man, we're super excited about Sew Fest and super excited to have Grace, one of our sponsors, and being on here with us.
Yeah, well, thanks, Blaine. I just, a quick shout out to everybody behind the scenes. Again, I think, thank you quilters and sewers and probably those that do embroidery. And I'm guessing, Blaine, this reaches even past even the US here. But I want to thank everybody for joining us. And Blaine, going back to you and your team, I know this is a big effort. So thanks again for allowing me to participate and to be here with you today to be a part of this, the beginning part of this week, nonetheless, as we get into this. And I know there's a lot of exciting things coming up here later on today. I know I have a few exciting segments as well. So Blaine, again, just a quick thank you from the bottom of my heart and here at Grace Company for allowing us to participate in such an amazing event with you guys today. I'm not sure if you're there, Blaine.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, we feel the same way about you and your team. I know that we work very closely with your team, and with the products and be able to share and sell these products that y'all have to customers. And we just absolutely love the Grace products. And this year has just been an incredible year, as for Grace and Sewing Machines Plus working together. And we've been able to really share a lot of great products with all the different shows that we've done. And so we're just super excited about Sew Fest and you aboard. And, and everybody talks about Sew Fest. Sew Fest, this is National Sewing Month. And sewing encompasses a lot of different aspects of sewing. Not only does it just sewing, but it's quilting, it's serging, it's embroidery. So it's a lot of different things. And we're trying to bring all that to this show this week.
Well, wonderful. Blaine, with that, I'm really excited about what I'm going to talk about today. And I like to kind of start off, and I know that you guys have some really great things that we're doing with a promotion regarding this, but it is what I like to refer to as your machine's best accessory. And so those who have been sewing out there, somebody might have done quite a bit of piecing. If you've ever moved into quilting, well, that's one of the tools I'm going to talk about. Before we get into that, again, I'm grateful to be here. Nathan Erznosnik with the Grace Company. I'm excited to share a couple things, hopefully that will distinguish why this accessory is something you should really be considering. Not only that, but why you would be considering it today or this week with part of the promotions that Sewing Machines Plus has. But if you've ever thought of completing a quilt, or you thought about embellishing fabrics, you might think about the challenge that you have. So one of the big challenges customers have is the motion and the pushing and the pulling of fabric. Well, I'm gonna dig in to show you a little bit more about how that can be taken care of with this accessory. So that's one item. Two is one of those other elements that allows you the freedom to do more in limited spaces. And so what we find is that not only there might be a struggle with fabric as people start pushing large projects through as they go to finish and quilt those, but we find that there's space. If you think about it, put your hands up right now. I would be interested to see what we get in the comments. If I ask how many of you right now, put a number 1 in the comments if you just feel like you don't have space for another item in your sewing area. And you might think, oh, I need a table, or I really feel like, you know, it would be great to get into quilting, but they're too big. So I'm curious, put a 1. Now, I know some of you, give me a 2 if you feel like, oh, I think I have some space. I'm curious to see what we have coming through here. But a 1 is my place is packed, and I'm guessing that it's pretty filled with fabrics, right? You probably have 1 machine, 2 machines, 3, your sergers and all these different things. And I'm guessing you want more and you want more fabric. So Blaine, we're gonna talk about the second thing here that's one of the biggest challenges is space in your home. Well, how do we solve space with an accessory that allows finishing your quilts to be a little bit easier? And the third thing we're gonna talk about is what that means as far as allowing you to move and feel more confident in your process of finishing and quilting. Think about this. If you have a piece quilt, you might have 1, you might have just bought a pattern to start. In fact, Sewing Machines Plus has a couple of fantastic patterns you can buy. Some of those are even pre-cut, but get into it if you haven't. But you might have 2 quilts on your shelves. You might have 3 unfinished. And you know, you have that special occasion and you're either probably thinking, I need to finish this on my own, but there's some difficulties, right? Or you might be paying somebody else to do it. And there's, again, what I'm glad to share with number 3 here is a way to help you finish more of your own projects in your own time and in your own way. So stick with us here as I go through those 3 elements today to talk about what it is, the Cutie tabletop frame. And that's what I'm standing in front of. So I'm just gonna kind of come over here for a minute and take a look over here at this side. This is part of that frame and I'm going to pull it apart. Well, what is the Cutie tabletop frame? The Cutie tabletop frame is an accessory that allows you to set your machine on a carriage. And so I'm going to take this apart. And the biggest thing about this, and the reason we call it a tabletop, is because you can actually take it and stow it and place it in a closet or put it in storage. And when you need it, it actually sits on any tabletop surface, including the folding ones. So let me kind of go ahead down here. So we have a top carriage and a bottom carriage. I'll explain those here in a minute. And this is going to seem kind of interesting as we do this, but the frame itself lifts off. It actually does not bolt to any table surface. So if you're going to store it, you can simply take this, and then you can take this and put this and move this into your closet when you're ready to quilt. Bring this right back out. And again, if that's part of a dining room table, if that's a kitchen surface, one of those folding tables that you can use. And it has a really nice foam surface underneath it, so you don't have to worry about scratching it. But there we go. We just set it in place, and that allows us to begin to prepare to put our machine on it. So we do call this the Cutie tabletop frame, simply because it can fit on any tabletop. The space is about 4 feet wide is what you'll need as a folding table, and right around 2 feet from front to back. So there's several tables out there that fold in half or solid that we see a lot of consumers today have decided that, guess what? If the number 1 challenge you have is space, no longer is that a challenge for you, because you can take something like this and place it anywhere you want in the home for a period of time, finish those quilts, go ahead, put that back away and stow it until you're ready to complete another couple projects. So that's one of the most amazing things about this. Now, let me just show you again briefly how this might work. This is a carriage system, and this is one of the items that allows the machine to move from left to right. So this just simply sits on. So a lot of people wonder, well, how much assembly is there, or how hard is it to reset it back up? You noticed I just lifted it up, set it down, and now that allows that carriage to move freely left to right. So now I'm going to grab, and this is one of the other unique parts. This is the upper carriage. And what this particular piece does here, let's see if we can get a little bit of a close-up here, is the machine sits on this base, and the machine sits right on top, and we have these what we call machine base clamps. Get a close-up here. And this actually moves in and out to create and hold onto the side of your machines. So then this just sits right in here. Let's go around the back here. So this just sits right on top. Now, again, as we're going through this, if you have questions, I want you to make sure to put them in the comments so Blaine can bring them up as we move through part of this. But as you can see, that sits there. And what's nice is now we can work with this, and it does have adjustable handles where we can adjust them both in and out, and we can adjust the angle in which these handles sit. So again, it's really nice so that if you have a shorter machine, you can pull that machine closer to you, or if you have a larger machine. In fact, this frame will hold up to a 19-inch machine. So now one of the nice things is we created this for those of you at home that have your beloved, if we go back here again, have our beloved domestic machine that you've had at home. You don't want anybody touching it because all of your settings are just right. Well, you can take one of your machines, you might have 2 or 3, choose one of them that you can use on this frame to move it around. So if we go back over here to the close-up, again, I'm just going to show you here. So then what we can do is we can control the machine's motion, and this is what we call free motion quilting, where that machine now glides over the surface. Now, I do want to point out a couple other things. Well, how does the machine go on here? It's very easy to take out the rail from the throat of the machine. So this allows us to set the machine down. We can then feed this through the machine's throat, lock that in place. And one of the other great things is that the frame is adjustable. So if you have a wider machine, say it has maybe a 12-inch throat or 13, what we can do is we can pull that out to expand it to make sure we have that stroke. Or for storage, we can easily push that back in, lock it in place. It also has very easy height adjustment as well to make sure that it can work with all of those domestic machines. One of the things we like to do, if we kind of come back over here again, is we like to go ahead and use the foot pedal. So that just go right underneath. And then over here, I have a wonderful Juki, which is one of the brands that we have here at Sewing Machines Plus. And there's stitch regulation. So we'll get to that here in just a minute. But again, if you think about this, it's one of the most amazing ways to add an accessory to your home machine. And it does not require all of that extra space that you would have. So that's one of the great things that we have. So that kind of helps me go through point number 1. Well, let me get into what point number 2 is. And part of that is what do we do in order to complete some of those larger projects that we have at home as well? Well, this is what we refer to as a hoop style frame. And a lot of the customers will ask, well, can I only do the small, simple projects? Well, you can do simple, small projects. But one of the great things is it does not have a limit on the size of the quilt that you can actually do. You can do up to 10 feet, your big king, double king, your California king size quilt, all those because the fabric actually drapes over the side. And that's what I have over here as part of a fabric, but we actually don't clip and roll the fabric. It actually drapes. If you think of hand quilting, if you've ever seen the hoops and then you've pinched the fabric together and you're going up and down and then you unhoop it, then you move to another area. This is what we refer to as a hoop style frame. And so it gives you all of the availability of completing anything you need at any size without the restriction of taking up all of the space in your room. And so those are some really important things that we have. So this one, we have a Juki. This one does have, and there are selected machines that you can reach out to the Sewing Machines Plus experts that we can actually stitch regulate as well, which is pretty fun. But this one's on here. I'm just going to go ahead and turn this on and kind of move this for just a quick minute so that you can kind of see how this moves around and how smooth and how light. And again, one of the things that's really nice is it doesn't take, you can see I can just use my fingertips here to glide the machine over the surface of the frame. So that's one of those things that makes it incredibly easy to use for all of those you at home that just think maybe it's time to get an accessory. Now, Blaine, if we could come back to you here for just a minute, I'm curious to know, because I know that we worked out and you have an amazing special going on. And Blaine, yes, these are in stock, but I will tell you there is a limited supply because they have been in such hot demand. We actually finally were able to catch up. But if you're interested in this today, I'm going to reach out. Don't continue to wait if you've been thinking about it. I'll also tell you, if you thought this might be a great holiday gift, this is the best price that it will be all year. And part of that is because we're adding this amazing accessory package. So Blaine, if we could go back to you, I can explain a little bit more here in just a minute, but I want you to go ahead and share some of the details about the amazing pricing that we have right now at Sewing Machines Plus. Are we there?
I'm here.
Okay.
All right, I got to remind everybody how you can get this. Now, this cutie frame, as Nathan said, they are limited quantities, and usually these things, they blow off the shelf. But I got to remind everybody how you can get these things. You can order these right on our website, or you can give us a call, either one. But as you see it right there on the screen, this thing is a great, great bundle we have going. This is a $600 free bundle. The price on this is going to be $789. Again, that's $789, and you're getting that free $600 bundle. And what you're getting with that, you're getting that Start Right cloth leaders. You're getting those. Those are valued at $160. You're getting that Gracie laser. That's valued at $50. And then you're getting that Quilter's Creative Design Pro software, and that's a value of about $400. That software is design software to help you make designs for quilting. And so you're getting that bundle along with this cutie frame for $789. That is our show special. You can go right to our website right now, up in the search bar, and type in cutie, and it will take you right to that page, and we have it where you can order it right now. Or if you just want to give us a call and you have some questions, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have operators standing by, and they are all extremely knowledgeable about the cutie frame and the Grace products. So Nathan, that's a great, great bundle.
Wonderful, Blaine. Yes, it is a fantastic bundle. Again, you know, one of the things I get excited about as we have now had this product here since probably just a little bit in the first quarter, end of February, we have seen a tremendous bit of success with the quilters who have brought this into their home. And so, Blaine, you know, I would think of all of our people who are out there. Remember, I had you asked if you maybe didn't have enough space in your home, right? Was the one. And the number two, by the way, if you have more than enough space, we still have some great options for you with your domestic machines. But if you don't have space, if you're one of those who thought, boy, getting into quilting or moving and doing free motion quilting is expensive and it takes a lot of space, the answer to that is absolutely not. It does not. That price, Blaine, at $789 is phenomenal with the $600 package. Now, let me just kind of hold those briefly up and talk on what they are. The leader cloth, here, let's go over to the close-up, sorry. The leader cloth is one of those items that helps you being able to roll your fabric up, and it allows the fabric to move farther into where the machine's throat space is. So this is very unique. This is one that we make specifically for a hoop style frame. And we're including this free with part of this purchase. We're also including the Gracie laser. Well, what is the Gracie laser? You might have heard of pantographs or tracing with lasers. And so this is the tool that you'll need. And this one attaches to the side of the carriage, and it allows you to put paper across the surface so that you can then move the machine around and follow that. One of the great things about this cutie is that these handlebars can actually be pulled out and they can be put into the back of the system. So you can work either from the front or from the back of the cutie tabletop frame. And then with that also, we also have a software that allows you to print and create any size pantograph you want. So these are the three items that we're including as part of the bundle. So we can go back here. As part of the bundle, allows you just to have quite a bit more to get you started when you get home with this with the product. One of the things I love is the bundle comes all packaged in a small box, and so it's easy to move into the room you want. Once it's assembled, it's easy to move again. So again, think about it. If you're one of those who just like, I don't know if I would have space, or I would like to be able to have a tool that makes finishing quilts much easier, this is the time. This is the product. You're going to absolutely love it. Now, let me move into part of what number two is with this free motion quilting, meaning I can complete more quilts in less time. And I'm going to unclip part of this fabric just to show you. And people want to know, well, how big of a machine can I put on this? Again, you can use the smaller domestics. You do need to make sure that the feed dogs can be lowered because this is part of a quilting process. Now, I have this one set at the lowest. You can buy tables that are taller, tables that are lower. And I did this one because I want to show everybody. I'm just going to kind of sit down here. I like to do my quilting while sitting as well. And so this allows me to sit down in front of it. And I like showing that because this is a sit or a stand type of a frame, depending on the surface you place it on. With that in the machine, we have these amazing quilt clips. Now I'm going to pull this off, but I'm going to go over here to our close-up camera. And I'm going to talk about this here briefly. I'm going to kind of zoom in here. It might take a minute to... But what I really like about this is very specifically designed with ridges and it's incredibly flexible. This is made out of polycarbonate, and that's a very, very robust material, the same thing that safety glasses are made out of. And what those ridges do is they interact with the square rail, and they actually create ratchets. So that's actually, once we clip our fabric on, we can ratchet over that to create the right kind of tension to hold the fabric on top of it. So let's go ahead and go back over here. And I'm just going to quickly show you that what we have is that the fabric is just draped over the top. We take our clip, and our clip is just popped down on top of that. And then we actually have these little clips that help hold the fabric off of the surface of the handlebars and in the throat of the machine. It keeps that fabric up on top. Now, here's one of the amazing things that a frame like this will also do. Is if you think about quilting, as you continue to bundle and you fight with that fabric in the throat, it takes up more of the space, right? So it's making it more difficult as you're carrying it over your shoulder, as you're pushing it, trying to do those straight lines. Well, by keeping this fabric on top of the rail, it does all the fabric management for you. So you don't even have to think about, what am I going to do with this big quilt? Number two is because it actually holds the fabric in place, it actually allows the machine and that fabric to be pushed out of the way of the machine, whether the machine is at the back of the frame or at the front of the frame. So you actually end up with a little bit more total quilting space by using a tool like this QD tabletop frame. So think about that. If you've pushed and you've done something, think about it. You're probably going, yes, that was a little bit difficult. In fact, give me a number 3 if you have ever tried to complete a quilt and you thought that there was a little bit of a struggle, even just a little bit. Give me a number 3. I'm curious to see if you've been in that situation. I know if you had, a lot of you are thinking, oh, that's right, I'll just have somebody else do it. That's wonderful. But this is one of those the items that allows those bigger frames to, the bigger quilts to drape across the frame so that you can do any size quilt literally with any of the domestic machines. Now, one of the great things too on where this can go is when you're ready to, you can use it on a table, or you can buy, once you're ready and you find a home because you started using it so much, you're like, I better leave this out. You can buy a set of legs for it, and you can always upgrade the machine that you're using on the frame as well. What we have found, and I love this, is kind of one of my last pieces, Blaine, I'd like to share before we kind of get here to the end, is who is this for? And what are some of the major questions that somebody asks when they get into something here like this cutie? The first thing they want to know, again, is, will my machine fit? As long as your machine's base is over a foot, it fits on the carriage, it will sit on the trolley. And it goes up to 19-inch machines, just so you know. So there are several out there that are the mid-size, and I know a few brands are stretching their lengths, right? And it can sit on the carriage. If there are any questions, call in to Sewing Machines Plus. They can help answer those for you. So that's one of the questions. The height of your machine or the bed, completely adjustable. There's no worries. And we recommend that you can use your foot pedal underneath it. Again, certain ones of you, they want to know, well, maybe if I have a machine, they might want to know, is there stitch regulation? Again, we would ask you to call in. Yes, we do have stitch regulation for selected machines as well. Some of you might have machines that actually have stitch regulation. They will work if it's something like a Bernina or other brands that would have something like that. And as we get towards the end, with the free motion quilting, you're not limited. One of the great things about the Grace Company product line is it lets you start where you're most comfortable. Where can you afford to start with, and what tools can you use that help you finish more of your quilts? And ultimately, if you think about it, it's because you want to give it to a loved one, or you're looking to do it for a new birth, you know, a new grandchild, a granddaughter, grandson. Maybe there's a wedding or a marriage. Or you might just be thinking, man, I know I have these 2 or 3 quilts. I just really need to finish. This is the accessory that will help you finish that in less time, with less effort, and with the tools you already have. Now, the great thing is it can expand. When you're ready to do this, you can actually put a 15-inch machine. And again, you can talk with the Sewing Machines Plus experts that there's a Qnique 15 machine, and we have a line of those that can fit on here. You can also put the Qnique 19 on them. So you can actually, when you're prepared to, accessorize your frame with the next machine. One last question people like to ask is, can you computer automate on this? And the answer is yes. We have an amazing set of computer automation options that can actually do any size quilt with a lot of the domestic machines. Now, it does need to have stitch regulation available for it. And so again, you can talk with Sewing Machines Plus expert, but our 15 and our 19 machines can be fully automated on this QD tabletop frame. So you're not sacrificing, you're not having to give up anything in order to get where you ultimately might want to go with your quilting process. So Blaine, those are some of the amazing things I'm glad to be able to share. I'm excited to have been here. Let's see if there are any questions that I can help answer before we kind of wrap up part of this section here.
Well, hey, Nathan, we have some questions. One of the questions was, how big a tabletop do you need to put that cutie frame on?
Great. So the question on how big of a table, if you think about this with the folding table, it needs to be at least 4 feet wide. And what we say is it's about 22 inches deep. This is a low-cost table from an IKEA that we put legs on to stand it on. We use folding tables. There's a lot out there by a few different brands that have the folding tops that are on average about 5 feet. But again, it needs 4 feet wide by about 22 inches deep is the minimum size. That is the size of from the outside to the outside of the frame. And that is the space that it's required to sit on. Outside of that, it can be as big as it needs to be, bigger than that, but it just can't be smaller. Great question.
And then another question that we had is, what type of machines can you put on this?
That's great. Again, if we were to start with, if you're at home and you're thinking, one thing you might want to do is to measure the throat of your machine. We would recommend that you start with a machine that's about 7.5 inches. And what that means is from the needle to the back, this is a simple juki. This juki here is about 9 inches of quilting space, but your 7.5 is a place to start. And people say, well, Nathan, when I talk to several different people, like, well, is it really a better experience? And I kind of come back and I say, well, what are you doing at home right now? If you're struggling and you're managing fabric, then no matter what, the frame as an accessory to manage fabric is much, much better. You'll find that because the motion is so much more free and easy to move because you're not holding the fabric, that you can actually do more still within the space that your machine throat has. And as I mentioned, the fabric sitting on the rail actually allows it to move out of the way. So we'd recommend 7.5, an ideal size when you start getting to 9 inches. A lot of you at home might have 12-inch throat spaces, 11-inch throat spaces. Obviously that increases it. But again, pretty much any domestic machine, because you take that foot pedal off of the back and pull that underneath, and you can use the foot pedal to start and engage it.
Hey, that's some great information, Nathan. So I want to remind everybody how they can get this, because again, I reminded everybody, and Nathan did too, about these are limited, guys. There are limited quantities on these.
Get them while you can. Yeah.
Yeah, the cutie frames are awesome, guys. I know back when last year, or this year, I'm sorry, in March, we had them on the Quilt Fest, and we sold out of them. The price on this is $7.98 for the show. And for the show special, guys, we have that great bundle you see together. You're getting that Gracie laser light for those pentagrams. You're getting the leader cloths that come with it. And you're getting that design software that help you design your pantographs. So a great, great bundle. It's over a $600 bundle. We're throwing in free with the frame. That cutie frame is $7.98. You can go right to the website, up in the search bar, type in cutie, or you can just give us a call at 800-401-8151 and speak to one of our phone reps. Either way, you can get that price on the website, or you can call in and get it today, but we'll get that great price with that bundle for that cutie frame. So Angela Wolf, let's bring Angela back in. And Angela, what a great bundle for the cutie frame. And I know that you do a lot of quilting, a lot of embroidery, a lot of sewing. And with that frame being so portable, that just makes anybody actually quilt, couldn't they? Sure, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I was quiet. So I watched the whole thing, Nathan. That was awesome. So I love that, because you could put it anywhere, and then if you didn't want to use it for a little bit, you could put it in the closet. Talk about portable. Perfect.
Oh yeah. Slide it under your bed even.
Oh, I never thought about that.
Yeah,
but a lot of people have asked how I do my thread painting when I design some of my fabrics, and that's what I use, is one of the Dream fabric frames. But that's big. This is nice and small and compact, very easy to use. I love it.
Yeah, I always think of the Dream fabric frame, that was the one that Grace made for Brother. Mm-hmm. And I always remember, we had a big banner and you had that were on the catalog. You had your arms spread out wide, standing behind it, showing, how big this thing was, that it was only, 5 feet long. So I always remember that picture. That was such a great picture. And
I think I have a photo of us under it. I look like a giant.
Yeah, I remember you and I took a picture standing in front of that big banner. So I know you've got, hey, our first educational class is up next. And I'm super excited to kick our education part off on this. And I know you're ready. And so what do you got coming up for us?
Well, we have Rhonda, and if you missed during the last big event that Blaine had, the Hoop Fest, you might have missed one of the best shows ever. Now, what is the most important thing about sewing? Of course, besides your machine and everything else, needles. So we have Rhonda with us. Hey, Rhonda, it's so nice to see you with Schmetz. Wonderful to see you.
Hi, Angela. Hi, Blaine. I'm delighted to be here today. And you know, I watched part of Nathan's presentation, and I think I need one of those cuties.
I absolutely love that. And it's small, compact, but you can work so much and get so much fabric around there. But now you are hosting our first educational series for this Sew Fest, and we are so excited, Rhonda. I miss seeing you in person, but I love your virtual events. And for those of you that don't know, if you can follow Rhonda, she has a blog, but she also has a fabulous newsletter that you send out every month. And thank you for hosting me a couple of times. So do you want to tell everyone where they can find you?
Sure. First of all, you can sign up for my monthly newsletter over at SwemitzNeedles.com. And I'll tell you, I try not to waste your time. I give a needle fact. I give a little bit about what I've been sewing on or some of the activities that I've been working on. And yeah, the first Wednesday of every month, I do a Facebook Live. So I always encourage everyone to join because there's always one huge prize worth about $500. So I encourage you all to join me then. If you're curious in my personal sewing, I have sewmorestitches.com, and I blog about 3 times a week. So yeah, I hope you can join me. Okay, well, let's just go ahead and get started because I've only got 28 minutes. So, you know, Angela's right. You know, when you think about sewing and quilting, you think about your machine, you think about your project and your quilting, but don't forget about the needle. And I have to tell you that needle, and I do have a super demo needle here. It's 17 inches tall. The needle is one of the hardest working parts in your sewing machine, so don't overlook the needle. So today I'm going to talk just about a few basic things. I want to talk first about the eyes of the needle, because not all eyes of the needle are the same. Your everyday needle, the universal needle, the eye is about 40% the width of the blade. But look at the embroidery needle eye, and you can see that it's wider. And when you look at the top stitch and the metallic eyes, wow, you can see that the eye is not only wider, but it's also elongated. So when you're sewing, what does a larger eye mean to you? A larger eye means there's less stress on your thread as it's passing through the eye of the needle. So if you have problems with threads that are breaking or shredding, and it happens to all of us, just move up a needle size or change to a different needle type that has a larger eye. So I hope I've solved a little sewing situation that happens to us all. Next, of course, I'm representing Schmetz Needles, and I have to tell you, I love my job, and I love people who sew, and I love to sew and quilt too. So I want to talk a little bit about the actual color codes that are on your needles. How many of you have noticed that your Schmetz needles have either 1 or 2 bands of color? We started this in 2014, so you can kind of date your needle stash. So I want to quickly review how to read or interpret the colors. So on your chart here, you'll see this, this column here is labeled needle type, and many of the different needle types are assigned a color. On the other side of the chart, you'll see needle sizes, and a color is assigned to each needle size. Now, let's look at the actual needle here between the 2 columns. And the top color band identifies the needle type. So on this sample here, we've got yellow. The top color band is yellow. So we look at the chart here and we see, okay, yellow, that's a stretch needle. The lower color band identifies your needle size. So on this sample here, we've got a rose color. So we just look at the chart here under needle size and we go down and we find rose and we see that's a size 7511. So just to give you a couple more examples, my favorite go-to needle for all kinds of fashion sewing, piecing, quilting, etc. is a Microtex size 8012. So what color would that top color band be? Well, I just look over here and I find Microtex is purple. So the top color band would be purple. And for size 80, I find orange. So that's size 8012. So Microtex size 8012 would have a top color band of purple and a lower color band of orange. One more example would be, what if I have two bands of orange? What kind of needle, what needle type and size would that be? So under needle type, we find orange is a jersey needle. And once again, under size, we see orange is size 8012. Okay, now when you look at your color chart, let's see, right here, you'll find universal, the most popular needle type. The color block is actually X'd out. So what does that mean? Universal needles will have only one band of color, and that's to identify the needle size. So a universal size 8012 needle will be just a single band of orange. If you have a universal size 9014, well, that's a single band of blue. So universal needles have only one band of color. So just want to make sure you understand the color codes because, wow, it really makes a difference in identifying your needles, especially after you take them out of the needle package. Next, let's just scoot along here. And I want to make sure you know how to read the needle package. What do all those numbers and letters mean on your little Schmetz pack? So here's a pack of universal needles. So let's first look at all of these numbers here at the bottom. What are these numbers? This is your needle size, or on this sample here, needle sizes. We have assorted sizes in this pack. We have two needles that are size 7010, two needles that are size 8012, and one 9014. Okay, but most everyone recognizes the needle system or the needle size. But what does 130/705H mean? How many of you have looked at that number and think, maybe you thought that looks like an important number. I have no idea of what it means, and I'm just going to buy my needles anyway. 130/705H is your needle system. 130/705 means that the needle has a flat shank for perfect positioning into your needle holder. The H translates from a German word that means scarf. This little indentation on the back side of your needle above the eye is the scarf of the needle. So needle system 130/705H is a flat shank needle with a scarf that 99% of all of our home sewing machines require. So don't let that number trip you up. It just confirms that you can use this needle system in 99% of all of our home sewing machines. Above the needle system, wait. Let me give you one more example. Let me look at this pack here of jeans needles. When you look at the needle system line, 130/705H, you see a -J. -J for jeans, or on some other packs, it might be -M for Microtex or -Q for quilting, etc. So there's a lot of information on your needle system line. All right, so back to our little universal needles. Above the needle system, you'll find the needle type spelled out. So these are universal needles. You'll find the Schmetz name above that. And let me get this up close here, because through the clear packaging, you can see the bands of color on the individual needles. So we know that this pack is assorted sizes, right? We know we've got sizes 70, 80, and 90. And you could see we've got green for size 70, we've got orange for size 80, 12, and a blue band for size 90, 14. So those color bands are based on the Schmetz color chart. All right, so lots of information on your little pack of needles. And actually, if you think about it, it's redundant information. So as you have questions, go ahead and just type those in the chat, and Blaine and I'll try to, and Angela will try to answer those questions for you. Now, next I want to talk about needles for piecing and for quilting. And I always like to say with Schmetz, you have options. So with Schmetz, there are 5 popular needle types for piecing and for quilting. And what do you think the most popular needle type is? Yeah, universal needles. It is the workhorse of all needle types. And lots of quilters do like to piece and quilt with the universal needle. The universal needle has a slightly rounded point. Yes, it works with knits, and it certainly works with your woven fabrics. And lots of famous quilters use the universal needle for piecing and for quilting. But I want to talk about 4 other options for piecing and for quilting. Because with some of the other options, you might even get a better stitch. So I've got the jeans needle. And you might be thinking, really? The jeans needle? Yes, absolutely. If you're making a jeans quilt, if you're making a flannel quilt, or if you're making one of those heavy-duty raggy quilts, you want a jeans needle. So what's so special about the jeans needle? Well, the jeans needle has a reinforced blade. A reinforced blade, so when your needle passes through your heavy fabric and the throat plate, there's less needle deflection, less movement of the needle, less bending of the needle with the reinforced blade, so you're going to get a cleaner stitch. So again, the benefit of the jeans needle is that it has a reinforced blade. So the jeans needle is a great choice when you're making jeans quilts, you're making a flannel quilt, and especially those heavy-duty raggy quilts, the jeans needle. Another needle option for you for piecing and quilting is the top stitch needle. And as we saw earlier, the top stitch needle has an elongated eye. An elongated eye. So what does that mean? Yeah, there's less stress on your thread as it's passing through the eye of the needle. The top stitch needle also has a slightly rounded point. And I think you can kind of see the 2 bands of color here. The top band is kind of a sage green, and the lower color for size 90-14 is that blue. Okay, another option for piecing and quilting is the quilting needle, just as the name suggests, for piecing and for quilting. What's so special about the quilting needle? Well, it was specifically designed for piecing and quilting and has a special taper specifically designed for going through all those layers of your quilt. The quilting needle also has a slightly rounded point. This needle comes in 2 sizes. You'd probably use the size 75-11 for the actual piecing of your project and the 90-14 for the quilting of your project. And that leaves one other needle type popular for piecing and quilting. Do you know what it is? Maybe you can guess. Maybe you use it. Maybe you don't know about it. My favorite go-to needle, the Microtex needle, also known as a sharp needle. What's so special about the Microtex needle? It has what's referred to as a very slim acute point. Very slim acute point. So you're going to get the most precise stitches with your Microtex needle. And because this is very slim and acute, guess what? The Microtex needle is going to dull quicker than any of your other needle types. So you will need to replace your Microtex needle more frequently than any of your other needle types. So if you're taking notes here today, let's do a quick review. 5 needle types popular for piecing and for quilting. We have the workhorse of all needle types, the universal needle with a slightly rounded point and also available in the widest assortment of sizes. We have the jeans needle with that reinforced blade, which is great for sewing on denim quilts, flannel quilts, and those heavy-duty raggy quilts. We have the top stitch needle with that elongated eye, the quilting needle, which has a special tapered point. And finally, we have the Microtex with a very slim acute point. So you get the most precise stitches, and you'll also need to replace the Microtex needle more frequently than any of your other needle types. And one other thing I just want to mention about the Microtex, if you like to sew, whether it's garments or quilts, if you like to sew with batiks, the Microtex is a great needle choice. So guess what? Yes, Sewing Machines Plus has a great bundle for you, one of each of these different needle types. And it includes the handy little color chart. So now you can hang this on a bulletin board in your sewing room or hang it on your sewing machine. And the nifty and ever popular Schmetz ABC Pocket Guide. So, which includes that wonderful diagram about the eye and how to read the package. So Blaine will come on later and he'll talk about the pricing for this quilting bundle. So a great way to try all the different Schmetz needle types for your piecing and for quilting. And let's not forget about sewing with knits. How many of you enjoy sewing with knits? Or how many of you haven't sewn with knits? Maybe you're kind of intimidated, or it's been a long time since you've sewn with knits. Well, knits are not like the knits of days past. They're fabulous. They sew beautifully. They have a wonderful hand and wonderful weights. But part of the success of sewing with knits is using the appropriate needle. So there are 2 needle types that you must have when sewing with knits. The first is the jersey needle, also known as a ballpoint needle. The jersey needle has a medium ballpoint. The other needle type that you need in your stash when sewing with knits is a stretch needle. And guess what? The stretch needle also has a medium ballpoint. But the stretch needle has a narrower eye and a deeper scarf. And those 2 differences make a world of difference in how your fabric, your machine, and your needle and your thread all play well together. So 2 needle types that you need in your sewing stash when sewing with knits is a stretch and a jersey. So if you're sewing on knits, well, how do you know what needle type to use? Well, there is a rule of thumb. If your fabric has lycra, spandex, or elastic, start with the stretch needle. If it's just a regular knit fabric, use the jersey needle. Sometimes, but not always, jersey and stretch needles are interchangeable. After all, they both have a medium ballpoint. But your stretch needle has a narrower eye and a deeper scarf, so that makes a difference when you're sewing. So if you're curious or if you haven't tackled knit fabrics yet, well, we got a little bundle for you. We've got a 3-pack of needles, so 2 packs of jersey needles and a pack of 2 packs of stretch needles and a pack of jersey. So you can experiment and open the doors to Sewing with Knits. So this is the Sewing with Knit bundle, and it includes the handy little color chart and the ever popular Schmetz ABC Pocket Guide. So you'll want to get your hands on these. And the other thing I want to mention about the stretch needle is, how many of you like to sew with minky or with cuddle fabrics? Or how many of you love those cuddly, huggable fabrics, but you've been intimidated to give them a try? Well, using the appropriate needle will make a world of difference, and it's the stretch size 90/14 that you want to use. Even Shannon Fabrics that manufactures minky and cuddle fabric recommend Schmetz stretch 90/14. So give these a try. Okay. So that was our second bundle of Schmetz needles that you can get from Sewing Machines Plus. I've got 2 more bundles that I want to quickly show you. And then I bet Blaine probably has some Q&A questions lined up. Needles don't really change that much. But 2 years ago, we came out with the Schmetz Super Nonstick Needle. And I think even virtually, you can see that these needles have a different color. They're kind of a charcoal gray or gunmetal. There's also no color bands on these needles, because what is that color, that charcoal gray? That's the non-stick surface. So color bands won't stick to the non-stick surface. So super non-stick needle, 3 characteristics. First of all, non-stick surface. Second, a reinforced blade, so you get a cleaner stitch. And thirdly, an extra large eye, so there's less stress on the thread as it's passing through the eye of the needle. 4 sizes available, 70, 80, 90, and 100. So when are you going to use these needles? These special needles, super nonstick. Well, how many of you like to do machine embroidery or machine applique? Yeah, what happens when you're doing working with sticky stabilizers or fusibles? They have a tendency to gum up your needle. So the super non-stick needle will resist the stickiness of your spray adhesives, fusibles, stabilizers, etc. So use these also when you're sewing on vinyl, because what happens when you sew on vinyl? Yeah, the vinyl gets warm, and then it has a tendency to hug your needle, and then it becomes more difficult to sew. So use the super non-stick needle. Also, if you're sewing hoop and loop tape, this is a great needle choice. So again, we've got 4 packs of needles, and this is a bundle that Sewing Machines Plus has, 1 of each size, plus the color chart, and the ever popular Schmetz ABC Pocket Guide. So yeah, these are great needles for machine embroidery, machine applique, when you're sewing, heavy duty totes, vinyl, splash fabric, oilcloth, etc. So give these a try. Or if you like to do multimedia quilting, yeah, this is a great needle choice. Okay, 1 more bundle available. And I consider it a sampler pack. If you like to do machine embroidery, we've got 3 packs of needles. We've got your traditional embroidery needle with the extra large eye. We have the Schmetz Gold, also with the extra large eye, but it also has a titanium nitrate finish. So it will stay cool. The needle will stay cool when you're stitching through your sticky substances. And the super non-stick needle, which we just mentioned has that non-stick surface, the reinforced blade, and the extra large eye. So this is the 4th bundle that Sewing Machines has available for you. You can try them out. It comes with the ABC pocket guide and the handy little color chart. Yay! Okay, let's see. One more thing. How long does a needle last? Well, I don't know. I don't know. If you use a fresh needle and right away you sew and hit a pin, how long did that needle last? Maybe 3 seconds. Maybe if you're a gentle sewer and you're working on a finer fabric, maybe you can get 20 hours of sewing time. So we'll just average it out to 8 hours of sewing time. But I know lots of power quilters, and they've come up to me and they say, well, Rhonda, I change my needle every 4 to 5 hours. So what are the clues to changing the needle? There are clues. Your thread might be breaking and shredding. So what's the solution? Change the needle. What's happening to your fabrics? Your fabric might be puckering. It might getting tucked down into your throat plate. You might be snagging. What's the solution? Change your needle. What about the stitch quality? Are you skipping stitches? Or maybe you're sitting at your machine and saying, well, Rhonda, I'm sewing in a straight line. Why do my stitches look wiggly squiggly? Your needle is dull. Guess what? Change the needle. And there's one final clue to changing the needle, and that is our machines talk to us. That's right. Hopefully when you're sewing, you're in a wonderful world and you're just humming along. And then you start to hear that little click, click, clicking sound. And that's your needle saying, hey, I'm getting worn out here. Get ready to change me. If you ignore that clicking sound, then it graduates to a pop, pop, popping sound. And it's saying, I gave you a clue. It's time to change me. And if you completely ignore clicking and popping, now your machine is going clunk, 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 clunk. How many of you are familiar with that sound? And what's the solution? That's right. Just change the needle. So have your needles handy. Have a variety of needle sizes and needle types readily available. Because I don't know about you, but when I need to change the needle, it's usually at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. So just have your needle stash handy. Okay, wow. You know, usually my class is about an hour and 20 minutes, but I have just zoomed through a lot of information here. So I want you to get your needles at SewingMachinesPlus.com or go into their stores. I'm looking at some of the comments and people, Sally is familiar with the clicking, popping, clunking sound. Let's see. Agnes, and she's heard that sound too. And
I was thinking,
have you heard those popping, clinking, clunking sounds before?
I have to admit, I have, and I think you've got it right on target.
Well, simple solution, just change your needle.
Change your needle. So
Yeah.
Rhonda, there are a couple great questions for you, and one of the ladies wanted to know, where can they get that fabulous chart?
The fabulous chart. Well, yes, you can go to, well, first of all, if you get one of the bundles from Blaine here at Sewing Machines Plus, you know, the chart is part of the bundle. So that's a great way to get it. You can go to, I'm sure Blaine probably has it on his website. If not, go to SmetsNeedles.com and it's a free download. You just go to resources and you can print it out 8.5 by 11. So yeah, good question. And I also just want to say, you know, Angela's a huge fan of Schmetz. She showed you the super needle that she's got right there in her. We actually featured Angela a few years ago in Schmetz Inspired to Sew. So you can go check out her profile.
Oh, thanks, Rhonda. I do. I'm a big fan of Schmetz needles. I use them for everything. I agree with you. I always have, someone was saying, can you get all of these in one package? Well, I like your bundle packages because of the fact when you need a new needle, when is it? It is like at 2 in the morning, or when you're right in the middle, you don't want to go shopping. So now also you can test it on different fabrics because maybe one works better than the other. Great way to do that.
Exactly. So You want a variety of needles in a variety of sizes. And that way, and you want the color-coded needles so that when you're juggling projects, you can remember what needle type and size that is.
Yes. And there's one, just if we got time for one more quick question. Donna had a question. She said, would you recommend that you would use the chrome or the super nonstick for embroidering with sticky stabilizers?
You know, I like to say with Schmetz, you have choices. So work with what's best for you. I love the super nonstick. I love the color that it resists those adhesives, but the chrome is also a great needle choice. So you know what? Have both. And remember that the needle reacts differently with every type of fabric and every machine type. You know, our machines do have personalities, and so do threads. So what works today on one project might not be the preferred needle on your next project. So have both readily available. Good question.
So, Rhonda, this was such great information. And for all of you watching, in case you're like, I couldn't write all that down so quickly, there's a rerun. You'll be able to go back and watch this over and over and over. And you got to have Rhonda as the instructor on this for free. So Rhonda, fabulous, fabulous information.
Okay, thanks everybody, and keep on sewing and sew Schmetz.
Awesome. Great to see you, Rhonda. She's just on the other side of Lake Michigan from me. I hope you're having a sunny day. Now, needles are really the most important. I think Blaine will agree, but this package where you can buy a package of all the needles of one. Now, can you guess the two main ones in my studio? Well, actually, I have about 20, but the two main ones that I never go without, the denim G needle and the stretch needle. As you know, those are my two favorite things. And then, of course, we go into the embroidery category, but you always have to try a new needle. So, Blaine, that was fantastic. I love that they can order these and get that fabulous little, I call it a cheater card.
Yeah. Well, hey, I want to know something, Angela. How did you get one of those giant needles and I don't have one?
Well, Rhonda was awesome, and she featured me in a couple of their Schmetz needles, and I got this little award. You might have to talk to her about that.
I want a needle, Rhonda. If you're still watching, I want a needle. I want one of the big needles. That's pretty awesome.
Isn't it? It actually has a hole through it, too. So I leave it right as a statue, like a trophy. I'm honored to have this.
It looks like a trophy. I love that. So, all right. Well, that was a great job of Rhonda, as usual. And I hope she enlightened everybody a little bit about getting to the point with needles. And so, hey, we're going to move right on along, guys. Coming up next, we have Alba Fedeke. Alba is a Janome educator, and Alba has been with Janome since 2007. She's currently a dealer training specialist, and she travels all over the country. And she's also an accomplished publisher, and she has many articles featured in a lot of the sewing publications nationwide. And so welcome to the show, Alba.
Thank you, Blaine. Pleasure to be with you.
Hey, I am so happy you're here. Good to see you. And I know you're getting ready to tell us all about that 14,000. And man, that we've got a great package and special on it today. But hey, I don't want to waste any more time. I want to dive right in there because it's going to be hard to get all the features of that 14,000 in 30 minutes.
It really will be. Thank you so much for having me. Again, my name is Alba, and today I'm going to be talking to you about the Memory Craft 14,000. So if you're not familiar with this machine and where it is in the Janome lineup, I'm going to have you take one quick look at it right here. But this is the little sister or step down from our top of the line. So this is a great value for the money, and I love that you're going to be able to really get a lot for the price that you're getting. So the first thing that I wanted to tell you is this is our full-size machine. This is an 11-inch throat, a 5-inch height with a ton of lighting all throughout that bed, as well as that pull-out light that comes on this one that you could really focus and really brighten that area by the needle. This machine not only sews, but it embroiders as well, and it comes with 4 hoops. Now I'm going to come over to the table and I am going to show some of the accessories that are on the table. And just bear with us as we're moving our camera around. And I mentioned the 4 hoops that come with the machine, and that is the first thing I'm going to show. And then I'm going to pan over and show you all of the feet and all of the accessories. So just don't mind me. I'm going to go to my machine to just double check my own sense and my own measurements for what the hoop sizes are. And I'm just bringing this from metric into inches so that I could give you accurate information. So the first one is our free arm hoop, and Janome is exclusive to using free arm hoops. And what this means is when the hoop is on the machine, I could remove my accessory tray and embroider without that accessory tray and utilize that free arm. The next hoop I'm showing you is a square 14, and that is 5.5 by 5.5. This is probably my favorite. Being a quilter, that nice large square 23 hoop, and this is 9.1 by 9.1 of that embroidery area that you're able to do. And lastly, that big monster hoop. This is our GR hoop, and the GR hoop is 9.1 by 11.8. So I love the fact hoops are expensive if you have to buy them separately. Janome just always gives you a great package, and how wonderful is it that you're getting 4 hoops with the machine. So I am just going to move my hoops over, and I am now going to show you all of the accessories that come with this machine. And if you're familiar with Janome, you're familiar with the fact that Janome just gives you a great package and a great value in what you get with the machine. So I wanted to point out some of the feet and some of my favorites, actually. So the 2 over here, I always like to point out. These are AccuFeed feet, and you're going to notice that there's 2 of them. There's a wider or dual and a single. So I have a narrower one and a wider one for different applications. And what our AccuFeed system is a built-in walking foot. And the hook in the back of the foot connects into the machine, and it allows the motor that moves that needle to move my upper feed dogs. And now this narrow one. This narrow one is perfect for when you're doing miniature piecing, you're doing top stitching, just something where that wider, bulky foot is not going to be appropriate. And what I love is that the bottoms, the feet are interchangeable. And let me tell you what they interchange with. On this narrow one, I'm going to get an interchangeable zipper attachment. So imagine being able to put in zippers with the ease of an upper feed dog system and that walking foot capability. And on our wider AccuFeed, I have an interchangeable bottom that allows me to go to 1/4 inch piecing. Imagine doing all of your piecing, not only with that great superior feed system, but also having that upper feed dog system. And of course, all of our free motion feet. I have 3 free motion feet that are snap-on attachments. And what I like about that is when you're doing free motion normally with your standard free motion foot, that foot has a spring to it, and it hops up and down. Whereas our snap-on varieties have no movement. So when you are doing detail work, especially around an applique, or if you're free motioning around embroidery, like my runner is on the table, it just gives you that detail and it allows for no obstruction. But as you can see, there's a wide variety of feet. So no matter if you're a quilter, a garment sewer, a home deck sewer, or everything in between, you have the feet and the capability for just doing all of your projects right out of the box. I love that Janome really thinks about that. And you're going to notice that there's also an extra bobbin holder. And the bobbin holder, this one in particular, is for doing embroidery and for other work where you need a tighter tension on your bobbin case. So this bobbin case happens to be 2.5 times tighter. And even in sewing and with decorative stitches, if you are using a very fine bobbin thread, 100 weight, 120, all of those fine threads, this will allow you to use those with ease. Janome really does think about everything and thinks about making it easier and making it more enjoyable for us to do our craft. I'm going to come over to the machine next, and I'm just giving it a moment for that screen to move and for us to get in focus. I appreciate you bearing with us. So you will notice on the Memory Craft 14,000, I love the fact that this side door opens. It allows me easy access to the screw to change feet on and off, and also to clean and maintenance in my machine. So just little things that make me really happy. But you're going to notice right over here, it looks like a finger on the back of that door. And that's going to allow me to put my magnifiers on there. So just that easy, I was able to put that magnifier on. And what that does is it allows me to magnify and get a really clear view of what I'm sewing. Now I'm going to put some fabric under that foot. You'll notice that it also intensifies and magnifies the light. But I had shown you that pull out light. Look at how bright that makes it right by the needle, just where you need all of that extra lighting and to be able to work very clearly. So I really love that magnifier that comes with the Memory Craft 14,000. They say the eyes are the first to go, and for me, that was absolutely the case. Now, I am in embroidery mode, so I'm going to bring it back into sewing, and you're going to see how easy, with just a touch of a button, I am able to go from sewing into embroidery effortlessly. I didn't need to break out tools. I didn't need to dismantle anything. It's a quick touch of a button. Now I've left this plastic item on the table and I'm going to try and put something behind it. It's really hard to show clear plastic items on screen, but I wanted to show this because a lot of people don't even bother taking this out of the box, and you're really missing out on a lot if you don't utilize this item. This is the cloth guide. And what this is, it is a seam allowance guide that connects right into my embroidery arm. So Janome is also the exclusive company that utilizes that embroidery arm for sewing functions. And I'm going to show you just how wonderful this is. When I touch the icon that looks like that cloth guide on my machine, it brings up my pop-up screen, and right now it is set at 5/8 of an inch. My fabric lines up to this big long lip, and that is going to give me my perfect 5/8 seam allowance. And for all the garment sewers out there, we've often said there's a 1/4 inch foot for the quilters, but there's not a foot to guide us and give us an accurate garment sewing seam allowance. So now with your cloth guide, your seam allowances will be perfect. But on my screen, and I know this is difficult to see on camera, I am able to move my cloth guide in 1/8 increments and in 32nd of an inch increment. So maybe I'm done with my garment sewing and now I want to go to my craft sewing. And I know for a lot of my crafting and for my tote bags, I use 1/2 inch seam allowance. And that's what it's set for right now. And now I'm done with that. Here is my 1/4 inch. And you know that a lot of instructors, when you're doing your 1/4 inch piecing, they tell you to do a scant 1/4 of an inch. So what exactly is a scant 1/4 of an inch? Excuse me. In theory, it's 1 or 2 threads less generous. So you want to go 1 or 2 threads to the right or closer to your seam allowance. So I have that 32nd of an inch seam allowance movement. I move it once and I am at a perfect, accurate 7/32 of an inch. I know I would never find that marking on my needle plate, but I want to go 2 threads. So I touch that 32nd of an inch again, and I am at 3/16 of an inch seam allowance. And what I love with using that cloth guide, it does not matter which foot I'm using. I could use the standard sewing. I have my AccuFeed foot on here. So I could use any foot of my liking. And I've slowed down the machine so that you could see just how nice. And I have that long, large lip to guide that. How wonderful that is. And when I am done with my cloth guide, I'm just as easily able to touch that button and bring my arm back home and have that out of the way for me where I'm no longer using that. Isn't that wonderful? I love the fact that I don't have to rely on my hands and my eyes to get those accurate, tiny seam allowance increments. The computer of my machine will do that for me because I know I would never be able to find and see well a 32nd of an inch marking on a ruler or on a plate. Now, I had mentioned the AccuFeed system, and that is what I have on the machine right now. And I wanted to show you how beautiful and how that actually works. So with this particular machine, I am able to start sewing and my foot goes down on its own. But you're going to notice those upper feed dogs grabbing and walking and moving that fabric. And what that does is, don't you just hate when you line up your fabric perfectly, nice and even, and you're sewing, 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 and by the end of the seam, you're off just a little bit because that fabric has creeped or moved. And the AccuFeed system eliminates that. It fixes that problem. But what I love is it also doesn't take away from some of the other features that the Janome Memory Craft 14,000 offers, like that superior feed system. So as I am sewing, look at that. Even with that walking foot, look at how I am able to maneuver and move that fabric effortlessly. and I'm going to show you one other thing. Now, you would think that what I just did would cause a mess. Not even a skip stitch, front and back. Look at how beautiful that is. So I did what you actually should not do on a walking foot, and it did it beautifully and with ease. Now I have 400 decorative stitches on the machine, and I'm also going to show you how easily you can maneuver from one area of the machine to another. I have a button that looks like a house. That's our home button. And that allows me to go to all of the features of the machine. And I'm going to show you some of the decorative stitches. And I'm going to go to applique. So with applique, I love to do this, and I use my walking foot a lot. And what a lot of people don't like about applique, they take 2 stitches, stop, shift, move their fabric. I have a beautiful feature called pivot. And what the pivot feature is when I start sewing and I come to a stop, my foot is raised and my needle is down, allowing me to move my fabric. So with applique, I want to move and I want to come to that turning point in the corner. So when I press and hold that stop start button, I can really see exactly where I'm going to stop, and it stops instantly. And now that I'm ready to turn that corner, this is when people usually start fussing and get anxiety with applique, because you don't know if that machine is going to take that backward step and give you that stitch that's just awful. I have a button on my screen. It is a B, and when I touch that, B is for beginning. So it brings me to the beginning of that stitch function, so that when I turn that corner, I get the perfect corner each and every time. Janome really does think of the sewist and what's going to make their sewing easy and just effortless. And I have that beautiful outside corner with that. So I love that Janome thinks about the tools that we need and everything that we need to make our projects that we do, our craft, go to that next level and just have that professional feel. Now the Memory Craft 14,000 has a 9mm maximum stitch width, and I love this. Let me show you what that 9mm stitching actually does. I am going to go to the pictograph section, which has my absolute favorite stitch. It looks like a little bow tie. Now I have that tail of thread here. So when I use that scissor button at the beginning, I can get rid of that tail. I am going to start my sewing, and I want to do just one. So I am pressing that locking stitch, and that locking stitch makes it really easy to do one pattern, and you're going to see that one beautiful bow tie. Isn't she pretty? And as I said, there are 400 decorative stitches, and you really have a lot to choose from. Now on this particular page, there's a lot of pretty ones, but maybe I don't want to sew just a bow. I want to do different stitches. So I have what's called a stitch combination tab, and what that allows me to do, I want to do that heart, I want to do that flower, I want to do the bow tie, maybe I want to go to the next page and see what's there. I want to do that spool of thread. And I'm also going to tell it I want it to stop at that point. So now when I go to stitch, it shows me exactly what's being stitched, and I've told it exactly where to stop. So I love that stitch combination because it allows me to get very creative and get very unique with the projects that I'm doing. So right now it is stitching that last stitch, that spool of thread, and it's about to lock. And when it locks, that needle went up and down 3 or 4 times, locking that stitch in place and giving me those beautiful stitches. I think where you really appreciate that 9mm stitch width is when you go to that lettering function. And here I am in that lettering function, and there are 13 fonts to choose from. And I love that you get those choices. So I am going to clear what I have on my screen, and I am going to choose a couple of letters so that you could see what 9mm stitched lettering looks like. If you haven't had a 9mm maximum stitch width machine, you're going to be really impressed by how beautiful and how clear that extra width. Look at how clear that lettering is. Now, one of the things that I wanted to show you is how easy is it to go from embroidery to sewing. I get asked that a lot, and not all brands, not all models are easy to go from one function to another. So I did want to show you that. So right now, my embroidery arm is in the back of the machine, and I love this because it gives me all of my space and all of the room that I need to the right and to the left of the machine. On my machine, I have a toggle button, and it's a double machine icon. When I touch that, it's going to remind me that my arm is not open, but it will allow me to go to embroidery mode. And it was just that quick, just that simple to go from sewing into embroidery. And it really is just one switch that I open up that allows me to have my embroidery arm and to have that function behind me. Now I am going to put on a hoop and show you how easily those attach into place. And just like that, I am all ready for embroidery. Now, this happens to be the free arm hoop. And what I wanted to show you is I am able to use the embroidery function while that free arm is active and open. So if I had a large tote bag or a pant leg, that round part could go right underneath that free arm, allowing me to embroider with that free arm in use, which makes it really easy, as I said, for doing tote bags, doing pant legs, sleeves. I don't have to take apart those seams to be able to do that embroidery. I love, just as easily as I was able to maneuver in my sewing function, I'm able to maneuver also in my embroidery function. My flower icon is where all of my embroidery designs are housed, and there are 400 built-in embroidery designs in the Memory Craft 14,000. I love the fact that I am able to sort these 2 ways. I can look by category or folder or by hoop size. So if I know that I am going to be using that free arm hoop, I can choose it and it will isolate only the designs that will fit in that hoop. There's no sense in falling in love with a beautiful design that I can't fit in the hoop for the project I'm working for. So I love the fact that it separates those in multiple ways. And I know that I have 2 pages of selections, so I am able to scroll through, or I'm able to look by category. So I know that maybe I want to do some fringe designs, and I'm able to go into that folder and get to that particular category of design for working with that particular type of design. I always see the hoop size that is selected on my screen, and I have my maneuvering buttons and tabs, so I'm able to move my designs within that hoop, either with the precision of the button or with my finger or stylus as a touch screen. And I love that I have that auto center button. There are lots of editing functions that are built into the machine, so you're going to be able to create and just get started with those embroidery functions right out of the box and without needing anything special. I have your typical editing functions, but there's one in particular that I wanted to show. So here I have my one design, and I am going to maneuver that a little bit. I am able to move that either by 45 degree or by 1 degree. And I'm able to position my design exactly where I want to. And one of my favorite editing functions is copy and mirror to corner. And I know these screens are really tough to see through video, but I got that one hydrangea flower. I duplicated and copied, and it's symmetrical and it lines up perfectly each time. So this is also great for creating quilt blocks or labels because it gives you that nice symmetrical, even application and copying without having to do each and every one individually. So I love that Janome really thinks about the sewist and tries to give us functions that are not only practical, but are those functions that you're going to go to time and time again. Those tried and true functions that I love. So again, we have some beautiful editing functions and just a really nice way of getting to the designs. And there are some beautiful design categories within the machine, including some beautiful quilting designs. Now, 4 hoops do come with this machine, and there is one optional hoop that is available that is a quilting hoop. And that quilting hoop, the ASQ hoop, allows you to use magnets to hoop that layering or that quilt sandwich to work with those thicker, heavier projects and be able to do what a long arm typically does on your embroidery machine. So I know that you'll really enjoy getting that hoop as well. And I'm just showing some of the quilting designs that are in the machine. And it really is easy to go from sewing into embroidery and go back and forth and toggle very easily. So I'm going to remove that hoop. And again, with that touch of a button, it's going to switch me from sewing from embroidery into sewing. And I'm just going to take a quick look on the screen if there were any questions.
Hey, Alba, I don't think we have any questions other than they're wanting to know how to buy it. So great job.
They're going to call you, Blaine, and I'm sure you could get it out to them really quickly.
We can. So I want to remind everybody at home how you can get this. There's our overlay. And again, guys, this thing, the price on it is $69.99, What a great price on this. And you see that free bonus kit right there. You're going to get with this, that Janome border guide. You're getting the Janome gathering foot, Janome ribbon sequence foot, Janome AccuFeed quilting fit kit, the 2 packs of denim needles size 14, 2 packs of top stitch needles size 14, Janome binder foot, the Janome Ultra Guide, the Janome AccuFeed ruffler, 1 pack of 10 bobbins, 2 packs of the universal needles that are coming with that. And again, the regular price on this is $69.99. But guys, we have a call-in special today. We again, I tell y'all, because of advertising restrictions, we cannot show some pricing that we're doing for the show. So this is a call-in special. Give us a call. We have a special price on this machine today, and you're going to get that free bundle. And we also have 60-month 0% interest financing available, special financing just for the show. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. Again, that's 800-401-8151. We have sales reps standing by that can answer your call and answer your questions. And so great job, Alba. And again, hey, if you're in Southern California, or you're local to our stores down in the San Diego area in Southern California, hey, we have all the same specials in both of our superstores down here today, down in San Diego and in San Marcos. You can go in and get those same show specials that you're going to see on the show this week. You can get them in the stores too. So we're not leaving you local customers out. You can walk in and get those specials. So anyway, we're ready to move on, guys. And our next presenter is Kimberly Dotson from OESD. And Kimberly grew up as a sewing with her mother. And at the beginning, Kimberly says she hated sewing. But as she got older and had her first child, she wanted to start making her own clothes and start making drapes. And so she kind of fell in love with the hobby again, and she became a national educator and has been doing education ever since. And she just loves interacting with customers that have the like mind like she does with sewing. So welcome to Sew Fest, Kimberly, and we're so glad that you're a part of the event and here today.
Hi, Blaine. It's so great to see you. I'm really excited to be here with you today, too.
Well, good. And we're excited to see what all you have to share with us today. I know everybody's excited to see that.
Well, I have some exciting things to show, some sneak peeks, and today I'm going to talk about embroidery designs, and hopefully you all get to see something that and maybe learn a little bit too. So I'm going to share my screen, and hopefully I can find the right screen. So let's see here. We are going to share this one, and now I have to pull this up, and then Blaine, hopefully you can tell me when I've got it on the right screen. Okay, are you seeing me or are you seeing my PowerPoint? Let's see here. Is everyone seeing the PowerPoint?
Yeah, we can see both, Kim. We've got you picture in picture. We see you and your PowerPoint.
Awesome. That's exactly what I was hoping, that I put it on the right side. I've got the two monitors up, and sometimes I wonder which monitor you're seeing. So all right. So I'm going to talk a little bit about OESD and some of the quality of the technical side of designs and the artistic side of designs. And so OESD has been in the embroidery design business for over 30 years. And so we've kind of innovated and developed a lot of quality over those years. So let's talk about just a couple of things that we do to make sure that the designs stitch out well. Of course, we want the customer, all of you out there, when you get one of our designs, we want you to have the best result possible, no matter what machine you have. So one of the things that they've done is they want to minimize what we call jump stitches. Jump stitches are where you have to take, you're going from one part of a design to another part of a design. You're not changing thread colors, but you have to move around a little bit in your hoop. And the more jump stitches you have, the slower it goes, the more tie-offs that you have. So the knots on the back And of course, the more chances that maybe your machine has to, maybe the thread come out of the needle or not pick up the bobbin thread. So we want to make sure that you have as few of those as possible. So what they'll do is they'll take what we call a walking stitch. And if you look at this angel and you see that walking stitch that goes up from her shoulder to the upper part of her wing. And so we'll do that just to get to a certain area. And we know that it'll be fine later because at some point another color will cover that. And so I like the customers to realize that, because sometimes you might see a walking stitch happening while you're watching your embroidery and you'll think that color doesn't belong there. Why is it stitching there? And just know that that's most likely a walking stitch and the right color is going to stitch on top of it and no one will ever see it. But that saved you a jump stitch. And then another thing that they'll think of is they're always planning where the starts and the stops are going to be. So your hoop isn't going all over the place. So they'll always try to do a jump stitch if they need one at the closest possible point, just to keep that flow going so that the design stitches out really smooth for you. And one of the dreaded things that we talk about in embroidery is the push and pull compensation. And that sounds like a real high-tech word, but really what it's talking about is how the fabric will actually distort or pucker based on the stitches forming and it's a combination of the thread, the needle, the fabric, and the stabilizer. So sometimes if you don't pay attention to that when you're creating a design, you can have a circle that ends up, by the time it's embroidered, an oval. And so we don't want you to have that. So what they've done is they've figured out that they can work from the center out. And then as that design forms on your machine, it'll always be perfectly done by the end of the project. And then they thought of the user. So one really awesome thing about OESD and our digitizers is that they stitch all of the designs that they create. So they know when there's a problem or a challenge that you may run into at some point. And one of the things that they noticed when they were doing applique was that sometimes when they would trim the applique and the hoop, they would accidentally trim their tack down stitch. And then their applique fabric would start to pop up and they were struggling with that. So what they decided was to create 2 tack down stitches, one right inside the other one. And that way, if they accidentally snip a thread in their tack down stitch, there's still a second one holding the fabric in place. So that's just one of the things that the digitizers do that make it easier for you. So let's talk about some of the artistic things that they do. And I want to tell you a little bit about the development process of a design. So all of our artists are in-house except for our licensed artists. So we have the in-house artists. We have a couple of them, very talented team that work, they're employees of OESD, but we also license with artists like Tula Pink and Ann Lauer and Amanda Murphy and Jackie Robinson, and the list goes on and on and on. And that way we can give you such a huge variety of style of embroidery. We think that's really important. We want something out there for everyone. The other thing that helps with our development process of a design is that our digitizers are in-house. All of our digitizers work in the office in Oklahoma City, and they're very experienced. They've been with the company for a really long time, but we like that quality control. None of the digitizing is outsourced. We like to keep that all in-house. So that's another reason why you can count on the quality of our embroidery. And like I said, those digitizers, they stitch their own designs, but after they stitch it, after they feel like it's a good design and it's ready to move on, we actually have a sewing lab. And in the sewing lab, we have multiple types of machines, brands of machines, and we test stitch the designs on those. So by the time that design gets to you, it's had over 100 hours of development with this process. And that's why you start to recognize that that quality that we have in our designs. So here's an example of a design from a licensed artist. This is Feathers and Flourishes from Amanda Murphy. And so we've taken one of her designs, and she's actually a fabric designer. So this may look familiar. You may have seen this on image on fabric before, but we'll take that fabric design, and when we turn it into embroidery, we don't just fill it with, you know, basic fills or satin stitches. If you look here, you can see that they have created really beautiful motifs. And if you look at the satin stitches in the gray areas, you can see that they've put a beveled edge on them. So when the digitizers take that artwork, they use the embroidery side of the art to really make it pop and stand out. And here's another technique that they've developed that's just incredible. I always think how funny it is that we think, oh, we got a sewing machine or an embroidery machine because we didn't like to hand sew. And now we make our embroidery machines look like we hand sewed. So no matter what, it seems like we can't win. We always want something else. So, but here they've created that an embroidery design that makes it look like it's hand stitched. And we have quite a few embroidery design collections that have that hand stitched look. And then one of my favorite things that is just incredible. This is another design collection from a licensed artist, Jackie Robinson. And this little chickadee, when stitched out, looks like he has real feathers. And if you look at the direction of the stitching and the layering of the stitching and the shading of the colors, it's really amazing to see how dimensional an embroidery design can look when digitized by a real talented person. So this one is just incredible to me. We have some tiling scenes where we have one called Starry Night Santa, where when you look at it, Santa's jacket looks like it's got real fur on it when you stand back. It's just incredible to look at that shading and highlighting that the digitizers can create. And then, of course, another thing that we're really famous for is our freestanding lace. And there's a couple of different kinds of freestanding lace. The snowmen that you see here are a technique that we call freestanding applique. They include fabric, and so, but they are still done with water-soluble stabilizer. And then we have other types of freestanding lace, like you see the flat lace in these doilies. So there's quite a few different kinds. When you get a freestanding lace design, always make sure you read the instructions, because if you need fabric and you try to stitch it without the fabric, you'll be calling us or emailing us saying, what did I do wrong here? There's something not working right for me. So make sure you take a look at those instructions. We always include instructions and thread charts with all of our design collections. And then I can't not mention our tiling scenes. They're just incredible. So this is our newest tiling scene, just released this month, Happy Snowman. And I think I'm going to talk about tiling scenes. I'll be back this afternoon, and I think I'm going to give you some tiling scene tips, and we'll talk a little bit more about those. But that's one of the things that OESD is known for, is our amazing tiling scenes. So let's talk about designs. I wanted to give you a sneak peek of some of the things. And I don't know if you're like me, but I collect embroidery designs. I can't get enough. I want to make everything. I probably will not make everything, but there's hope. I always want to have everything just in case I have time. And so we have such an awesome club. And I just love our Spree Stitchers Club. It's every month when I get mine, it's like a birthday every single month. I get so excited. What am I going to get? What's going to be in it? And so I'm going to show you what the September Spree Stitchers Club got. So some of the design collections that were included were Continuous Couture. And Continuous Couture is a beautiful collection. Fits, you can use this in a quilt, but if you look at these designs, the idea that we had in mind were things, you know, like jackets or pant legs or skirts, but they're really just running stitch designs that you can make borders with, or kind of create your own designs with. And there are several designs in this collection. You could do, when you look at some of these, you can do necklines. You could really get creative with these. And then every year we release an addition to our Winter Village collection. And many of you may have already stitched some of these buildings, but this year we're releasing the police station. So if you are a collector of the Winter Village buildings, you definitely want to make sure you get the police station. And like I said, Happy Snowman, that was a September release. And we just love him. He is so adorable. Donna Gelsinger does such great artwork for us, and we really appreciate all the tiling scenes that we have that she's given us the artwork for. And these freestanding Halloween little lanterns. So if you like to decorate, I love the front one that looks like a candy corn. I just think that's so adorable. But I'm really excited for the Halloween little lanterns. Those are freestanding lace, and so they're very easy to create. And there you can see a close-up of them with and without the pixie lights. You can get pixie lights on our website. So if you like things to light up, I suggest you get some of those. And then Warm Winter Wishes. This is a really fun one. If you look at some of these designs, it's really just a huge variety of things. You have borders, you have wreaths, you have sayings, you have these adorable penguins. I can't get enough of them. And so other animals, a raccoon, bears, I mean, just everything. It goes on and on. It's such a huge collection and so much variety. And then these sophisticated animals. How adorable are these? I mean, that cat looks so innocent. I just love it. And the pig, they're just adorable. And then I love this Light the Menorah wall hanging. It's really awesome. If you notice, the candles actually come off. So yeah, it's a interactive embroidery design collection. And then the happy plants. These are fun sayings. These would be great for, towels or different things if you're starting to think of gifts for the holidays. I love this. I wet my plants. So sorry I have plants this weekend. These are really, really cute designs. So all of those collections. Oh, and I can't forget. So I just want to mention really quick. Every year we have a holiday promotion. September and October and November are our holiday celebration. And so when you spend $79 during those months, you get a free design collection. And this year, the theme is warm and cozy. And so, of course, if you're shopping this event with Sewing Machines Plus and you spend more than $79, you will get this design collection this month. But in October, we'll have another one that will coordinate with it. And in November, we'll have a third one that will coordinate with it. So you've got to keep coming back. And so this is September's holiday celebration, and it's greeting cards and ornaments, and there's also gift tags in there. So really cute designs. We do sell blank greeting cards that are made for embroidery. So if you want to make some of these, make sure you pick up some of the greeting cards as well. But that's the holiday celebration. So I mentioned that we have the Spree Stitchers Club. So if you are a part of the Spree Stitchers Club, you automatically get that holiday celebration. You don't need to remember to come in and spend the $79. But you're going to get, if you're a member, if you sign up at this with Sewing Machines Plus this week for Spree Stitchers Club, you're going to get all 9 of the collections that I just showed. And so the way Spree Stitchers Club works is you get at least 6 to 8 collections per month. This month it's 9 because we've added that holiday celebration collection in there. But you're going to get everything that OESD releases every single month. And so we have the new collections. We have those collector sets like the Spree Stitcher or the holiday celebration. We have the projects, things like those holiday or the Halloween little lanterns that have the step-by-step instructions. There's always photographs and really easy to learn to make those types of projects. And then because you're at an event, you get to pick 5 design collections from our website of your choice to add on to your Spree Stitchers Club. So kind of just a little bonus for signing up at one of these special events that we have. And so you can choose any design collection on our website, except for things like anthologies or design collections where it's multiple collections on one, combined together. Like an example would be the best of 2020. That would be an anthology. So if you're looking, just make sure. And if you have any questions, of course, we're here to help. Sewing Machines Plus is here to help. We'll get you through this. But the best part is there's 2 options. There's actually 3 options. I'm going to tell you about a third option. But the 2 options that are the best value are the physical and the digital. So if you're a person who says, you know what, I feel comfortable, I want a USB stick coming to me every month, I don't want to have to worry about downloading the designs, we have, you can get the physical option, which is $749. And if you need it shipped to your home, if you don't live local to Sewing Machines Plus, it's just an extra $50 a year for shipping. But that's a USB delivered. You get the new collections on the first of the month, so you get them before everyone else. And you can have some of your tiling scenes stitched before anyone else can even purchase them. So a real huge benefit of being in the club. But we also have a digital version, which is only $599. And when you get that one, it is delivered to your My Designs folder on our website on the first of every month. So another way to get it, so if you're more of a person that says, you know what, I like my designs stored on my computer, I'm comfortable with that, then you might want to choose the digital option and pay the $5.99 and just have those. You wake up one morning and they're just sitting in your folder waiting for you to start embroidering. So those are the best values, because with both of those options, you get to pick those 5 bonus collections. And so, if you go in there and you pick maybe some old holiday celebration designs, some of those were $75, $80. And you pick 5 of those, you can really see you could get a good value on those joining the club. And the physical, that's adds up to about $62 a month plus tax. And then the digital's less than $50 a month. And some of our design collections cost more than that. So you're really getting the best value when you join the club. So if you are thinking, I really like the idea of this, but maybe I just want to try it, we also have the monthly subscription. And so I just took a little image here, because the monthly subscription, you can just purchase online through the link that Sewing Machines Plus has for you. And that option is $49.99 per month. And you can cancel that at any time. The disadvantage of this is you don't get those 5 bonus collections. But so maybe you want to just try it out, and then maybe in a couple of months you want to call us up and say, hey, I'd like to sign up for the whole year. But just keep in mind that if the best value is always the annual version, but we do have this option as well, that for those of you who just want to maybe test the waters and see what you think. So that you can follow the link. Sewing Machines Plus has a great link with us right now. We have a coupon code that you can use that you get 20% off of regular priced items on our website. So I'm going to stop sharing for a minute and see if we have any questions. All right. There's Blaine.
Hey, Kimberly, a great presentation. And, I don't know if we have any questions out there or not, but I know that I want to remind everybody how they can get this. Now, we have 20% off all your products, and there is the coupon code right there. Kyle just put it on the screen if everybody kind of jot that down. And what they'll need to do is they're going to actually have to go to your website to order these with that coupon code to get that special deal just for the show. And so anyway, that's how they can order those. And we're going to have you back this afternoon again, and we're going to show some more products and hopefully some sneak peeks.
I did want to mention, though, just to avoid any confusion, if they do want that annual spree club, they've got to call Sewing Machines Plus. It's just too good of a deal. We can't put it on our website. That's an exclusive Sewing Machines Plus event deal. And so just give us a call. But any of the other products I talked about, and of course, this is the time to be thinking about, stocking up on stabilizer and other, all sorts of things. Use that coupon code, because we can give you some great deals this week.
You're exactly right, Kim, and you're right. So if you're interested in that spree club, we do have a special price that's exclusive just for us for the Sew Fest. You have to give us a call at 1-800-401-8151 to get that special pricing. But all the other products that you're going to see on the show today or this week with Kimberly, you can actually give us you can go right to their website, OESD's website, and type that coupon code you see on the screen, and you'll get that special show pricing just from the show. So Kim, thanks so much. And we'll see you again this afternoon, and we're going to get to see some more great products.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to be back. Thanks, Blaine, for having us on.
All right, thank you. All right, guys, we're going to move right on along. And hey, our next presenter is from Handi Quilter. And we're always proud to be partnered up with Handi Quilter, and they're one of our big sponsors of the show. And we have Kim Sandberg and actually Christina Whitney that are going to be here today. Both of them are going to be on, and we're going to talk all about the Moxie. And they're both national educators for Handi Quilter, and they travel the nation and doing all kinds of educational events. And we're excited to have them. So Kim and Christina, are y'all both on today?
Yeah, we are. Hey, Blaine, how you doing?
Doing great. So glad y'all are here. And as you know, Kim, you were with me back in March when we did Quilt Fest. And
That's right.
The Moxie was just a huge, huge hit. And it was amazing the reaction we got from the Moxie. So naturally, it's National Sewing Month. Quilting is a huge part of sewing, and we wanted to highlight that Moxie again. So I'm going to let y'all take it away and tell us all about that great Moxie, and then I'll come back at the end and tell everybody our great specials we have on it and how they can get it.
Okay, that sounds great. Thanks, Blaine. So let's talk a little bit about the Moxie, Christina.
Well, let's bring it up here a little bit. So this is our newest long arm machine for Handi Quilter.
Yeah.
It's our entry level. It's a 15-inch throat space.
Yeah.
So a little bit bigger, actually a lot bigger than your domestic machine.
Absolutely.
So it has stitch regulation.
Yep.
We have both cruise and precision.
Yep.
And you can also put it in manual mode.
Yep, which is really great. Just like all of our other machines.
Yep. So other features that we have on here are you can change your stitches per inch, anywhere between 4 stitches per inch, which you could use as your basting stitch, all the way up to 18 stitches per inch.
Right.
So you get a wide range there.
Yeah.
One of the things that I love the most about the Moxie is that it can use all of the accessories that are used with any of our long arm machines.
Exactly.
So you can change out those feet to do those fun special projects.
Yeah.
So a lot of fun.
It is.
So we have handlebars with controls, and then we've got our color screen here, and that is where you will make your adjustments to your stitches. You can adjust your speed. Right now we've got our lights turned off, but it does have lighting on the machine, but it kind of messes with the camera.
Yeah, it does.
So those are turned off right now. The thread's the same as all of our other machines. It has an easy tension dial that you can play with to adjust your tension, which you need to do all the time. And anytime you're sewing with a long arm,
you change thread, right?
Yeah. So what's one of your favorite features?
So I love that this machine, it fits pretty much anywhere. It comes on 2 different frames. So the frame we've got set up here is the loft frame, which is an 8-foot frame. Most of our other frames are 10 or 12 feet long. So this one fits in those smaller spaces. The really nice thing is too, there's actually a 2-foot extension you can put in this, so you can have that 10 feet of quilting space, which is awesome. I love that the Moxie, it's cute, it's little, it's fun to quilt with. It's a really fun machine, isn't it?
It is. It's a lot of fun. It's a lightweight, so it's easier to move around. Yeah. And it's on a 4-wheel carriage, so it's a great machine. It's a great machine. Yeah. And just like Christina mentioned, it uses the same size of bobbin and needles and all of that good stuff as all of our other machines do. So you can use all the same accessories. You can even use rulers with this machine. We have our ruler base that you can put with it. You can quilt from the back. And we do have coming soon, Pro Stitcher Light.
that will be available for this. So we'll have a computerized system for it really soon too. Let's talk a little bit more about this frame. So the loft frame actually has 2 different settings, doesn't it, Christina?
It does. So when you initially set up your frame, you need to choose if you want it to be in a high position or low position.
Right.
And that just determines which way you're going to load it. With some of our other machines, you can switch back and forth, but with the loft machine, you choose that, you set it up, and that's kind of where it stays. I don't want to say permanently, because you could disassemble it and change it, but that's the way that it is set up. And that, again, will determine the way that you load your fabric.
Yeah.
So right now we've got this set up in
high position, right?
High position.
I want to say it's in high position.
We'll do a different terminology on that one.
So it's great because you never have to baste a quilt again, right? If you're using the loft frame, which is awesome. Yeah. The Moxie, though, if you're going 8 feet, still doesn't quite fit in my space. It also comes, it's available on the little foot frame, which has a 5-foot footprint. And you can quilt any size quilt on a little foot frame. So just know that that's available too.
And the little foot frame, you would baste it ahead of time and then load it on. But
it's a little different, but
any size quilt in a smaller space.
Exactly. So. Yep. So the loft frame is really great. It is available with casters also that you can add to it, so you can easily move it around. I know that the one we have here is on casters because we move our machines around here in the filming studio all the time. Yep. One of the other really fun things that comes with the Moxie that makes it special is the Moxie accessory kit. There's actually some things in here that aren't in any of our other accessory kits. So we like to call this a quilt party in a box that comes with the Moxie.
It's like Christmas.
It is. It is like Christmas. So let's take a look at what is available in the accessory kit. And this is nice and tight. We'll open this up here. So first of all, just comes with some information. And then right here is this card that we were talking about. So we have it loaded in high position. Right? Yep. So this shows the 2 different ways that you can set up the frame, either in high position or low position. Low position is a little bit easier to use rulers with. Doesn't mean you can't use rulers with high position, but we've got those 2 there that are explained, and it shows you which way to load your fabric so that you end up with the top on the top and the back on the back in the right direction.
A good thing.
Always a good thing.
Have you ever loaded yours backwards and ended up with the backing?
I will neither confirm nor deny that has ever happened to me. Another great thing about the loft frame and the Moxie, we actually partnered with this app that's called Built, and there's information in here about it. And Built shows you how to assemble this frame in 3D. It's super cool, isn't it?
It's like step by step. Yeah. You can go back and forth. You can change the view of it. It's really cool.
It's really cool. And it's really easy to follow. I know we actually got to help test out using it, didn't we? And it was really fun because instead of just having a piece of paper that you were looking at, you could actually spin it around and take a look at how, okay, wait, that screw is supposed to go in where? You could really like essentially zoom in and see where it went. So that was really cool. So the Built app is really cool. Now this
is a must-have for everybody.
Yes, it is.
Not just Moxie owners.
Yes. And this sheet does come with all of our machines. This is our quick reference card. This helps you get started with quilting. And this one has a lot of really great information for the Moxie. There's a needle and thread guide up here at the top. It walks you through the steps of how to thread your machine, because that's, important. It's important. And then on the back, we have the instructions that walk you through how to choose the different modes that you're going to be in on the screen, because this is not a touch screen. You guys can see that it's a little smaller. It's not a touch screen. You actually use the buttons on the handlebars to navigate through the screen. And so all of this is here. And this comes on nice cardstock, so you can keep it handy and use it whenever you need it as a quick reference.
Ooh, do I get to talk about this one?
Yes, you can talk about this one.
Okay, so in addition to all of this fancy information, you can decorate.
Yes.
So we've got these stickers that come with it, and you can decorate your machine. Yep. Or if you don't want to put it on your machine, you can decorate your walls.
Or your other machines.
Play with it.
Fun things. But there's actually 2 stickers on here that are really cool. Yep. Or what does marketing call them? They're decals. These are decals. It's a fancier word for stickers. So we have the quilt top and the quilt back. So you can actually put these on your poles so that you know which direction to turn them when you load your quilt top or your quilt back. You know which one to put on which pole. Kind of handy, huh?
Yep. Just a little bit of information to go with the fun decorating.
Exactly. Now the rest of the stuff in here, well, not the rest of the stuff. The next few items, these are things that come with all of the machines. Power cord,
important.
These are the bobbins, needles, oiler, tools to clean with, all those things. We actually discovered this morning there's a needle threader in here. How cool is that? And your thread nest.
Yep.
But the next thing is the
next
coolest
part's
thing.
the fun part.
So why don't you tell us about this, Christina?
Okay. So this is the Moxie How to Quilt Kit. And so the education team helped to create this kit to give a new user the best options for getting started.
Exactly.
So what is included in here, we have a box of pins, which you will be using to pin your quilt onto the leaders.
Yes.
And your machine does come with a set of leaders. And just make sure you don't wash them.
That's
just
right.
Throwing that out there. And you can get extra leaders also if you want to be able to swap them out.
Yep.
Okay, it comes with a channel lock.
Yep.
And we'll be teaching you how to use those probably in a couple days.
Yeah, later in the week.
We'll be joining you all week.
For straight lines.
You get pre-wound bobbins.
Our favorites.
Yes. And you get a collection of threads. So we'll just pull all those fun
From
threads
Superior
out.
Threads. A lot of threads to try. Some of their 5 top selling threads. You get enough. There's pretty much enough on each one of those to do at least 1 quilt, maybe 2. So it's a lot of thread.
This one's a full.
That's a full.
Yeah.
That's probably 4 or 5 quilts, which is
that's
awesome.
a lot. Okay.
And
so do you want to open that up?
Yeah. So this is a yard of fabric, and this is some very special fabric that we actually developed for the education studio here at Handi Quilter. It has a 2-inch grid on it. Not sure if you guys can really see that, but it allows you to easily practice quilting designs on it. And then we have a cool little reference card to go with that, don't we?
Yes. We have this card that comes along with it, and it gives us some different ideas for stitching designs. So our E's and L's, and we'll probably stitch some of those out with you today. Some stippling, adding some shapes, and also our continuous curve. So it's got some great ideas in there to help get you started, give you some ideas. And with this grid fabric, it's fabulous because it kind of gives you, I don't want to say limits, but it gives you an area to work in so that you're not just looking at this piece of fabric and being overwhelmed.
Yeah.
You can start in a small section, you can build on it. It kind of gives you a gauge there.
And it's, you know, the first time you sit down and quilt, you're always a little afraid to just load a quilt, right?
Oh, yeah.
And this gives you something to practice on that has those markers like a quilt block does, so that you know, okay, I want to make my design exactly this big. So I go from this corner to this corner. It's just really nice to practice on, isn't it?
Yeah. And I always recommend with a new owner or even an advanced owner, use some practice pieces and play with it a little bit. Get comfortable with the machine. Even changing back and forth between different types of machines, it takes a little bit of time to get used to it.
Yeah.
So that's my recommendation.
Well, should we do some stitching? How if we just throw this stuff back in our quilt party in a box? I'll take this back here, and Christina, I'm going to let you do some stitching.
Oh,
you
want me to turn my back to the camera?
Well, we'll let Kayla actually zoom in a little bit here, and I'll come stand here so that she can get the camera, so that we can see what a great stitch the Moxie makes, right?
Okay, so I've got my machine turned on. I'm just going to go ahead and bring up my bobbin thread, and then I'm going to hold both of those, and I'm going to do a couple little stitches here, and I can do a walking stitch just by holding down my needle up down button. Right now, I've got my machine set so that it's in cruise, and I'm stitching at 12 stitches per inch.
Okay.
And I also have this setting for when I hit the stop button, it stops with the needle in the down position.
Oh, that's nice.
So I'm going to just do the first design that was on the sheet that we just showed you with the E's and L's. I don't have a grid line though, so I'm going to be winging it here.
That's okay.
So,
You know, I could actually grab. Oh,
so when you have people that write on the chalkboard and they write up as they go across,
it kind of
that means they're an
drifts up.
optimist, right?
Right.
So according to my stitching, I'm an optimist.
You're an optimistic quilter. I like that.
It kind of went up. So E's and L's are always a great place to start.
Mm-hmm.
Any of your letters.
Yeah.
So give me a letter. Make it an easy one.
Make it. How about if you do a K for both Kim or Christina?
Okay, excellent. And I don't normally write. I don't normally write in cursive. I forgot how to do a cursive K.
Do that little loop at the top.
Yeah,
we're gonna go back to second grade when we had that lovely paper that we practiced our.
Usually we do a capital K for our names.
That's true.
So that's my excuse. Okay. Yeah. Another fun thing, since we are talking about names, is just to have people stitch out their name.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'll
it's
just
a great place to do.
finish stitching my name here real quick.
Okay.
And again, I'm still going uphill.
That's okay. We like optimism.
Fantastic.
That looks great, Christina. I think that looks fantastic.
So you can see that it's got a nice stitch there.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really check my tension too much, but
it looks pretty good. That's fun. That's a variegated thread. We've got a little bit of fun color going there.
And we just mentioned earlier that you can put casters on your machine. It helps if you put the brakes on them so it doesn't move when you lean on it.
As I lean against the machine. Oops.
So any other stitching you would like to see or any questions that we've had?
Why don't you show a little bit of that stipple? Let's do just a little bit of that basic stipple. This machine is so easy to stitch with. It does up to, the stitch regulation is up to 1,800 stitches per minute. So you can really have some fun with that. I don't know, you want to just maybe quilt a little something fun and a fun design, some stipple.
So as I'm doing the stipple, I'm just trying to kind of keep an even spacing throughout. I'm really liking this thread. It's a variegated.
Too. It looks really great on this fabric. It actually matches in with the purple Handi Quilter there just a little bit, doesn't it?
Yep. I do look like I'm in third grade. It's just learning cursive though when I wrote my name there.
I don't think I could have done any better. It looks great, Christina.
Thank
So
you.
I'm trying to think if there's any other fun features about the Moxie that we haven't mentioned yet. One thing I know, I was just looking here at the side of it, so it's really easy to update. The Moxie does have a USB here on the side for updating, and then that can also be used as a power source actually. So if you wanted to add like a, and we can't quite get the angle on that one, I promise you, it's right here behind the handlebar, right where I'm pointing. You can add an extra light to this. Easily. You can do.
We have the great
with a
handy fan that you can plug in if it's a little hot there. You can
in the middle of the summer.
Yes,
Nice and hot.
Yeah,
So
lots
you
of different
can do
features
that.
that you can add into there.
The Moxie is a great machine though. We absolutely love it. We have so much fun with it, and we have just been so happy with the response from our customers. They absolutely love this machine. If you're at all interested in giving long arm quilting a try, this is such a great machine. The price point makes it very friendly, and it's a great learn how to quilt machine. So we love it. We absolutely love it.
Yes. I know that back there behind with you, we've got some other accessories that are additional that don't come with it.
So one thing, if you're thinking at all that you want to do rulers, you definitely want to add the ruler base. So this allows you to safely use rulers. And, you know, I don't think we even have any rulers pulled over here right now, but You need this so that you can hold those rulers and keep them straight and be safe. That's the biggest thing. And rulers are fun to use on this machine. It's a smaller machine, and so it's really easy to move and maneuver. It's a lot of fun to use. So we have this, and then we also have, if you don't like pinning your quilts on, which some people don't, or you do the great, what do we always call it? You know,
the oops, I missed a spot.
Oops, I missed a spot. You pull it off, and you realize there's that section that you didn't quilt. These are called our super clamps, and they are available now for the Moxie. You can just pop them on, and they hold nice and tight.
And they're actually designed for the loft frame.
The loft frame, yes.
Yeah, so you can use it with any of the machines, but only on the loft frame.
This size fits the loft frame. We do have them available in other sizes though too.
So if you were to get the Moxie with the
little foot frame,
you would get a different size of the super clamps. You would get the small size.
Yep, the small size. So those are available with it too. Well, I wonder if we have any questions. I just saw a comment pop up there. Thanks for the kudos on the demonstration. Christina and I have a lot of fun showing people what you can do with the long arm machines.
There's something else you want us to stitch real quick.
Yeah.
Just make it not be my name. The lowercase k.
No more names.
Okay. What robotics work with the machine?
That's a good question.
So we mentioned earlier that Pro Stitcher Lite is a new robotic system that is soon to be coming out.
Yep.
We're looking at a big reveal at Houston.
Yay. So that's the end of October.
Yeah. And then hopefully we'll be shipping in November. So that is a great system that we're working on.
Yeah. And it's pretty awesome. We've actually been working with it, haven't we? And it has a lot of the same features that Pro Stitcher is known for. It's just a light version of it that works great with the Moxie.
Yeah. And do you know off the top of your head about how many designs come with it in that Pro Stitcher library?
Yeah, it's going to have all the PS designs, the Pro Stitcher designs. I think it's 400 and something designs.
Okay.
Which is a good amount.
Yeah. And so if you were to pay for all of those between, let's just say $10 each, you're usually more, but we'll say $10 because that's easier to do that.
It is.
So that's like over $4,000 just in design.
In designs. Yep.
So it's probably closer to $5,000 or $6,000.
Yeah.
If
in reality.
I know.
So it's going to be like the ultimate accessory to add to your Moxie.
Let's bring this
So this is a good question. What is the weight of the machine head? Ooh, that is a really good question. I don't know. You know what? We might have to look that one up and let you know tomorrow. I know that all the other machines, when we move them around, it's always a two-woman move, like we do it. But this one,
because we like the baby our backs.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
We're trying to take care of ourselves.
This one, we can just pick it up and move it. I would say it probably doesn't weigh much more than my domestic machine does. So it is a lighter weight machine, which makes it a little easier to move for quilting on the frame.
Oh, they love your quilt, Kim.
Oh, this is my quilt. Thank you. For Academy this year, it's a big conference that we put on here in Utah. We challenge ourselves as educators to make double wedding ring quilts. And this was one of the double wedding ring quilts that I made. I got a little ambitious, but thank you. Okay, so how large of a room do you need for this machine? Ooh, that's a really good question. So we take the footprint of the machine and we add, I've actually got a sheet here that's got the dimensions on it. Where's my?
So with this being an 8-foot frame.
So on the back of the cell sheet here, it actually tells us that for an 8-foot frame, we want about 10 feet of width and then about 7 feet of depth. So 7 feet from here to the back. That gives you plenty of room to be in the front of it or even quilt from the back.
And that's including all of the walking space around the machine, not just where the machine will have to be.
Exactly. And if you want to get it on the little foot frame, it's actually like 6 by 8. You can definitely squeeze that in a smaller space. That's the best part about the little foot frame. So
6 feet wide, 8 feet deep.
Yep, exactly. Is there a basting stitch? Well,
so there's not a stitch that's called the basting stitch, but it does go down to 4 stitches per inch, which is a basting stitch.
Yeah.
So you just take the number down. You can just use your little handlebar here, push the number down until you get to 4. and then you're basting.
Yeah. And I'd say even a 5 would work well as a basting stitch.
And when I say a 4, that's a 1/4 inch stitch.
Yeah, 4 stitches per inch. Those are really easy to rip out. So yeah.
Yep.
See if there's any other. Are those handles adjustable? No, actually they're not. But you can actually grip them in a lot of different ways to make them more comfortable depending on what you're using. Christina is demonstrating for us. Also, another thing that you can try, people often think of quilting at the frame like this, that it's stand-up quilting. It doesn't have to be. Christina and I both have in our quilting studios, we have stools or chairs that we sit on often, especially when we're doing more intricate work. So you can actually kind of adjust your grip on it depending on how you're standing or if you're sitting.
So you don't have to hold up here. You can hold down here. You can hold back here. Just finding what's comfortable for you.
Yep. Can it be used from both the front and back? Yes, but if you want to quilt from the back, you need to add the quilt from the back kit, which is an extra set of handlebars that you put on the back of the machine. And we'll actually be showing you that later this week.
Yep.
We'll show you how to do a pantograph quilt from the back.
Yeah, and with the loft frame, it doesn't come with the tabletop on the back. So that's another thing that you can add on to if you're wanting to do pantographs or groovy boards. If you're doing groovy boards, you'll need to get the groovy board stylus as well.
Yep.
Okay, bobbin winder.
Ooh,
yes.
Yes.
We forgot to talk about the bobbin
winder.
winder.
It does come with a bobbin winder, and I was just looking to see if my bobbin winder is over there. We'll have the bobbin winder in here tomorrow. It does come with a separate bobbin winder that you can leave over on your sewing desk, plugged in, use it independently of the machine. So yes.
Good questions.
Yeah, lots of good questions.
What else can you come up with?
I know.
See if they can stump us.
I don't know. They haven't stumped us yet.
Close.
Well, hey, Kim, Christina.
Hey, Blaine.
Great presentation. And again, that Moxie, y'all make everybody want that Moxie so bad. Let me remind everybody how they can get this. Now, the regular price is $49.99, but we are throwing in a $250 thread bundle for the show and a great thread bundle. And people are probably going to be wondering, what thread is it? Well, there's actually quite a bit of different thread that's coming with it. You're going to get the King Tut. You're getting the Masterpiece. You're getting the Fantastico, the Magnifico, the Omni V. You're getting the Bottom Line, So Fine, and Superior Metallic threads. So you're getting a ton of different thread with it, a $250 value of thread that's coming with the every Moxie that's sewed, and it's $49.99, free shipping right to your door. We also have some special financing available. You can go right to the website right now and type in Moxie in the search bar, and it'll take you right to the Moxie page, and you can order it right there. If you're needing some help or have some questions, give us a call at 800-401-8151, and we have our sales team standing by that can answer all your questions, and they are very knowledgeable about the Moxie and the frames and all the combinations and all the kits that you can buy separately to put on there. So a great show special for that today. And we want to thank Handi Quilter and thank Kim and Christina for coming on. And they're going to be back, I think, this afternoon. I know they're coming back tomorrow for sure, but you'll see them off and on all week this week. And but I think they're going to come back this afternoon with another machine. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
Ladies?
Yeah. Yes, we'll be back with the Amara this afternoon, right? I think that's what we have planned. So
all right,
we'll
see y'all this afternoon. Thank y'all so much. All right, so guys, we're going to move right on along. Let's bring Angela Wolf back in with me. And so Angela, great demonstration there and some great knowledge about that Moxie from Handi Quilter. But you've got a very special guest coming up next, going to show us a great product. So tell us who it is. I think you're muted again, Angela.
I do that so you can't hear me while in the breaks. Sorry about that. I do actually, Blaine, I have a good friend coming up here, another Brother Brand ambassador. We work a lot together, and she is going to be showing the Brother Scan and Cut. You all know Cindy Hogan. We call her the software guru, but she's way more than that. So my good friend Cindy, join us. This is going to be very exciting. Hi, Cindy.
Hi. How are you doing, Angela?
I'm doing great. And you know, some people might not realize you've been a teacher way longer than people might know. How long, when you first started teaching, how many years ago was that?
Well, you want teaching or teaching with brother?
Teaching.
Teaching. Oh, Lord have mercy. I mean, I started when I was 21. I'm not giving my age away.
So just a little while, but she has been teaching for a long time, and you've been with brother for many years. Everyone knows your fabulous show on Tuesdays where you have your software shut in, and they've seen you on the brother show so many times, and I'm really excited. So you are not showing the scan and cut. Are you showing the PR?
I'm showing the persona today. Scan and cut is Thursdays.
I knew it was one day. I'll see you Thursday too. So, all right, the persona.
Yes. So what is special about a persona is that it is a single needle machine, but it's a single needle machine with a free arm. So it has this tubular opening, which allows you to hoop difficult to hoop items. So you don't have to take apart your stuff in order to embroider. It's got a really nice 8x8 inch embroidery field. It comes with, I'm trying to pull these up here for you guys. It comes, well, there went the inside of my 8x8 hoop. So this is the 8x8 inch frame. It also comes with a 4x4, and it comes with some smaller frames as well. And these little guys, there's 4 of these, are great to get in on things like socks and cuffs and collars, little baby things, and inside of bags. So you can see here, I've got one hooped. When you're using these frames, it also comes with the frame holder that you insert instead of this frame holder. And these just kind of slide into place and click in. And they're super simple to use. It is just an amazing little machine. It also has a bobbin winder. So if you want to match your bobbin color to your upper thread, you can certainly wind your own bobbins to do that. Or if you don't want to buy pre-wound bobbins, you can wind your own. So let's go in here and look a little bit closer at the machine. This is its home screen. If you're not familiar with a brother machine, if you have questions, you can always click the question mark here. Once you do that, let's say I want to see how to wind a bobbin. I can come in and touch basic operation. This right here would be my bobbin winding mechanism, and I can just kind of page through. I love the way it walks me through, especially when my dealer is closed on Sunday night at 2 a.m. So, you know, it really is kind of one of those fun things. There are multiple pages of settings. So anytime you want to change a setting on your machine, you can come in here. You can customize what your thread charts are going to, which thread chart you want to have. You can turn your lights on and off, and you can turn your LED pointer on and off. And I'm going to show you that LED pointer here in a minute. It is amazing. There are 405 built-in embroidery designs. We have the general category. I call these more utility patterns, but as I say that, if I go all the way to the end, there are some really cool designs in here that are, so they're not all utility patterns, but there are quite a few utility patterns in here. The next category are your frames. So these are decorations that you can put around monograms, below them, around them, or just decorative elements that you can add to anything that you embroider. The next category are quilting patterns. So if you want to quilt with your embroidery machine, these are great to do so with. You've got tons of these, 6 pages of them. And you'll notice that I've got large thumbnails. You could have changed your thumbnails to small thumbnails to where you can see more patterns. I just like seeing them bigger. There are 6 decorative alphabets in here. These are large alphabet letters. Some of them also have decorations to go with them. So let me go ahead and set this one. It has embroidery editing on it. So if I want to add to this, I simply touch the add key. Once I do that, I can come in and grab one of my 20 fonts. These are our font menus. Let's come in and grab one of these and go to our lowercase letters and type in my lower. Once you've got the rest of your letters typed, go ahead and touch set, and then you can simply move things around. It's a touch screen. You can use your finger if you don't want to use your stylus. I tend to use the stylus because I've got fat fingers. So we'll show you that. When you're done with it, you go ahead and touch embroidery and you're ready to go. If you want to add a decorative element, let's go ahead and return. We can go back and touch add, and let's go back into our decorative element menu for that particular font. Those will be at the very end. So let's say we want to touch and put that one on, touch set, and then you can drag it down, or you can touch it to the center and take the arrow key that always makes sure that it's centered on your area. One of the things that we love about this machine is you can also do hats with it. It is basically super simple to do. You simply change out your holder for the cap driver and embroider that. But what's nice about it is when you do that, instead of having to manually rotate your pattern, the machine automatically does that. Now, I don't have my cap driver on, so it's not going to show you that today, but it will automatically do that so that you don't make a mistake. Now, let me show you another little activity that we can do with this. Oh, let's go ahead and touch the USB stick so we can bring in patterns from multiple categories. I'm going to go ahead and choose this one right here. There's an optional frame that you can purchase that I'm about to show you that allows you to do very large embroidery designs. So I can do basically an 8 by 14 inch design here. I'm going to take that design and move it all the way to the top. And I'm going to show you what I've got in my hands here. So this is the frame. It basically doubles your embroidery space. You embroider the first half. When you're done with that half, it stitches a basting stitch across it. And then you rotate the hoop and put it back in and align your basting stitch. So I've got the first half stitched, but I want to show you how that actual basting stitch works and how the process goes. I'm going to slide this guy right in. He stitches up to 1,000 stitches per minute, just so you know. Now, before I forget, there is an optional frame support, and I highly suggest it when you're using one of these large frames. And it just simply clicks on and you slide it into place. And I noticed that my hoop was dragging a little bit there, so that will keep it centered and in place and give it all the support that it needs. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how to fast forward an embroidery design. I've already taken it all the way to the top. Let's move up here and go to embroidery. I've stitched all of the first half of this. I'm going to go ahead and touch my plus minus sign here. So we're going to act like we haven't stitched this, but I'm going to go to the last color. That is my basting stitch. So you can see this little line going right here. That's the basting stitch that it's going to stitch. We're going to go ahead and touch lock and press the start key. And it will stitch that basting stitch across. Now I've already done that, so I'm not going to actually have it stitch it. I'm going to take it to the last stitch so that we don't have two rows of stitching here. So let me take it to the very last stitch here, which would be 06. So let's go ahead and plus up to that last stitch. And I'll let it take the last stitch. So now it's done its thing, and it's going to come up and it's going to say, all right, you've embroidered that first half. Would you like to embroider the second half? I'm going to say yes. Say okay. And you bring up the second half of the embroidery design. So let's try it again. There we go. It didn't like, I must have touched my USB stick. So there we go. We're going to touch set. And now we're going to take our hoop out of the machine and rotate it. And we've got some magic about to happen because there is a little tool on this guy. You remember that pointer that the LED pointer I was talking to you about? It's going to come in very handy here. All right, so here's our second half of our design. For this one, we want to go ahead and touch embroidery, even though it's turned the wrong direction. Then we're going to rotate it 90 degrees twice, because otherwise it would be facing the wrong direction on us. Once you've done that, touch OK. Don't you like the fact that rotate is right here on your screen? You can play with this machine all you want. we want to touch the needle down position and change that to the upper left-hand corner because that's where the basting stitch started. So let me see if I can remember which camera it is that has my needle. Aha, there you go. So see that little dot right there? That's that LED drop light. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm going to go ahead and touch OK here. And I'm going to use my arrow keys to move my pattern until it's basically that LED drop light is over the top of that stitching. So let's look at it again here. So you can see my LED drop light is right there. It's ready to go. You can fast forward through this, but I'm going to go ahead and stitch this for you. So I'll go ahead and touch the lock key and touch start. And it's going to stitch my basting stitch right across there. So I'm going to let you see that stitch as it goes. And it's right smack dab where it needs to go. I couldn't have gotten it any better there. And then it's ready to embroider the rest of it. So let's talk about a few other things before I start the embroidery process. How do you have to change your thread? This has an automatic needle threader on it, which is amazing. If you want to change thread colors, you simply take it. I put it across there. And one of the things that I love about this machine is it has a thread cutter right on the machine. Then you take the color you want to replace it with, tie it off, just like you would when if you were threading a serger. Just tie a little knot in it. And then let me bring you here a little closer. And we're going to pull this out until that you see that color come through. So I've got the second color here. I'm going to press my needle threader key, which is this key right here. And it spits out a little guy, the needle threader. And you simply take it, go underneath it. Hopefully my hand's not too far in the way. Come around, cut the thread, and then press that needle threader key again. And your needle's all threaded and ready to go. So Angela, do I have any questions over there? I'm going to do that one more time for you guys, just so you can see one more time. Let's go back to the color we want to use. I'm going to cut my thread off. I'm going to pick up the color that I want to use, because there's space for 4 thread spools, but it is a single needle machine. So you do tie off each time it's time to change the color. Here we go. We're going to tie it off. And I'm going to pull this down through. Once again, I'm going to bring you up close so you can see this is my needle threader key. I'm going to touch that key. And this time I'm going to get down in a different position so maybe my hand's not in the way for you. You're going to take it, put it up underneath that little guy, pull it up and around, pull down, and then press your needle threader key again, and it's threaded. So it's super simple to do there. All right, so now that we've got it threaded back the way we want it to go, let's go ahead and let it stitch a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and press lock and go. Oops, evidently I didn't want it to stitch that one. When I got in the better position, I didn't do as well. There we go. One more time. Up and around. There we go. Lock and go. And it's going to begin stitching your second half. So let me take you over so you can see what it looks like completed. And I give you an idea of what we've got. So with that particular frame, this is the basting stitch that I was talking about. And you can see on this one, I skipped it the second time. But all you do is you simply take it, turn it upside down, cut your knot off, and then use your seam ripper. I couldn't think of the word there. To take out your basting stitch. You can do it from the front or the back, either one. Take your pick. I usually find it easier to do it from the front since it's a different color. And there you go. I've got a few here that I've done that are bigger sized items, so you can see how you can go for this. So here's one with my garden. I have not taken out the basting stitch on this one yet, but here it is completed. So this is an actual project that I've done. There's Think Spring. It's amazing how well this one does. Okay. So we're going to stop this from embroidering, and I'm going to answer some questions for you. Ooh, wait a minute. I guess I wanted to trip over something instead. Hold on just a second, guys. I tripped over my camera and made it get out of the right space. Okay, here's number 3. Camera number 3 is going so you can see it stitching. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop this stitching, and let's talk about what else is on this machine. Now, since I'm stopping it, I'm going to go ahead and press lock and trim it. And I'm going to write down what's actually, I'm going to try to remember what stitch number I'm on. Usually I'll write it down. So it's 858. That way I can come back to this with my embroidery design in the same position because I remember what my coordinates were. So I should be good. Let's talk about what else you can do with this guy. I'm going to go ahead and touch home, and we're going to get out of this pattern. And I'll show you how to get back to that spot here in a little bit, just when we're about done. Let's come in and grab a frame pattern. And we'll touch set. Now, if you want to add an embroidery design to that, just as I did earlier, you simply touch add. You grab a design. There are athletic alphabets in here. Athletic, what am I trying to say? Applique alphabets. That was not coming to me. So that design's too big for this. It's very visual. That frame would be better suited for one of these. There we go. So I can go ahead and touch set, and I can take this embroidery design and move it in. If you want to change the colors on your machine, you simply touch the color tile, and you can come in and change the color to whatever color you want it to be. If you are using this with a scan and cut machine, you can change the colors of your applique piece to applique material by simply touching these little scissors down here. I know it's very hard to see and I can't get closer on that, but these little scissors right here, change the color to applique material, and your scan and cut can read that directly if you have a scan and cut machine that's a dealer model. I'm going to go ahead and get out of that. We'll go ahead and touch OK. Some other things that we can do directly on the machine. We can come in and grab a design. Let's just pick one here. These are pretty alphabets. We can size the design. You can shrink it down and up, certain percentage, like 20%, I believe it is. Either way, it will tell you when it can't go any further. It will beep at you. You reset it, takes it back to its original position. You can add in a basting stitch to it when you touch embroidery. Here is your basting stitch key. If you want everything to sew in a single color, it has a single color key. This thread spool right here is your single color key. I'm going to go ahead and touch home again and do one other thing here. So let's come in and grab something that's a couple of colors. We'll set it. We could have mirrored the pattern right there if we wanted to. We can rotate. We can mirror the pattern. We can duplicate that pattern. So we call this our border feature. You can go left or right, and up and down. So right now it's going up and down. So if I want to add some to the top, I simply touch the add to the top. If I want to go to the right, I can add to the right. You can fill up an entire hoop with a single design. You can space them further apart, and you can get them closer together, depending on what you want to do. Once you touch OK, let's go ahead and touch embroidery. Now you'll notice it has leaf green, moss green, leaf green, moss green. I don't want it to do that. I want it to color sort. So if I touch that button right there, you'll notice all of my leaf green now, it's sewed together. So then I don't have to change my thread as frequently, which is absolutely amazing. If you want a basting stitch added around it, you simply touch your basting stitch and it puts a basting stitch on it and centers your design in the hoop at the same time. So those are some of the things that we can do on this machine. And as I said, if you want it all to sew in a single color without stopping, you have your single color key. So Angela, do I have any questions?
Like, yes, you do.
Okay.
Cindy, someone was asking about what size is that screen? They're trying to put it into context.
My screen is about 6 inches by about 4 inches.
Okay. That's what they guessed. Good guess. And someone said, okay, so they've been watching you do show this machine. Sewing Machines Plus also has the 10 needle, the 6 needle. They're wondering what would be the advantage of getting this one compared to the others, or is this an additional machine that maybe they should add?
Well, it really depends on what you want to do. This is a great business starter machine. Okay. And when I say that, it's a starter machine because when you get really into this, you're going to want to have the multiple needles so that you don't have to maintain, you don't have to watch the machine. The multi needles allow you to simply set the design up, walk away and let it go, and you continue on doing your business. Mm-hmm. When you're on a single needle machine, you do have to, you have to man it. You have to come back and change the thread. But the fact that it does, oh, hello. What did I just throw in the floor? The fact that it does hats, it's tubular. You can easily hoop your bags without taking them apart. You can do the larger designs. And it is really a nice machine for the price point. Price point is a huge deal on this one. Yeah. It's a great secondary machine. I know a lot of people buy this simply to do caps because they don't want to change the driver out on their bigger machines. And most logos are generally fewer colors. So, if you're doing a cap embroidery, it's not going to take as long to switch out the colors.
Exactly. Okay, so this is another question because we've been talking about, does it download digital designs or do you have to put the USB into it?
You do have to use the USB. It is not this is not wireless. If you had our Brother BES4 software, you can use the SD card that comes with that to send wirelessly from your BES4 software.
Which is perfect because somebody else was asking, what embroidery software should I use with this? There you go. BES4 works great. There are other options as well.
There are. RP Design is what I use to make my design for my big hoop. Okay, so that the alternative hoop here, you do have to have software in order to split a design to be able to make it as large as you can. So that that is one of the big things about that is you do need to have software, but software really expands your world. You've got 405 built-in patterns, but what else can you do? There's tons that software offers you.
It opens up a whole universe, and you can watch Cindy's show to learn how to use it. So, okay, so here's a good one. And Michelle, I don't know this exact, but Michelle wants to know how much does this machine weigh? And I can tell you right now, you won't be lifting it by yourself.
I can look that up.
Yeah, she's a little heavy.
Yeah, it's not a lift me yourself, but it's not like 100 pounds. So I'm trying to, let's see here. I have dimensions, but I don't see specs. So I truly don't know. Sewing Machines Plus can probably answer that question right off the bat for you.
It's a 2-person lifter. We'll leave it at that. Hey, yeah. What's the largest hoop that this has?
The largest hoop that it can use that is a standard hoop is an 8x8. Okay. So that is the other reason that people go multi-needle, because the bigger you go, the more sewing embroidery field that you get. So the Persona, you get an 8x8. If you have software and that optional Durkee frame that was showing, you can get up to 8x16 basically.
So something that they might not be considering though, that this machine does have, because I love this machine, what is the smallest hoop that comes with it that some people might not even think about, that you can embroider the tiniest little areas? You can get into little pockets. You look at that thing. It's like, oh, it looks like a
Let me
wedding.
take you up close to this. So this one's about a 1 by 2. I mean, the embroidery area is basically about a 1 by 1 1/4. It's so it's tight. So you can get in the tiniest little things with this. And I love the fact that it comes with it. So it does allow you for that customization. There's one that's oval. I showed the square one with my bag hooped in it. There's this one that's oval long ways. So this is great for your cuffs. You're basically the ends of your pants. If you just want to get a little decoration on the ends of your pants, you can do tongues of shoes. There's quite a bit that these expand your world to.
Which is fantastic. And I can see, Alan, thank you. He said it's around 70 pounds, and Eugenie says exactly 68.34 pounds. So like I said,
good.
Person lifter. That might be a 3-person in my room.
Well, I actually tend to roll mine. I'm about to get carpet in my room tomorrow, so or Wednesday. So this is rolling to another room.
Absolutely. Can you do embroidery on Cuddle Minky? Have you ever tried that?
Yes, you certainly can.
Yes.
You want to put a topper on it. If you have the capability, you want to put a nap control down just underneath your embroidery design so that the cuddle doesn't come through.
All right, I'm seeing everyone saying, I love this machine. It's a digitizing software. Oh, they're talking about software. I think that's about, oh, wait, here we go. Does it come with, does it come with its own cart, or do you have to purchase one? What do you use for yours?
I use the cart that Brother has. I use the Brother cart because I can take it up or down to meet my needs. You'll notice mine is a little bit lower. Some of it, if I have it at its highest position, it's right here, but this is perfect for me. I can reach it instead of standing on my tippy toes.
Perfect. And you know, that cart is very nice, and you can also store things in it as well.
Yeah, it has tons of storage compartments. I hang my hoops on the side when I don't throw them around.
Mm-hmm. Another idea.
A stylus and a tool kit. It comes with some bobbins. It comes with needles. It comes with an oiler and a needle threader tool.
Perfect. Another idea, if you're looking for someplace to put this machine or a multi-needle, I have a sturdy cutting board, or not cutting board for the kitchen, but cutting table for sewing. And it's really sturdy and has cabinets underneath. I put it right on top of that. It worked great. So
it does. With the free arm, it works better with a stand that is made for it. And if I can, let me see if I can show you what I mean. So you can see that down here, all of my stuff can drop. So anything that needs to stay down below it doesn't accidentally get caught up in it. And that really is a huge benefit.
Absolutely. So Debbie wanted if you could just run down real quick one more time, the frames, the hoops that are included with the machine.
Okay. You have an 8x8.
1.
A 4x4.
2.
Then you have the 4 small frames. So 3, 4, 5, and the one in the floor. So that just came out of my bag. Number 4, with the driver that runs those. There is an optional cap frame that can be purchased. The Durkee frame that I was showing is optional. The tubular frame table here is also optional. I highly suggest either this or the table, just simply because you are going to get some items that are heavier that you're going to want to have some extra support. This is great for you when you're doing sleeves of jackets. It's great for when you're doing jeans. Because it's so slender, you can basically just slide anything over the top of it. So let's say I wanted to do my bag right here. I can simply slide it over the top of it, and it allows me to get right down in there.
Very nice. Very nice. Everyone says lots of hoops. Yeah, that's 6 hoops. So a quick question, because anybody who's been watching us on the Brother Sews page recently with shows, they know about the new magnetic hoops that are available for the 10 needle. Will any of those work on this machine?
I knew you were going to ask that, and I knew I should have looked at that before we came on. I think some of those will work. I think the 4x4 and the 5x7, I think. I can look at that. I can look at my sheet to see for sure, and come and get you that answer.
Perfect. Thank you. I always have to double check. You never know. Everyone's saying,
I think with an machine update, I think they will, but I forgot to look at that before I came on.
Well, that's all right. Just everybody loves all the new products that came out, and everybody's like, what should I add it to? What's on the list? So I know that Blaine is in the background, and he has a fabulous deal for this machine. Cindy, it has been awesome to see you. I love your tutorials. I can hardly wait to see you back on the show anyways when we do our sewing together. But in the meantime, Blaine, what kind of deal do you have on this machine? My little alarm went off. Blaine, what kind of deal? So, Cindy, this has been fantastic. It's great to see you. If you have missed her, you can catch her show every Tuesday. So I'm going to bring Blaine up because he's going to tell you the fabulous deal on this machine, because I'm sure you have to call in. I am positive. Well, 99% positive. Everyone's saying, thank you, thank you. And Blaine is coming back. Yes, I'm ready to hear the deal on this machine, Blaine.
Hey, Angela, it's always a deal to get a Persona, I'm telling you, because these things have been high demand all year long. And anytime we get them in, they go flying off the shelf. And I know Brother has been very limited at how many they get. And usually we get probably more than anybody in the country. And we've got some in stock right now. We have a few more coming in, but the quantities are limited. And it is a call-in special today. The normal price on this is $49.99. But we have a call-in special on it today, so give us a call at 800-401-8151, and Nick's team is standing by on the phones over there, and they will take your call. If you are interested in this machine, I'm telling you right now, if you want to get one of these, you need to order it right now, because I think right now they have, it probably says pre-order on the website, but give us a call at 800-401-8151 if you want to get one. Because I know that we do have them. They're coming in this week. Quantities are extremely limited. So if you want to get one, you've got to jump on it today, because I tell you, they'll be sold out. And then from what I understand from Brother, once we get this little second wave of them coming in, Angela, like at the end of this month, we're going to be without any in the country for probably until close to November before they come back in. So the Personas have been really a high demand item this year, and the quantities of just, when they come in, they sell out immediately. So again, if y'all want one of these machines, make sure you get on an order today. So next up, guys, before Angela, you're going to take a little break. You're going to come back right after this next presentation and help me give some stuff away. Is that correct?
We're going to do some awesome giveaways. And I just want to say one more thing about that Persona. For somebody who's looking at starting a business, it's a great way. If they're afraid of the multi-needles, like the other ones are a little too intimidating, the Persona is such an easy way to get started. I've even tried it and I love it. But I love the multi-needle as well. But anyways, you might like that. It's a great way to start a business. You can do it quickly, a little bit different than just your regular sewing machine. And as you saw, those itsy bitsy frames are fantastic for getting into small spots. So yes, we do have our education, another half an hour of education, Blaine. Who do we have? I believe we're talking tips for sergers. If I'm up for it.
You're exactly right. And you're going to know that you've got to get out of here this afternoon because you've got a lot of things going on, but you're going to come back after this next educational presentation and you're going to help me give some stuff away. And then you're out for the rest of the day. Is that correct?
Well, it's my husband's birthday, so I have to, I got a surprise for him. So, yes.
Well, Wynn's a good guy, and I know that he has shared you with us many times when it's been anniversaries and all kinds of different things. So we're happy to let you have the rest of the afternoon off and go and give his big surprise for his birthday today. And you have to tell him I said happy birthday for me. But we'll see you again in about 30 minutes. We'll give some stuff away and then let you get on and do your birthday celebration.
Sounds fantastic, Blaine. I'm looking forward to watching the education.
All right, sounds great. Well, next up, guys, we have Deb Canham. She's a baby lock educator, and she's going to come in next, and we're going to talk all about the Celebrate serger. So, hey, Deb, are you there?
I am.
Hey, everybody's talking about how colorful your sewing room is and how colorful your outfit is. So it's really bright and colorful. And I know a lot of those things that you were showing you made on that serger. So we're excited to see what you can show us all about that Celebrate serger.
Okay, and I look forward to showing you. So first of all, let me say that everything behind me that you can see is made on the serger. So serger and cover stitch machines. So really some great decorative stuff. But what I'm going to do, first of all, I'm going to thread up my Celebrate machine for you and show you how easy it is. So I'm going to turn you around to the other camera and we will get started on that. I have a big thunderstorm going on, so if you can hear it, that's what it is. Right, so here is my machine and it's got no thread in it at the moment. And what I'm just going to do is show you how easy it is to thread. Okay, so I'm going to open it up. And the first thing I'm going to do is I am going to close my tubes because this machine has air threading. So what I'm going to do is just press this button and my tubes are shut. Sometimes you have to turn the hand wheel too. I was just lucky then. It must have been in the right slot. So the first thing I'm going to do is thread my lower looper because the lower looper is my very favorite looper. And you might ask why, but it's because it always threads the same way. And as a teacher, I like that. So let me just lift it up a bit. First thing I'm going to do is make sure that my foot is up so that all my tension discs are open. And then I'm going to take my thread as if I'm going to floss it. And I'm going to do just that into the lower looper slot, which is the last one on the right. And did you hear that click? I'm just going to do it again. Listen for the click. There you go. It's in the tension slot. Right. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to automatically thread it. So I'm going to move my lever here. There's a lever. It says U and L. This is the lower looper. So I'm going to move it to the right. I'm going to put my thread down into the lower looper hole and just pump this lever. And look at that. It comes flying through. Love it. I'm just going to leave that dangling 4 inches for this stitch. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to thread my upper looper. So I have my cone on the upper looper stand. It goes up through the aerial arm. I know you can't see that. I'm going to floss my thread through that tension disc. Did you hear the click? And then I'm going to move my lever over to U for upper looper. Then I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to pop it down the hole, press the thing, and did you see it come flying through there? It's kind of magic. Comes through really fast too. Right, so that is my lower looper and upper looper threaded. I'm threading up for 3 thread overlock wide, and the next stitch the next thing I'm going to do is thread the O1 needle. Now this machine has 2 needles, the O1 and the O2. The O1 is the wide needle, the O2 is the narrow. So I have it on the spool pin. I'll just lift you up a bit so you can see. It's just at the back here, the far left, and it goes up through the aerial arm. And I'm going to do just the same thing. I'm going to floss it through the tension disc. It's then going to go under the bar, up and over the arm, and down into the needle. Now, so far it's all been automatic, and this machine has a threader too. So how does the threader work? Well, I'm going to unlock my tubes by sliding the silver lever over, and that's all unlocked. And then on the right of the machine at the hand wheel, you can't actually see it, but where my hand is, there is a green mark on the hand wheel and a green mark on the machine. And I have to line those two up. And then what I have to do is I have to say to myself, am I going to thread the right needle or the left needle? And there's an L and an R on this little thing here. And I'm going to do the left needle. So I need to move it over to the left side so that when I bring the needle down, needle arm down, it's going to go into my eye of my needle. And there it is. And all you have to do is just put the thread underneath the needle threader and it pulls it through. And it's as simple as that. And I am ready to go with the serger. I am threaded. I just need to put my foot on, which I am going to do. And I'm going to put my regular foot on. And with the serger, we have such a big foot. We have to do it slightly differently to the sewing machine. And what I'm going to do is just move it in from the left, move it over, put the foot down on the, I've just got my thread caught there. Let me just move that because it may bother me. Put the foot down, and at the back of the foot, there's a button. And if I press that, it will go clonk and it will be in. So that is my machine threaded, and there was no stress. It's automatic threading, super fast, super simple. Okay. So do I have any questions, I wonder? I'm just going to have a quick look. Right. Okay, I just have a welcome message. So that's nice. Right, so this is the machine. And I am going to put my foot down, and I am just going to create a thread chain, and that is 3-thread overlock. It's a stitch that you use. You use 3-thread overlock for a lot of things. It's basically a straight stitch with a finish. So let me see. Let me just do a piece, and then I can show you. So this is going to be a stitch you're going to use a lot of the time for sewing fabrics and fabric seams. And I'm going to show you something I've made with it that I made yesterday that used it. So I'm just going to stitch it, and then I'm going to explain about the settings of it. This is a 3-thread overlock, so you can see that it has a straight stitch down here, and then the threads, upper and lower looper threads, finish the edge of the fabric. And that would be a stitch that I'm going to bring you around to me for a minute so I can show you a few things. That would be a stitch I would use for a lot of things when I'm working on the serger. It is a straight stitch. So, you know, if you're doing a straight stitch seam on your sewing machine, a 3-thread overlock equates well to it. When would I use a 4-thread overlock? I would use a 4-thread overlock where I'm using both my needles and the upper and lower looper when I'm doing something like knits, because it's a stitch that stretches and retracts. So a super useful stitch. And it's also a very secure stitch, okay? Because it has 2 loads of straight stitch in it. So if I'm going to do something like sewing piecing together for quilts, then I'm just going to use a 3-thread overlock. And I do, you know, I have a great time sewing quilts together on the serger because I can go super fast, I can go super straight. It finishes the edge, and it just seems a great way to piece together. So let me just show you a couple of things that I have made. Yesterday we made this on with the Celebrate, and you will see that we actually put cording in and we put a zipper in. And that takes me on to my next discussion, but I'll just show you a couple of other things. This is a little bag we made, and we again have cording and a zipper. Much easier to use a serger to put in a zipper. And I actually covered that this morning in my event this morning, so you may want to go back and look at it. And this is actually a purse. And I just want you, can you see the stitching on that? Because it takes me to something else about the serger, and that is, we can use super thick thread on the serger that we can't use on a sewing machine. Okay, if we were to use this very heavy thread on a sewing machine, it would have to be in the bobbin. But because we can use it in the serger, in the upper and lower looper, we can do all sorts of decorative stitches. So here is just a 3-thread overlock using 8-weight thread in the upper looper and lower looper. And do you see how pretty that is? And, you know, you can get a variegated thread that will give you that kind of finish, which is a super finish on the edge of a napkin, or in this case, it's placemat. And actually, this was all made on the serger, again, using decorative threads. The only thing that wasn't was the stitching on the back here, which I did on a sewing machine. And I appliqued the fish on with the serger, but otherwise it was made on the Celebrate. So yes, lots of things you can do with this machine, and that's the fun of it. Let's just go back and look at it again, just so I can show you a couple of things about it that also make it special. Now remember, it does lots of different stitches, and this machine does all the stitches that any other serger does. And it the different stitches do different things. But one of the things that is really, really popular with the serger is doing things like napkins, where you have a rolled edge. And actually I have, let me just find it. I have this that I did. This is cathedral windows, and all they were was circles. They're just circles. And we sewed the fabrics wrong side together, just sewed round, and then we folded and sewed them. So super quick and super easy, but we used a rolled hem with a decorative thread. Can you see that lilac thread? So on some sergers, let me go back to the machine and I'll show you the advantage. Another advantage of this machine is on some sergers, you actually have to physically remove the stitch finger to do a really narrow stitch or to do a narrow hem. But the advantage of this machine is that it has a retractable stitch finger. That means you don't have to remove it. All you have to do is, if you look at the bottom here, at the gray dial here, well, it's not gray, it's white, but you will see as I turn it round, it has gray numbers and white numbers. Now, what the gray numbers do, or the outline numbers we tend to call them, is as soon as you touch the machine to those numbers, it takes out the stitch finger, it withdraws it. So you don't have to physically remove it yourself. You just go to the R numbers. So that is a big advantage. Right, the next thing I want to tell you about is don't ever buy a serger. Okay, don't ever buy a serger if you don't plan to buy the feet, because the feet are what make it so great. So every serger has feet, and it's always wise to check what feet it has. You know, does the serger have good feet? This one has a great set of feet. I think there are 6 in there, and you would never, if you buy a serger without buying the feet, then it's a bit like buying a car and then not having any wheels on it, because this is what the serger does so well. Let me explain the feet a bit. You have in the foot kit a number of different feet. You have the ruffler foot. What the ruffler foot does is it attaches a ruffle to your fabric. And of course, I've lost a piece of fabric that shows you that. Ah, here we go. So here you are. This was done in one move on the machine. So it ruffled and sewed it to a flat piece of fabric all in one go. And you could do that on the serger. And the types of times when you would use it would be for bed linen. If you were doing a ruffle on a bed linen or a skirt, bed skirt, or anything like that, this is the attachment you want. It's going to ruffle it and sew it together all in one go. Another foot you're going to get in there. Actually, I'll leave my favorite foot to last. I'm going to tell you about the blind hem foot. Now, the blind hem foot comes with a guide, okay? So don't just think about that doing blind hem. Once it has a guide on it, it's immeasurably useful to you because it will help you to work on folds. People think always that sergers are only good for working on the edge, but in actual fact, that you can work on folds. And I have loads of things. Actually, my jacket's halfway across the room. Let me find something else. Oh, the fish will do. So if you work on folds, you can do all sorts of decorative stitches. Do you see this stitch here? It was all done on the fold using the 8-weight thread. The 8-weight thread was in the upper looper, and the lower looper also had 8-weight thread, but it was on a fold. And to work successfully on a fold, it's good to have a guide, and that's what you're going to get from the blind hem foot. Now, the actual function of the blind hem foot is that you can make hems with it. Okay, it's going to stitch into the hem and then into the garment, and you're going to end up with a blind hem. And where I particularly find this particular stitch useful, you're going to use flat lock stitch to do it, is if I'm working on a textured knit. Okay, that would be my number one choice. But it will do any hem for you, any hem. Right, you have 2 cording feet in this set. And one is for very narrow cording, for doing heirloom type stuff. But actually, I more often than not use the slightly larger one, although I'm not saying I haven't used the smaller one. If you have small cording, you will need to use the smaller one. But I use the cording foot for a number of different things. Okay, it's easy to think it says cording foot, it just does cording. It's not the case. It does more than that. Okay, the cording foot does make cording. Okay, it makes the cording. You then put the foot on, make the cording, then you sew the cording in with the foot still connected, because it is going to drive over that cording again and stitch in exactly the same place, so that when you open up your cording, you're not going to see any of the stitches that were in there initially, because it's going to stitch in exactly the same spot. So terribly useful foot. But it does more than that. It sews zippers in. So this zipper, in fact, all my zippers are sewn in using the cording foot. And what makes it so great, and let me just say that when I first started working with the serger, I couldn't imagine why anybody would want to use the serger to put in a zipper. But if you are putting in a straight zipper in a bag or something like that, not a dress zipper in a shift dress or anything like that, but any sort of zip, all my zippers, and even if it's going around a curve, it's generally straight to begin with. Okay, you sew it in and then you sew the curve in. This is your foot, because you're going to feed the teeth. You're going to feed the teeth along the groove in the foot. And what that means is you're going to get the absolute perfect seam. It's going to be exactly the same distance from the teeth at the beginning as it is from the end. And the only way you can mess it up is if you pull the teeth out. It's kind of a standard thing. And actually, let me just say that it's also good. Cording, you know, you talk about cording. I mean, cording just makes things look more expensive. It makes them look more finished. It just adds something extra. And when it's so easy, it's very easy to add it in. But let me just say, another time when I've used cording is making a t-shirt where I have a diagonal seam in it and it's color blocked. And I always think when you do that, it's nice to highlight it, to make more of it. And if you want to sew a little thin strip of fabric into a knit, it's quite difficult to get it straight. But if you make a piece of cording, it doesn't actually have to be a knit. You can use a knit, but you can use a woven. And then you can sew it into that gap using the cording foot. It will be immaculately straight the whole way down and the same width. And that's pretty hard to achieve. So don't overlook the value of the cording foot. And then I actually left, I say my favorite foot. It is a bit of my favorite foot, and it's actually called the elastic foot. And it's really good for putting lots of elastic into something like a bed sheet or, you know, something like that. And yes, you can use it to put the elastic in, but that's not what I use this foot for. Okay, what I use this foot for is, if you look very closely, I know you probably can't see, but there's a little tiny hole at the beginning and at the back here, and underneath there's a groove. And I guess it's there for cord elastic, but actually you can use wire in it. So I use 28 gauge, is it 28 gauge? Never remember. 28 gauge beading wire. And I use that because it's a little bit soft. If I want it a bit stiffer, I just double it. But the advantage of this wire is that you can feed it into the holes on the foot and out the back, and then you have wire. So why do you need wire? Well, wire does a lot of things. Sorry, I'm coughing. It does a lot of different things. You can make wired edge fabric like wire edge ribbon. Sorry, like wire edge ribbon. And that's really useful because you cannot always find a wired ribbon that will match your project, but you can make your own. All you have to do is put the wire in that foot and then do a decorative stitch or any stitch, and it will stitch over that wire and give you a bendy wire. Now, I have it in several places. Let me just get something else down. I know I have it. But I use it for a lot of things, like on this flower that's on this wall hanging. But also, I actually have some necklaces that I made with it because it makes great beads. And this is ideal because you can see I call them twiddly whirs. Do you see that, the wire in the center of that flower? And that is just that wire with decorative thread sewn over it. It's just a rolled hem. But see how it covers the wire, and it means I can bend it and make fun things with it. So that is the wire foot. Sorry, I'm trying to get them to change it to the wire foot. It's actually the elastic foot, but I use it more for wire. So what I'm saying to you is that serger does so much more than people actually realize. And this machine, the Celebrate, does all of it. So it's a great machine. It will work with your heavier threads. It has good feet. It's easy to thread. I know the one thing I haven't mentioned is the tensions, because the tensions, if you buy this machine, it has what we call manual tensions. That means it has little dials on each of the tension slots. So that would be upper looper, lower looper on the two needles. So how do you know what tension to put them on? Well, you have in the manual that comes with it, you will go to it and you will say, okay, I'm going to thread up for 4-thread overlock. And if you look in there, it will tell you what your tension should be. And I find it incredibly accurate, even when I'm using heavier thread. When I'm using heavier thread, the only thing I tend to change is the stitch length, because the thread stitches on top of itself sometimes. So, you know, I tend to use much the same as these charts. And really, I haven't had cause to change it. But every thread will be a different tension, and every stitch will be a different tension. And this chart will tell you which they are and what to put them at. So what is not to love about it? So do I have any questions? I don't know. I don't think I do. So yes, I don't know, Blaine, whether you want to ask me anything or add anything. Just double checking.
Well, hey, great job, Deb. And, you know, I know that has to make everybody want to celebrate. So I'm going to, you know, show them how they can get to Celebrate. And again, guys, you look right there. The price on this is $11.99, and you're getting a $324.92 bundle that comes with it. But guys, one of the things that we're doing, we actually have a show special price on this. The only way you can get the special price is you have to call in 800-401-8151. We have sales agents standing by to take your call. Now, I just got informed that our call center is extremely busy today. So if you can't get through, Kyle is going to be putting up in the chat. If you look over in the chat, you're going to see a Google Sheets link. He's going to put that link in there. And all you have to do, if you can't get through on the phones, is click that link. It's going to take you to some Google Sheets. Just put your name, your phone number, and put the item that you're interested in. And what that's going to do, for one, it's going to lock you in that you're make sure you can get that show special this week. And it's also going to give them a call sheet that it updates live in our call center, and they're going to give you a call. As soon as they get off the phone, they're going to give you a call back. So if you see an 800 number calling, make sure you answer it. It's not some spammer. But we're going to call you back so you can place your order. The call center is extremely busy, I was just told, and so not everybody's getting through. But we have the price on this Celebrate serger. This is an air threader serger. It's one of Baby Lock's great introductory air threaders. And this thing, you know, is $11.99. But we actually have a show special price on this. That the only way you can get that this show special price is to give us a call to get that price. And you're also going to get that bundle that's thrown in. And in that bundle, you can see it in the picture there. You're getting that You're going to get that gold Sewing Machines Plus sewing mat. You set that on. You're also going to get the pack of organ needles. You're getting that tote, a rolling tote to store it in, and you're getting that serger thread bundle. And it's a $324.92 bundle that's coming absolutely free. We're going to ship it free right to your door. Plus, we have that special pricing on it. So if you've been wanting one of these Celebrate sergers, now's the time to get it. We had started out this morning with 30 in stock. We're already down under 20 of them left. So they will sell out. So if you're wanting one of these, make sure you jump on this and get it now. Kyle will actually get me an update on the inventory we have left on these, but we will be getting short on these. And I know that we're going to be highlighting that Celebrate, a couple different times throughout the week. So if you're wanting to get one of those this week, now's the time to get it. I want to give a big shout out to Deb and thank you for coming on and doing those demos for us and the education this morning. And that was great. And I know everybody loved your serger tips and loved you showing those feet. And we actually have those feet available too as an accessory. And they can find that right on that serger page. They can look like related items down under it and find those feet that you were showing as well. So thank you, Deb, for coming on.
Thank you for having me, Blaine.
It was awesome. So, all right, guys. So, hey, let's bring Angela Wolf back up. And so, Angela, I think it's time we need to start giving some stuff away, don't you? You're on mute again.
Sorry.
I gotta tell you, Angela, you don't have to turn yourself on mute. Kyle's putting you on mute. So just don't even do it anymore. We got you covered.
I would hate for you to hear my music jamming as I'm sewing, and that's what I'd love to know. Everybody that's watching this, what are they doing while they're watching? Are they sewing a project? I've been making shirts behind me, watching, try not to sew my fingers because I'm watching what's going on. I would love to know who else is sewing while they're watching this or embroidering.
You remember one of our events, somebody came on and says, I'm watching y'all while I'm driving to something. And we said something like, we hope you're riding. They went, no, I'm driving.
Got it on the speakerphone.
And watching it. So we don't want y'all driving your car and trying to watch it all at the same time, okay?
All right, hey, giveaways. Yeah, I love giveaways.
I got to remind everybody how you can win. So what we're doing, we're giving away things every single day. Throughout the day, we're going to give prizes away. And then we also, we're going to give away a Dream Studio to one lucky viewer on Saturday. We're going to give somebody that away. And then we're going to also award our prizes to the people who got the most votes on the contest, the sewing contest we had. We had one. There was two different categories. You could do the home, your home decor, and you could also do garment. And so we have the pictures everybody uploaded that you could go vote on, and the people who have the most votes win. So we're going to award those people on Saturday as well. But if you want to get in this and have a chance to win something throughout the day and also get a chance to win that Dream Studio that we're going to give away on Saturday, all they have to do, Angela, is participate. So they need to go and ask questions, make comments. They can actually share the video if you're on Facebook. If you're watching on YouTube, hey, go hit that bell notification, give us that thumbs up, and subscribe to our channel. All those different things will help them. And then if you're watching this if it's after the fact, it's not live, and you're watching the tape delayed, you had to work today, you can still go on, and after the videos are posted, you can go make comments and ask questions, and it'll still actually enter them to win. So a lot of different ways to win.
A lot of different ways. I have a question though. Aren't you giving it away on Friday, not Saturday this year?
Oh my gosh, you're right. Yes, we did. We did cut the show down to 5 days, so it is Friday. So I'm sorry, everybody. It's going to be Friday. We're giving all the goodies away.
So don't delay. Now, by the way, can people still vote on those outfits, or no? Is that closed?
No, we actually closed the voting off. It closed on this past Sunday. The voting was closed. So now it's all closed. We're going to be tabulating those vote getters, and whoever got the most votes for the People's Choice basically wins both categories.
Wow, awesome. Oh, I can't wait. And I'll be here on Friday to see all of that. Fabulous.
Yes, you sure will. So it will. So, all right. So we're going to go ahead and give some stuff away, and we're going to give a few things away, and then we're going to take a little quick, probably a 10-minute break for everybody so people can get up and stretch their legs, go use the restroom, grab a bite to eat. So if you're here, you know, this whole marathon with me and Angela all day, you'll have a chance to kind of stretch your legs. But Angela, what we'll do is I'm going to actually tell you what we're giving away, and then I'll let you announce our winner when it comes up on the screen. So the first thing that we're giving away is from Sew Steady, and it's one of those Wish to Quilt packages with the travel bag, and you also get some free classes that come with it as well.
Ooh.
So I think Kyle's going to put our lucky winner up. There it is.
Leslie Owen. Congratulations, Leslie. Oh,
And,
what a very exciting.
Actually, Leslie is coming to us. She's watching on YouTube today. So congratulations, Leslie. All right, Kyle, we ready? So our next item we're giving away is from Daylight, and it's one of those Lumi task lamps. And our winner's coming to us from Facebook. And so who is the winner?
I actually have one of those lights. They're going to love this. Janice Hegelin. Congratulations, Janice.
Yes, congratulations, Janice, on that. And then our third prize of the day and our final one for this session is a Burnett B38 sewing machine. So look at that, guys. A great sewing machine. This is made by Bernita. And we have another winner. It's actually from YouTube. So who's our winner?
Watching on YouTube, Cynthia Johnson. Congratulations, Cynthia.
So 3 fantastic items that are, you know, provided by our sponsors that we gave away today. And we'll have some more at the end of the day today that we're going to give away. But we're going to be doing this all week, Angela, just giving all kinds of really great prizes away. And I mean, anytime you can go watch a show, get all this great education, get great products that you can buy, and then also have the chance to win some great prizes, you can't beat that.
This is excellent. Everybody's very excited. I love watching this. I love the education part. I can't win a giveaway, but it's sure fun giving it away.
Well, you know, me neither. It's so funny, you know, my mom is watching, and I hope she's watching today, you know, Marietta Austin out there in Arkansas. Don't know if she's watching, but she watches our regular Thursday show, and she always says, well, you know, I make comments and ask questions. I said, well, Mom, you can't win. I said, but if you want something, just let me know and I'll get you something and send it. But you can't win any prizes. And but anyway, we hope everybody's having a good time today and enjoying watching the show, and hope you're learning something. And but again, you know, Angela, what we're going to do, I know that you've got to go the rest of the day. You're going to be out here and you know, tell Win happy birthday. I know you're doing that big celebration with him, and we sure do appreciate you coming on and spending your morning with us. And I know you're going to be here again Wednesday and Friday to help us, and we sure do appreciate it. But everybody say goodbye to Angela. She's got to go out here and go celebrate birthday. And
great to see you all.
Come back. And what's that, Angela?
Great to see you all. And tell Ron, if he decides to start carrying fishing equipment, we'll have a whole nother show.
Fishing with Angela. I can already see it now. All right. So, hey, guys, we're going to say goodbye to Angela, and we'll see her again on Wednesday. We got Jane coming up on Thursday going to help us out. We got Candace Trevino. Everybody knows Candace, Tea Time with Candace. Candace is going to be doing some classes and things throughout the week. But she's also going to help me. She's going to give me a break, I think, this afternoon, going to do a few sessions for me. And as y'all know, I'm kind of struggling. I still recovering from a car wreck and had surgery on my neck. So I'm still struggling a little bit trying to get through this, but Candace is going to help me out, and I sure do appreciate Angela and Jane coming on and helping me out as well. But we're going to take a quick little break, and then we're going to be right back at 1:15. Guys, we're going to be back. We'll have Alba Fedeke from Janome going to come back, and she's going to be talking all about the MC 8200. And but we'll see y'all back here at 1:15 Pacific time. So just a few more minutes, okay? Hey everybody, we're back. It's Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to Sew Fest. Hey, we're in the middle of the day. We've had a great morning so far, and if you know, we're out here in California, so we're Pacific time. I know that many of y'all are on the East Coast and Central time zones. It's already mid-afternoon for y'all, but hey, we're right in the heart of it. We got a lot left for you. We've got a bunch of more demonstrations, and we want to show you and some great show specials. And coming up right now, we have Alba Fedeke from Janome, and she's going to talk all about that MC 8200. And so Alba, I want to know all about that 8200. I know that's another great machine that Janome has. And then we've got a great show special we're going to talk about when you get finished. But if you could, give them all a really good demonstration of that and all the fabulous features it has.
I would love to. I'm so glad to be here. And the 8200 is just such a great machine, especially if you're a person that's maybe never had a full-size machine and you're wanting to upgrade and you're wanting to do it at a certain price point. This one is really for you. I love, again, the package that Janome puts together with the machines is what makes them such an incredible value. So I'm going to start by showing you the front of the machine. And this, as I said, is a full-size machine. So 11 inches from the needle to the side of the machine. So an 11-inch throat space, that 5-inch height. You have beautiful LED lighting right on the inside of the bed so that you could really see your fabrics beautifully. But you also have that lighting right at the needle where it's really important to be able to see. I wanted to show you on the table the 14 accessories that you're getting with the machine. So this one in particular, I like to go over. This is the convertible free motion foot with the 2 adapter bottoms. And what I like about this particular foot is that this is an $89 value on its own, and it's being thrown in with the machine. So I love that value that you get. But this particular free motion foot, I'm able to change out my bottoms from a closed toe to an open toe to an echo foot. And this one is height adjustable. So I am able to adjust with this screw how high or how low that foot rests on my quilt, as well as whether it hops or not. So I really like this foot. And you're getting your other feet along with that one that'll get you started for quilting, for sewing, for crafting, for home deck sewing. So you have a really nice variety of feet. You may have noticed that there is also a plate on the table. You are getting 2 plates with this machine. And the one that I am holding up, and I'm going to put some fabric behind it to make it easier to see, is the straight stitch plate. If you've purchased plates, you know this is another pricey item that Janome is including. But I want to show you something very special about the Janome straight stitch plate. It not only has that center hole for a center needle position, but it also has the right and left needle position for this. And you're going to notice that that right and left are ovals and not a circle. So this is going to allow you not only to get your accurate 1/4 inch, but to be able to do a scant 1/4 inch with that straight stitch plate. Now, you'll notice that the plate, I'm going to bring that back, has no screw holes in it. So this is not screwed on and off. So you're going to ask Alba, how am I getting this plate on and off of the machine? This has what is known as an easy off plate system. So right at the bottom over here where I'm tapping my fingers is a release for the plate. And look at how easily one comes off and one goes on. So just with a press of a finger, look at how easy that is to change out those plates. So you're getting both that straight stitch plate and that zigzag plate. I love the way these pop on and off. And it's the little details that Janome really pays attention to that I love. They not only gave me 2 plates, but they gave me 2 covers with that too. So I'm not having to search for my plate covers when I switch those on and off. I really like that little detail to just little attention to little details like that. On this particular model, the 8200, there are 170 built-in stitches, and there are 3 alphabets as well. So I could do lettering with this really nicely. Now I'm going to show you just how easy it is to maneuver and navigate in the machine. You're going to notice that everything is printed on my lid to my machine. So I always have my reference guides to my stitches. And over here in the red, these are the stitches that are appropriate for that straight stitch plate that you're getting. And I have modes, mode 1, mode 2, all the way going to mode 6. And I have a mode button on the front of my machine. So when I press that and go into mode 2, all I have to do is type in that number stitch that I want, and I get a preview of that. And you're going to notice 9mm wide stitches. So let me show you how beautiful those stitch out. This is one that I like to do on my bindings for my quilts. And I'm going to end that pattern. I touch that locking stitch, and I have that scissor button that cuts that needle and bobbin thread. Look at how beautiful and how wide. Just what a difference that 9mm stitching makes. Just brings the detail to those decorative stitches right up to that fabric, just giving you incredible detail. Now, because I have that 9mm stitching, I have 91 needle positions, and I am going to show that to you. So when I am pressing that, you're going to notice my needle is moving now all the way to the right. I'm going to have it go all the way to the left. And I have 91 positions. So that little beeping that you're hearing is one position that that needle is moving. And you barely see it moving. That's why I press and hold and move it all the way over so that you could see that. And why is that important to me? Well, if I want to top stitch and I want to do my stitching, I may not want to move my fabric into the middle of the foot. It may be much easier for me to move my needle and get that stitching all the way at the edge and give me a nice, accurate result than moving my fabric. So I love the fact that I have that 91 needle positions to move that around. And Janome is known for just how beautifully the machine feeds. It has what's called a superior feed system. And I'm going to show you what that really means when you're sewing. I am going to come forward, I'm going to go in reverse and come forward again. And I'm at full speed of 800 stitches a minute. And look at how accurately that fed that fabric. I wasn't even holding on to that. So it's just going to make you a better sewist. Your projects are going to be completed more professionally, and you're going to get that more accurate result. Now I have a nice variety of applique stitches, and I'm going to go to one of them. So I am in mode 1 and I am typing number 37, and it's going to bring me to those stitches. Now with applique, a lot of people think that it's very fussy because they have to stop and pivot and move their fabric. But look at that, with that superior feed system, how effortlessly I am able to move my fabric. I did that beautiful curve. Look at that. So without having to stop and start and all of that fussy type of sewing, I am able to do that. And you'll notice that I'm working with a stop start button. I love to sew with the stop start button. And let me show you one of the tips and tricks with that button to give you the accuracy that you would like. So you've seen me start with that. But when I press and hold, look at how slowly I'm able to see each needle penetration to allow me to stop very precisely. Notice when I let go, that needle just dropped to the down position and it stopped immediately. And that will allow me to turn my fabric and do my perfect corners. And look at that beautiful corner I'm able to achieve. Now, for a lot of people, when they start applique, you want to make sure that your needle is going to drop right in the correct spot. So I can also press and hold and really be careful and really move my fabric so that I'm in the correct position. So it will allow me to do that not only at the beginning, but also at the ending of my stitch. Now the machine is really smart. It knows I'm at the ending point, and when I press that the second time, it stopped for me so that I am able to do that beautiful stitching. I'm going to go to a different stitch, and let me come over here to number 64 in mode 2. So you'll see how easily I'm able to navigate and maneuver through those stitches. And I'm actually going to go to 65. Now, one of the feet that come with the machine is that beautiful open toe foot, which is really nice to use with decorative stitching. It really allows you to see what you're doing. And you'll notice that the feet are snap on, snap off. So I was able to switch from one to another effortlessly. And I am going to show you with those 9mm stitches, one of the things that I really like to do is something called stitch stacking. And I'm going to create the look of lace with my decorative stitches. So here is the center of my lace, and now I'm going to go back to that number 64. And what I'm going to do is I am going to line up my previously sewn stitch right on the inside of my foot so I barely see it. And what's going to happen is when I stitch this next stitch, it's going to kiss and touch, and it's going to make it look even wider than that 9mm is capable of going. So you see how I have a lacy effect, and now I'm going to do that on the opposite side as well. And wouldn't that be beautiful on a hem, on a neckline, along the front lapel of the jacket. And I just love the sound, the quietness of that Janome. And look at how beautiful that is. Doesn't that just look like a piece of lace that was laid down on the fabric? All with my Memory Craft 8200. You're going to find that the results of whatever it is that you're sewing are just going to be improved and be just so beautiful because you have that professional result and that capability that the machine is giving you. One of the features that I like is my tension. This machine does have auto tension, so I can go from thick to thin and everything in between, and it adjusts for me. But I'm also able to adjust that to be exactly what I want. Now, to go from thick to thin, I'm going back to my A foot, my standard foot. And I normally go from thick on to thin fabric, but today I'm going to show you just the opposite. To go from 2 layers of fabric up to 8 layers of fabric. And I'm just going to slow my machine down so you could see what I'm doing. As I am sewing, and I'm going to go to a straight stitch to make this a little bit easier. As I'm approaching that hump, I am going to press and hold that leveling button, and it is just going to just go right over that mass. And it did that without skipping a stitch, without any fuss. And I could do that in the opposite direction as well. Just handles all of that effortlessly. Now on this particular side, that was 8 layers. And I'm going to bring that to 10 layers of fabric. I have to go to that extra high lift in order to get that underneath the foot. But watch how easily it is going to go through all of those layers without problem. So I'm able to sew through something that heavy and go back to something thin without even thinking about that. Effortlessly. And I am able to just maneuver and that feeding capability, and even going off the fabric, my machine could handle that without a problem. So you know this is a machine that is going to be a workhorse in your sewing room. It is going to give you the ability to do thick, thin, and just do what you need to do, and it's going to absolutely work for you. Now, I had shown that extra high lift, and I want to show that to you again. So when I lift once, here's my lift. My fingers are barely getting underneath there, but I have that extra high, and now my fingers fit all the way underneath that, which makes it really nice when you are working with really thick fabrics. Look at that. That's about 1/4 of an inch of fabric that is under there. And that just allows you to work with those thicker items, those home deck items. And that beautiful 800 stitches a minute that allow you to get through everything that you need to get. So this is one machine that, like I said, if you're looking to upgrade and go to that full size, you're wanting to do your home deck projects, you're wanting to do your quilting projects, this is a machine that I think you're really going to love. And I know it's going to be that workhorse machine that will get you through all of those projects effortlessly. Blaine, do we have any questions that have come up? Probably not. So I just wanted to again show you on the front of the machine, you have your quick selections for your most commonly used stitches. So my straight stitch, I have it right available there. My straight stitch with my needle all the way to the left position, my zigzag, and my 1/4 inch piecing stitch. Because this machine has a 9mm stitch width, you do not want to do your 1/4 inch piecing with the needle at that center position. So it needs to be moved to that 8.3 in order to get that accurate 1/4 inch piecing. And the button and the tab for that is right in the front. So it allows you to quickly go to the stitches that you're using the most right on the front of the machine. I really like that. A lot of thought went into that, and a lot of safety features are also built into the machine. You're seeing how quickly and easily I am able to snap on and snap off the feet. I love those snap-on feet. And again, you're getting 14 accessories with the machine. So let me go through some of the feet that you are getting. So the one that I have on the machine is my F foot. And this is an all-purpose crafting foot. I showed you the A foot with that leveler button, and that allows you to go over a hump or just a thickness in fabric because it stiffens the foot, allowing it to go over that. The open toe foot for doing decorative stitches. My 1/4 inch foot. My overcasting foot. A blind hem foot. A rolled hem foot. The foot to sew on buttons, a zipper foot, and 2 different free motion feet. So that free motion foot, the first one that you're going to get is a regular darning foot that you might be familiar with. And then we give you a little bit more of an advanced or an upgrade to that. And this is the convertible free motion foot. So this one is height adjustable, and the bottoms screw on and screw off so that you're able to get a closed toe option, a open toe option, as well as one for doing echo stitching. So I love that you're getting all of these feet. You're really going to open up this box and be able to start with all of your sewing projects, all of your quilting projects, and everything in between those as well. I love the fact that Janome gives you such a great package with the machine. And one thing I wanted to show you, and I'm going to try and do this without getting clumsy, is the top of the machine. To show you those molded compartments to hold all of those feet. I love the way that is in there. So I am not struggling looking for feet. Everything has a home. Everything has a place. I just wanted to show you that because that is one of the things that I really loved about the 8200 is that I have a place for everything and everything has a home so that I am not struggling when I need to find one of my feet that come with the machine. And Blaine, I'm going to check back with you to see how we're doing. If there's any questions from the customers out there.
Hey, Alba, there sure is. Somebody wanted to know a little bit about the AccuFeed. If you could explain that a little bit and you know how that works.
Sure. On how the AccuFeed works is the foot has an upper feed dog system and a lower feed dog system. And I'm going to get that foot to show it. Just bear with me 1 second. I don't know why I didn't have that handy. And the bottoms are interchangeable with that AccuFeed system. It seems to have run away from me. Here it is. So that AccuFeed system has that upper feed dog, and it walks along that fabric and controls both the layers of fabric as you are sewing. And I'm going to try and remove the foot I have on here and put that on so that you can see that. And just bear with me. I'm working backwards from behind the machine so that you could actually see what I'm doing and you don't have my hands right in front of you. Which is sometimes easier said than done. So as that foot goes onto the machine, it has a hook in the back that connects into the machine and snaps into the machine. And I need to come around to the other side, I think. There. And when I snap that hook in, it's connecting, and that's what makes it built in. So when I talk about that upper feed dog system, I am going to go to a straight stitch just so it moves slowly. You'll notice those feed dogs up top are coming and just walking and moving that fabric around, controlling that fabric. And I'm still able to utilize and get full control of the machine. And that system is really a great system to use, especially if you are putting on binding on a quilt. So that is my go-to foot for doing binding. And I am going to show some binding that I did with that AccuFeed right here. So when I do binding, I do that completely by machine, and that AccuFeed system helps control all of those layers of fabric, and I get a beautiful result on the front and on the back. So hopefully that answers your question about the AccuFeed system.
That was a great explanation, Alba, and I think that was it. And so we sure do appreciate you coming on. And I want to remind everybody how they can get this 8200. And again, guys, we have a call-in special on this Janome. You have to call in to get the special price today. And so give us a call at 800-401-8151 and speak to one of our sales agents. If you can't get through on the phones, I know the phones have been kind of tied up. If you can't get through, Kyle has been putting in that Google Sheets link out in the chat on Facebook and YouTube. And all you have to do is hit that link if you can't get through on the phones, and put your name, your phone number, how they can call you, and then put the product that you're interested in. And as soon as the phone rep gets off that phone, they're going to give you a call. It updates it real time in the call center. They can all see it, and that way they can give you a call. and get you that machine that you're looking for. But this Janome 8200, y'all can see the regular price there. This is a great machine, but the regular price is $2,099. We have financing available, and you're also going to be able to get that machine with a show special, but you have to call to get that show special, okay? So this is the MemoryCraft 8200 Special Edition. Great machine, and Alba did a fantastic job. We want to appreciate or say thanks to Janome, and we really appreciate Alba and her demonstration. And guys, coming up next, I'm going to introduce Candace Trevino, and Candace is going to come up and actually kind of take our next guest, and she's got some people she's going to introduce as well.
All right. Hey, everybody. So glad that you guys are all staying with us today, and hopefully you've had a great time and learned something new. So coming up next, we have Handi Quilter. They were on this morning, and they are back. We have Kim Sandberg and Christina Whitney. Hi, ladies. Are you back?
We're back.
So glad to have you guys here. You're going to talk all about this amazing machine, the Amara, and we can't wait to hear all about it.
Well, thanks. So right here we have the Amara. The Amara is one of our top selling machines. We love the Amara, don't we, Christina?
We do. It's fantastic. It's got a 20-inch throat space, so it's not the biggest machine, but it's not the smaller. It's kind of there in the middle.
Yep.
So it's got a great amount of space to work with. And the motor speeds, the stitches per inch.
The features.
The features. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I upgraded from my Avante up to another machine with all of these same features, and game changer.
Yeah, seriously a game changer. So let's talk about some of the awesome features of the Amara. The number one is that it has a 20-inch throat space, which that is so much space to quilt in, isn't it, Christina?
I think about my domestic machine and how much space I had when I was quilting on the domestic machine and trying to shove that quilt through and getting a workout, just trying to stitch. Yeah. So yes, this 20-inch throat space is amazing. It gives you so much room to work with.
It really does, even if you're really a super long arm quilter. It's great.
Reach all the way. So we talked about the stitches per inch just briefly. It can go from 4 stitches per inch all the way up to 18.
Actually can go higher than that.
No, this one goes to
22, doesn't it?
Okay, let's grab the cheat sheet.
This is what happens when we do 2 machines in one day. It's 24. 24 stitches per inch.
I never stitched that high, so
me either. Me either. But that's like micro stitching at another level.
Yes. You don't want to have to ever unpick that, ever. But in addition to those, the 4 to 25,
4 to 24,
24. Oh boy. We also have a basting stitch.
Yes.
So the basting stitch can go down. We just change this down. We've got a 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, 1 inch, 2 inches, and all the way down to a 4-inch basting stitch.
So that's one stitch every 4 inches, which I know sounds crazy, but there are people out there who like to hand quilt, and actually basting a quilt at that 4 inches can be just perfect. You baste it and then you can take it off and hand stitch. Although I don't know, I don't really do any hand stitching. Do you? I use my machine.
No, but I do use that feature if I'm doing a quilt and there's a section that I don't want to change my thread color, for instance, but I need to get that basted down. I can use these basting features, get it basted, work in the other areas, and then I can come back to it.
Exactly, so, which is nice to do because I don't want to change my thread either. Not every throat space.
Okay, so that's the stitches per inch. We have 3 different stitch regulation. Well, sorry, 2 stitch regulation and a manual.
3
so
stitch modes,
3 modes.
Yeah.
So the manual mode, you're the one controlling the length of the stitch by how fast you're moving the machine.
Although you can change your motor speed there, so it can be faster or slower.
Yes. Yep. So, and it's also got some presets.
Yep.
So if there's certain speeds that you find that you like, you can just program those in there, and they're just your kind of go-tos when you go back. You can just push the button and it will go to that speed. So stitch regulation.
Yeah.
We've got 2 options there. We've got the precision and we have the cruise.
Right.
So with precision, it's keeping the length of the stitch to whatever you set that stitch to. The machine is only, or the needle's only going to cycle and go up and down while the machine is moving to keep that consistent length. Our other option is cruise.
Right.
And that needle will continue to cycle depending on how fast you have the machine set at. So if you pause, you can get that machine still cycling and you'll get those stitches right at that point where you want that point to be at. And it's a little bit smoother kind of transitioning in and out because it's continually moving.
Exactly.
So great options. They all have different purposes.
Yep.
And so
depending on the type of quilting you're doing, depends on which mode you might use.
Yep.
Exactly.
Okay. And another amazing feature is our hand wheel.
Yes.
So I don't know about you guys, but for me to reach all the way to the back to the hand wheel, it's a little bit tricky. So on the Amara, we have a hand wheel here that you can just slide that and that will lower and raise the needle.
Which is really nice. Sometimes you just need to raise that needle a little bit to change your foot, thread a little easier, maybe when you're doing couching, things like that. Which brings us to another thing. You can use all of the different handy feet on the Amara.
Right now we've got our glide foot on this machine. Yep. But probably can't see that, but yeah, you can interchange all of the feet.
The different handy feet, yeah. Easy to change. The Amara also has, which I absolutely love, adjustable handlebars, which is so awesome. Depending on the type of quilting you're doing, you can adjust those handles and they adjust independently. It's also really great. Ooh, I don't know. Oh, shoot. Christina's totally beating me today.
I'm sticking my tongue out.
Not fair.
Okay.
You were prepared. I wasn't.
That was spur of the moment.
But you can adjust your handlebars even just that little bit throughout the day if you're quilting all day long so that you don't have sore shoulders or a sore back at the end of the day. I know that Christina loves to quilt with rulers. She does a lot of quilting with rulers. And you'll adjust your handlebars a little different when you're quilting with rulers versus free motion versus like micro quilting. There's different ways you'll adjust them.
Yeah, on some of the other machines, like the older machines, you had to purchase micro handles separately and you'd mount them onto the front. So you'd have two sets of handlebars. With these adjustable handlebars, it's just integrated.
Yeah.
So to do micro quilting, you just adjust the handlebars down and in, and you've got that control down really close to where you're stitching. So that way you don't have to deal with that extra set of handlebars, and
exactly,
they're fabulous.
Exactly.
Another thing with these handlebars, or were you going to say something else?
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
We've got these special buttons that are really exciting.
They are really fun.
So each handlebar has a needle down, needle up. This one has our start and stop. Plus and minus changes our stitch length. But we have these extra buttons.
Yes.
So on this one, we have a star. And on this one, we have a diamond. And these are programmable handlebars.
They are.
So I'm going to go into this screen here. And right now I've got it here so that the star is set for a tie off. So I can hit that button and just wiggle the machine a little bit and it's going to do a tie off for me. Whereas on this other side, the diamond, I have it programmed to do a needle up or down.
Right.
So I have a needle up and down on this side and on this side with the way it's programmed. And I can change those to do different features.
Exactly.
So it's fabulous for people that don't want the needle up and down over there, or they want it over
have
here.
To be reaching across.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the tie-off feature.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Love the tie-off.
Yep.
So let's talk about the tie-off feature a little bit.
Okay.
So this is so nice to just be able to lock those stitches right when you start. You just have to touch the button.
I'm going to bring up my bobbin thread.
And then, let's see, I'll scooch out of the way for you, Kayla.
Okay, so once I have my bobbin thread up, I'm going to have my arm in the way. Nope, we're good. I'm going to touch the little star button, and I'm going to get a little warning saying gently move the machine. And as I move the machine, it takes those little micro stitches.
It's just that little snap.
Yep. And I had it set at 4 stitches, and you can change the number of stitches depending on how many you want it to do. And I think we said we could go between 2 and 10.
10, I think so. Yeah, we were playing around with a little bit earlier. It's really nice to be able to make that adjustment though, depending on the thread you're using. Sometimes when you're using a really fine kind of like a shiny thread is a little, just a little more slippery.
Yeah.
And so you can add a few extra stitches in there, the tie-off stitches, and it just locks those threads in place because I don't know about you, I want to spend my time actually quilting and not burying threads. That way you can just clip it right next to your right next to the fabric, and you don't have to worry about the stitches coming undone, which is really great.
Quick time-saving feature.
Yeah, it is.
Also, I don't know if anybody noticed, but when I finished those tie-offs, my machine stopped with the needle in the down position.
Right.
So that's another feature that is on the Amara, is that you can choose if you want the needle to stop in the down position or in the up position. And it's just on our home screen, just one click of the button, and that determines how the needle stops.
Exactly.
So fun features.
Yeah, the Amara really has, I feel like the engineers really went to quilters and said, okay, give us your wish list. What are all the things that you want on this machine? And they put them on here. They really did. One of the really cool thing we've got is actually right here. You'll see I've got a pair of scissors stuck to the side of the machine here. There's a magnetic tool collar right here. So you can see my scissors, they just stick right on there. I know at home I have my my little Allen wrench that I use to change my feet, and I have my screwdriver that I use to change my bobbin tension. They all just live right there. That way I always know where they are, which is really great. So that little tool minder, the collar tool minder is really awesome feature.
And that comes standard. There's something else that I just noticed in that shot that does not come standard.
Right here.
But there's a little black box that we were seeing there.
This one right here.
Do you want to tell everybody what that is for?
So this is something you can actually add on to the Amara, actually any of our machines. They're called electromagnetic channel locks, and they let you just do perfectly straight horizontal or vertical stitching without having to pop the little channel lock on there. So this is a really great accessory that you can add to your machine. Normally you would use this. Right here's our little channel lock, and you just slip that over the wheel of either the carriage or the machine to hold it in place. But when you have this little magic black box, you don't have to. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So I'll hand that back to you, Christina. So that's a pretty fun one. I'm trying to think other features. We talked.
I have one.
Yeah, you're going to show them the lighting.
Yes.
So
right now all of our lights are turned off. So let me turn the lights on, and I apologize if the cameras go crazy.
Yeah. This is why we usually have them off. Look at that light. It's just, I mean, it's so bright. We actually usually even have that light turned down a little bit, but we turned it clear up so you guys can just really see how bright that light is. So there's light here, right here at the needle.
Here, let me turn one of them off. So there's the light that's at the needle.
Just at the needle.
And then I'll turn that one off and turn the other one back on.
So this is the one that's back here, all in this throat space, in the 20 inches of throat space. So there is an incredible amount of light with the Amara. I always think it's fun when we have retreats here and we have people who are coming in to learn how to quilt. It seems like quite often we have somebody say, how do I turn these lights down? They're too bright. And we're like, that's a good problem to have.
Yes, and you do have that option that you can adjust to how bright you want them to be.
Exactly.
So in addition to that lighting, we also have the lighting in the bobbin area.
Yes, which is awesome.
So you can see what you're doing down there.
Yeah. When you're changing that bobbin and you're cleaning out the bobbin area, you can really see to get that nice and clean down there because we've got the lighting, which is great. There's actually one other light on this machine that is a really fun feature. Yeah, you can turn it on and show them, although we'll have to move the needle up so we can do it. So we have what's called the laser to the pinpoint laser to the needle. And it actually shows right where that next stitch is going to be taken.
Okay, there we go.
So there we go. So we'll have to pop the needle up, and you can, I'm not sure if you guys can actually see that, but there's a little laser right there that shows where that next stitch is going to be taken. Yeah, which is really great for accuracy. That way you know exactly where that first stitch is going to be taken when you start stitching, which if you're doing really intricate work it's priceless.
Yeah.
It's super awesome.
It's great also like for stitch in the ditch and things like that, where you want to make sure you're right on to start out with.
Just that side of the seam, right? Just bury that thread.
Yep. And that light is only on when your machine is turned off. So it's getting that starting spot.
Exactly. Well, the Amara comes on a couple of different frames. It's available. It's available on the little foot frame, which has the smaller footprint, and you can quilt any size quilt on that. It's also available on the frame you see here. This is called the Studio 2 frame, and this comes in either a 10 or 12 foot length. We actually have this one here set up at 8 feet. for the filming studio. It just makes it easier for us to move everything around. And it looks like we've got a question. Is there a low bobbin alarm?
There
Yes.
is a low bobbin alarm.
There is.
So the process is you put a bobbin in and you start recording. And you record how long it takes you to run out of that bobbin. And then you keep that number programmed into your machine. And then the next time you use that same kind of thread, like that same weight of thread, you can start the recorder, start counting down when you put it in, and it will warn you when you get close to being at the bobbin, bottom of the bobbin.
Bottom of the bobbin. That's
Bottom
always
of the
hard to
bobbin.
say. And my guess is the next question, a question that goes along with that is, does this come with a bobbin winder? And the answer is yes, it does come with a bobbin winder.
It's a
separate
standalone
one. Okay, so does the machine take oil?
It does.
Yes.
It takes 1 drop of oil with each bobbin change in the hook or the bobbin hook area.
Yeah.
So that's all you have to do. All of the other oiling and maintenance is done during your maintenance every 2 years or
10 million stitches. Yeah.
So depending on how often you're using that machine. But on a daily basis or whenever you're using it, just 1 drop of oil per bobbin.
Yep.
So, okay.
So our next one, it says, would that throat space give me enough to do a king size quilt? Absolutely. You can absolutely do a king size quilt. Really, the king is going to be more dependent on how wide your frame is.
Correct.
So for example, we have this frame set up right now at 8 feet, which means we can only quilt about 7 feet. Yeah, 7 feet in it, because you lose, because of the width of the carriage, you lose about 6 inches off each side. So it's about an inch or a foot shorter.
Yep.
So on a 10-foot frame, you can quilt up to 108 inches wide, if I'm doing my math right.
I think you're right on that one.
Which that can be
like
scary.
9 feet.
So yeah. Okay,
Yes.
where's the hand wheel? The hand wheel's right here on the back.
Oh, I'm thinking the handle on the frame.
Okay, so this is, okay, actually there's 2 hand wheels. So let's talk about that. There's a hand wheel on the back of the machine right here. We have the one on the screen on the front, but there's also a hand wheel on the side of the frame over here.
Voila.
And actually, you'll notice that on our frame here, we have actually put a second hand wheel on the front pole, which makes it a little easier to advance your fabric, load everything. But that's an accessory that can be added. So
the original one on the take-up pole comes standard.
Yes.
The second one is an addition.
On the front.
Correct.
Exactly. Yep. So
Okay.
I was trying to think of the other things I wanted to mention. Oh, we're still getting more questions. What sort of maintenance is required?
So we kind of briefly just touched on that. Every 2 years or 10 million stitches, you'll want to take it into your local retailer and they'll do a full service on it, lube the inside and everything. And other than that, you just want to make sure you keep it clean and do that 1 drop of oil when you change your bobbin.
Yep.
It's pretty easy.
Pretty easy. As long as you're good at keeping the dust lint off of it, it's not too hard.
Yep.
So,
okay.
What are some of the other accessories we can add? And we actually have one set up here on the back that we wanted to show you guys. Unless if Christina wants to quilt that feather. I know that earlier
we've got
today.
plenty of time to do feathers.
So if we look here on the back, we actually have a pantograph set up here on the back of this table. So for those of you who haven't seen a pantograph before, it's when I take and I use, I'm not sure if you guys can see my little laser dot right here, but I use that laser to actually follow this design on this paper, and then I can stitch it out from the back. And in order to do that, here, I'll move this machine a little bit closer so you guys can see. There's a couple of things I need to add. So this is an added accessory right here. These are the back handlebars, and then there's also a screen that comes with it that is just the same as the screen on the front. And this is called the Quilt from the Back kit, and it includes this laser that you plug in here. And it allows you to quilt the pantographs from the back, which is a really popular way to quilt.
Yep.
People love to be able to just do a really nice all over edge to edge design. This is a fantastic way to do it. This Quilt from the Back kit, the handlebars and the screen is also what you need to use if you want to do groovy boards. Groovy boards are a lot of fun. We actually have a groovy board sitting right over there that, Christina, if you want to hand it to me.
I would love to
I can set it back here on the back. So this is a groovy board. You guys can see that there's actually grooves cut in the shape of the design. This is a classic Baptist man into this piece of,
It's just a piece of plastic, a sturdy piece of plastic. And if you want to do a groovy board, there's actually a little stylus that you mount on the machine right here that drops down. And then you just follow the shape to quilt with. So this is a fun accessory you can add to the Amara that just opens up a lot of options for quilting.
I think one of my favorite uses for the groovy board was one of our people that came in for training. She loves to use the groovy boards with her grandkids.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so she can set up that groovy board and the grandkids can go do the quilt from the back and just follow along that pattern. And they just that sense of accomplishment that they get. So it's a lot of fun.
It is. It's a lot of fun. And the pantographs are a great way to just learn the stitch path for basic patterns. I know a lot of people who, when they're first starting, they start out with the pantographs and they get to a point where they don't need the paper to follow anymore, and they'll transition to quilting from the front of the machine. But it's a fun way to do it. And there's a lot of cool pantograph patterns out there.
Oh, there's so many. And you can make up your own pantographs. I remember the first pantograph I did, I actually drew it by hand.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was ugly. I've come a long way since then, I like to think.
Yeah, like that you just own that. You're like, yeah, it was ugly. That's okay. It's always fun to go back and look at past quilting projects and see how you've grown and how you've changed. Yeah. Absolutely. So what other features?
Let's talk about the easy set tension.
Let's do.
Okay, so on the screen, we've got a number here. Mine's at 51. So this number is specific to this actual machine.
Right.
So every Amara has a different number. It's just whatever you've got it calibrated at. But that gives you a good starting point for adjusting your tension.
Right.
So you can adjust your tension on the knob on the side. And as I take it up higher, this number will go up, or vice versa. And so that helps you to kind of get an idea. This certain type of thread, I usually start at this certain tension.
Yeah.
And then you can adjust it just a little bit from there. So a lot of people struggle with tension when they first get started.
Right.
So having that number on their machine, and again, it's specific to that machine, but it gives them a place to start out.
Right. So. It's a good tip to keep track when you start of the number for that specific thread with the bobbin you're using. And then the next time you use that same combination, you at least know a ballpark to start in, right?
Correct.
Exactly. So that's it's the Amara just has so many great features. We love the Amara. So I think we need to show them some stitching though. What do you think?
Okay.
Are you ready?
Are you going to stitch out that pantograph back there?
I could stitch out the pantograph, and then I think maybe you could do a few little, I don't know, we'll see. Okay, I'm going to scoot this over. And we've got this set up. So you let me know, am I on the, okay, I'm just making sure.
You're good there.
So Christina, we're going to do a little bit of, we'd like to call it budding quilting.
Yes.
So I'm going to start right here, and I'm going to bring up my bobbin thread, and Christina will do that for me up at the front so I don't have to walk back around. Okay, awesome. And then I'm going to hit my tie off and do a little tie off there. And I'm going to make sure on the screen that my needle is going to be in the down position anytime I stop. And you guys will notice that I have the glide foot on, which is a really great choice for when you're quilting pantographs, because it's kind of hard for me to see what's going on up here. And that way, the foot just glides over the fabric. It's not going to get caught on any seams or anything like that. Okay.
Because generally with an all over edge to edge design, you want to go off the edges of the quilt.
Right.
And with that glide foot, it will come back onto the quilt without flipping the sides over generally.
Exactly.
If you've got them basted down.
So always baste your sides. That's our other,
always.
one of our other things that we talk about. All right. So I'm ready to start quilting. So I'm just going to turn on my machine. And I'm going to follow my pattern here. And I'm making a fun little flower. And Christina's going to have to watch from the front here and make sure.
Oh, we need to get this in the studio. Look, you can look at the monitor and see what you quilted.
Oh, look at that. Hey, we'll have to have Kayla come in and set up for us when we're doing retreats and we're teaching people how to quilt with pantographs. That's a great way to do it. So you guys can see I've just got this fun flower that I'm going through and quilting. I'm just repeating it all along here. Now, the really nice thing about pantographs, I think I'm going to do to about right there. That's probably good. We can actually see my flowers there, and they all look pretty consistent. I'm pretty happy with those. The really nice thing when you quilt with a pantograph is when you are finished with the quilt, you don't have the pantograph sitting next to your quilt, so nobody knows if it's not exactly 100% perfect. This is one of those I like to just think that good enough is good enough. Good enough is finished, right?
And generally, not always, but generally when you're doing a quilt, you're not going to use lime green thread on your black for all over edge to edge.
No.
So a lot of times the thread will blend with the fabric.
Right.
And so even if you do have a little wobble here and there, you're rarely going to see it.
Yeah, especially when you've got this over the whole quilt.
Yeah.
So this is a really fun pattern. I think this would actually be really cute for like a baby quilt or maybe a spring quilt, something with flowers in it.
Yep.
That's a fun
good one.
stitching. I know.
So again, to do the pantographs, you need to have the quilt from the back.
Quilt from the back.
Um,
and a pantograph.
Yeah.
That's all you need to add for this one. Add some thread and a pantograph with the quilt from the back kit, and you're ready to start stitching.
Maybe some tape or something to keep the pantograph on the table.
Absolutely.
And
I know that
extra tools.
We have a really great video that we did on the Handi Quilter YouTube channel that could help you get started with pantographs. So if you decide to add one of these to your Amara, we can help you out with getting started on that.
Yeah. So do we have any questions on the Amara?
We see that there's a lot of comments. We can't quite read all the comments from here. We keep joking that we are going to put on our big old magnifying glasses that we use when we're picking out stitches so we can read the comments.
Hey, ladies. So we do have a question.
Okay.
Can you explain a little bit more about the cruise mode and the precision mode? Like, when would you use those? And, what's the difference?
Great question. I'm going to show the jogging thing since you're back there. They can see me up here.
Do you want us to? We can do our demo that we do when we teach. Go ahead.
Okay, so precision mode is like a person that's jogging along the street and they come up to the stop sign and they got to wait for a car. And so they stop. And they're like frozen in spot. When the light changes or it's their turn to go, they kind of have to give it a little bit extra oomph to get going again. Okay, so that's like precision mode. The needle's going to keep going up and down, but when the machine stops, wherever that needle happens to be, it's going to stop right there.
In the cycle.
Yep. And so if you need a stitch there, it's not going to take a stitch. It will only take a stitch when it gets to that next cycle.
Yep.
So precision, I like to use it sometimes with ruler work, just because I can adjust the ruler a little bit without the needle going up and down constantly. Whereas cruise, I'm jogging up to the sign and I'm waiting. And I'm just going to keep jogging in place. Let's see how long I can keep jogging for.
Christina can do it.
We have too much fun together. Okay, so I'm jogging in place. My needle's still going up and down. And as soon as that light changes, I'm ready to go and I'm moving. Okay, so cruise is really good for anything that you want to have a good point. So if I'm coming up, like for instance, like here, if you pause at that point, that needle's going to keep going and you're going to get that stitch and it's going to look fabulous. It's also nice because it doesn't have that hesitation.
Right.
So a lot of free motion quilting, I like to use cruise because it's just going to keep on going and flowing.
Exactly.
So hopefully that helps answer that a little bit more.
If not, I'm sure they were at least entertained by your jogging demonstration. Cruise is really great for quilting with pantographs too, though.
Yeah.
So that's how I was able to get nice sharp points on these flowers. So.
And then manual mode, we didn't talk about that, but manual mode, I like to use manual mode when I'm doing micro quilting. And just really tiny stitches. I have a little bit more control and it moves smoothly.
Yep. So exactly. Any other questions that are popping out there?
I think that was it. That was just the best explanation ever. Everybody's going to have that view in mind of jogging in place.
You got to get the hands going, like jazz hands.
That's jazz hands. Okay, we love it. Well, ladies, thank you so much for joining us today. We love Handi Quilter here. We are Handi Quilter's #1 dealer in the world. And so you know how much that we love your products here.
We love them too, and we're glad that you guys are selling them.
Yep.
All right, ladies. Well, you have a good day. Let's talk a little bit about how you can get this machine and what comes with this bundle. So this is the 20-inch Amara long arm, and it comes with a little foot frame. Now, if you need a bigger frame, you can upgrade that to a 10-foot or a 12-foot frame. So you just can call in and ask us about that, and we can change that out. But this is an amazing price on here for $11,295. There we go. It's a little far away here for me. And it comes with this amazing $500 worth of thread bundle. I mean, that alone is an amazing deal you get. It comes with all different types of thread: King Tut, Masterpiece, Fantastico, Magnifico, Omni thread, bottom line thread, So Fine, and Superior metallic threads. So these are all included in this $500 thread bundle. So this is a really great special that we're offering during this festival. So all you need to do is call in and speak to one of our agents. Remember, if you can't get through, to definitely do the Google Sheet. I think we'll put one of those up again just in case our phone lines are still busy. And as soon as someone's available, they will chat with you and get you this amazing machine. So let's go ahead and we're going to move on. And I'm going to go ahead and introduce our very own Corey Sheehan. Now, Corey is one of our SMP employees, and we look to him as the master when it comes to long arm machines. He's San Diego resident, but he's been in the quilting industry for about 8 years. He had a couple jobs working with Tin Lizzie's, and now he works for us. He's our store manager here in San Marcos. So any of you guys that are local, remember, you can come into our retail store or call us and you can get all these amazing show specials. So Corey is going to be introducing and demonstrating our very own King Quilter 2 Elite machine. And this is our unique long arm machine made exclusively for us at Sewing Machines Plus. And we are so proud of this machine. It is a high quality, amazing machine that you will also fall in love with. So, hey, Corey, how's it going over there?
We will pause and he'll be on in about 5 minutes.
Okay, so you want me to talk for 5 minutes? Okay. Okay, so we're having a little technical difficulty here. We're in our studio, and you guys know how live TV works. Sometimes it doesn't. So we're going to take a really quick little short 5-minute break, and we'll be right back.
It's just hurts bad between my shoulder blades.
All right, guys. Hey, we're back. Like I said, we love live TV. You never know what's going to happen. So we just adapt and overcome. All right. So Corey, hey, are you ready over there?
I'm ready.
Okay, Corey, take it away. Show us this amazing long arm machine.
I will do that. Hi, everybody. My name's Corey. And like Candace said, I work for Sewing Machines Plus, and I manage the retail store here.
Testing. Testing. All right. We're getting this fixed, guys. Okay, apparently now everyone can hear me. So I would say that this is actually our flagship long arm quilting machine. We sell so many of these, and so many people have been so happy with it over the last, I think it's been 3 years now since it's been released. The reason is this machine pretty much comes with every single attachment, machine feature that you could ask for. When you buy the Elite model, you get everything. You don't really have to add anything except for some thread and your quilt. To go over it, I know the ladies who are demoing the Handi Quilter, which the Amara is also one of my favorite machines. This model you do not have to add rear handlebars to for doing pantographs in the back. It comes with rear handlebars. It comes with a front adjustable handlebar set that has dual lighting. That's phenomenal. You can actually run 2 separate lights. One goes down to the needle bar here, and one is a supplemental light. It's a hood that's actually built into the handlebars, and it makes a huge difference. It has some of the best lighting on the market for any long arm. So you don't have to add lighting. The screen is huge on it. And within the screen, you have full function of a precision stitch. That is where the machine's fully stitch regulated. It's got a continuous stitch, which we call a manual stitch with the King Quilter. And that's where it's just constantly stitching, and you're the one who's basically controlling the stitch length with it. And then it's got an idle stitch, which is just like other companies' stitch called cruise. And so that's where we had the awesome demo of, you know, running in place versus not. So anyways, it also has a basting stitch built into the screen. You have full settings on here where you can save profiles, you can save stitch lengths, pretty much all you can ask for in this machine. So it's pretty amazing. People always wonder, does it come with a frame? You know, does it come with leaders? Does it come with clips? Like I said before, it comes with everything. The only thing you have to do when you get this machine set up is add a quilt to it and put some thread in there. Sewing Machines Plus did a great job putting this together, and you know, the sales have shown. Everybody loves it. We sell a ton of them. Hey Blaine, are you there with me? Blaine, what do we have going for the sale right now on this? I know you guys were talking about doing a big discount on the frames if somebody was to buy it during the show right now.
Well, great that you asked, Corey. We've got a great special for this week, and the show special is going to be about $1,000 off. This package is normally $79.99. We're going to sell it for $69.99, and great, you get the free bonus bundle that comes with it. So again, if y'all are interested in this machine, we're going to give you your choice of that 10-foot or a 12-foot frame. That way you can fix, you know, whatever size you need for your house. But again, hey, if you have any questions, give us a call. We have all of our sales specialists are all experts on the long arms. We sell more long arm quilting machines than anybody in the country, and so everybody is very well versed on it. And especially the King Quilter, since this is our own brand machine, they know this machine very well. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. Again, that's 800-401-8151, and they can answer anything you need. And then you can also, if you just want to go right on our website, you can go right to the website. Up in that search bar at the top of the page, type in King Quilter. That'll take you right to the King Quilter 2 page. And the one that's on special today and this week is actually the Elite model, and that's our top of the line. It has those handlebars in the back so you can do pantograms. It has the adjustable front handlebars. It also has that larger LCD screen on it. And so Corey, you know, what I'd like for you to do, you know, a lot of times when you and I go to these quilt shows around the country, you know, I always have this little game we played called Feather Wars. We'll get in there and do feathers and stuff. And I know you've gotten pretty good at it. So if you would, I'd love for you to show everybody the stitch quality of this machine and do some feathers for us.
I can do that, Blaine. This sale going on right now, I've been selling this machine for 3 years, like I was saying. We never have discounts like this. Normally, a really good price on this machine is pretty much right at where our sale price is listed at $8,000. And so they are literally giving you the bundle package with this machine and taking an additional $1,000 off. So it's pretty awesome. Let me go over, we're going to run this, guys. So if you can zoom in, Roger. So just like you guys are doing on your home machine, you just cycle the needle down and up, and that's going to pull up your bobbin thread for you. And then I'm going to have the machine, I like precision mode when I do my first start of the feather, and then I do actually use a couple of the other features while I'm doing it. But I'm going to start with just making a stem here, and I have it at 10 stitches per inch, and on the screen you can change it to whatever length stitch you want. Which is a really nice feature of the precision mode. So the machine is on and it will only stitch when I move the machine, okay? So I don't like how that one's looking. So I'm actually going to move back over here. Let me just get this fixed real quick. You know what? We're going to turn it into something pretty. Let me grab my scissors. So my first little line I did wasn't ideal, but the nice thing with long arms is you can just keep going over your lines. You don't have to have it perfectly pretty. I'll show you what it's going to look like when I'm done with it. All right, so I'm going to echo back and make another stem here, and then I'll back up and do another little stem up here, okay? All right, now let's do the feathers on here. This is going to take a second. I had a pop. Thread break, ladies and gentlemen. Just like our live TV, I have hit a little corner here. I'm gonna fix the thread real quick, and then we'll keep going, okay?
Well,
and these machines
fixing that the thread on the machine. I'm going to remind everybody again how you can get the King Quilter 2. This thing, we've got $1,000 savings this week on it. This week only. It's normally $79.99. We can get it this week for $69.99, and that's also with that free bonus bundle. Guys, we're going to give you your choice, either that 10-foot or that 12-foot frame on this. And again, hey, I can't emphasize enough. You know, I think Corey even said it. When you get this machine, you're getting all the things you need to start quilting with it as soon as you get your machine set up. All you got to do is basically put some thread on it and put a quilt on it to start, and you can start quilting. Put your material on it, and we sell these nationwide. We go to a lot of quilt shows throughout the years and demonstrate these, and it's been an extremely popular machine. It is all assembled and designed here in the USA, and we're going to ship this thing free to you anywhere in the United States, right to your door for you for free. And we have some special financing available. So if you need some help with those monthly payments, we can have some financing available, get you some great monthly payments at 0% interest financing. So great chance. If you've been wanting your first quilting machine and you want to set it up on that 10-foot or 12-foot frame, this is a great machine. It's an 18-inch throat space on that. So it's going to give you 18-inch. You can easily do king size quilts on it. So I think is Corey ready to go? We're going to go right back to Corey, and he can start demonstrating some of our feathers for us. So let's go back to Corey. Corey, are you got her going?
Oh, I got this baby up and running, Blaine. I think we're good to go, you guys. All right, Roger, can you see the picture? We're good to go. Okay, so I did make a new stem that I was gonna work off of here.
Let's see if we can get through it without having any problems. So like I said, you guys, nothing has to be perfect on these long arms. You can go over different, lines you've already made. Nobody's going to pick it apart, okay? So here we go. Okay. I do keep having a thread break issue, so I'm going to have to troubleshoot this thing. I'm sorry, you guys. Blaine, I'm gonna kick it over to you, and I'm gonna see if I just need a new needle in here.
All right. So hey, nothing like live TV, right? So anyway, Corey was trying to demonstrate his famous feathers, which I guess he's not going to be able to do it today, but he's going to be back later on in the week, and we'll get the chance to do that. And but anyway, we're going to we'll just keep moving on. And I think what we'll do is we'll take another quick break. And then we're going to come back. We're going to have Kimberly Dotson from OESD come in, and we're going to talk all about that. But I want to remind you one more time before we go to break how you can get this King Quilter 2 Elite. Hey, we have a great special going. It is normally $79.99. We have $1,000 off for the show special at $69.99. Plus, we're going to throw in that free bonus bundle that comes with it. And you're getting all the things you need, your leaders and all the different things you need with this. The King Quilter Elite, what separates it from our standard machine is it's going to have those front adjustable handlebars that you can adjust it down to any way you have with that extra LED lights that come with it. You're going to have the rear handlebars with screens so you can do those pantograms from the back of the machine. And then you're also that front LCD screen is going to be a larger screen. And then you're going to have your choice of the 10-foot or the 12-foot frame. Guys, in this, we have financing available, 60-month, 0% interest financing. So again, if you're interested in a quilting machine, this is one of the best ones on the market. Give us a call, 800-401-8151, and we can take your order. Or you can go right on our website at the top in the search bar at the top of the website, just type in King Quilter, and it'll take you right to that page, and you can check it out. But the only one we have the special on is the Elite model, which is the top of the line. We do offer this in a standard model, but right now the special's on that King Quilter, and trust me, for what you're getting the difference in, this is a great price today and this week. So, and if you can't get through the phone lines, you're trying to call in. I know they're busy today because when we have these shows, the phone center gets really busy. Kyle has been putting those Google Sheets link up in the chat, and you can hit that link, and what it does, it takes you and opens up a Google Sheets page. You just type your name in there, a phone number that we can reach you at, and just put the product that you're interested in. And what that does, that's going to lock you in to be able to get that special for this week. And so we're going to honor those prices the whole week, and so you'll be able to get one of those. And so make sure you do that. And what they'll do, that gets updated real time in the call center, and those our operators will give you a call as soon as they get freed up off the phone. You're a priority. They're going to give you a call back. So just be expecting a call from an 800 number, and it will be us giving you a call back. So if you're interested in that, if you can't get through those phone lines, but just keep trying and have some patience with this because we know it's busy today. So anyway, hey, we're going to be right back. We're going to take a little quick break. Real quick, we're sorry, sometimes things happen, and I know, quilting machines, especially if y'all have done them again, sometimes you have a bad needle in there. You forget to change the needle, and it keeps breaking threads. So Corey will get that lined out, and hopefully we'll have him back, I think, later on the week, and we'll get to show you a full demo, and he can get to show off his feathers. But right now, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back just in about 10 minutes. And we're going to have Kimberly Dotson from OESD back on. And then Kimberly will be back on. Then we're going to have Nathan Irsnazik from Grace. And then we're going to have some giveaways to end the day on. So we hope y'all will stay with us. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
All right. Hey, welcome everybody. We are back. And thank you so much for staying tuned. And don't you just love live TV? So we appreciate all of you hanging out with us on our day one of Sew Fest. We have two more fantastic presenters. And coming up next is going to be Kimberly Dobson from OESD. So Kim, are you out there? So I can't hear you. I think you might be muted.
I just turned the mute off. Sorry, I'm here. How are you doing?
Awesome. We are fantastic. You know, for some people, it's a little late in the day. For us, it's 2:30. You know, it's still midday for us, but I know a lot of the rest of you in the country are winding your day down. But we're excited to hear what you have for us for OESD. And before we begin your session, we just want to remind everyone that to get that OESD Spree Club membership, that is a call-in special. And you can't get that anywhere else but from us. So definitely call in for that. All right, so Kimberly, go ahead and take it away.
All right, I'm going to share my screen again, and we are going to get a few tips on how to do OESD tiling scenes. We have some great tiling scenes coming. And so I'm going to go ahead and get this going. And all right, are you seeing, well, hold on a second. I have to do this. And there, are you seeing my PowerPoint, or did I share the right screen? Should be okay. So I'm going to just do one thing. And all right, are you seeing the PowerPoint, or can you give me a heads up that we're okay?
Good. Thumbs up. It looks good.
Okay.
I can see your page.
Okay, and I can see you again, so that's good. All right. So let me pull this up and make sure it's going. There, is it still going? It disappeared on me. Oh, there we go. All right, I want to talk to you about some different types of tiling scenes that we have. So, there's, I would say, 3 to 4 different kind of styles that I'll just bring up. The most traditional one that you'll see the most is the stitched block tiling scene. That's the one that you'll see in our Starry Night Santa. He's standing there with the reindeer. and that one's a really popular one. The one that we have called the Holy Night, that you see the Nativity, and then of course the one that you're seeing on right now with the Christmas tree. This particular one on the screen, we give you two different thread charts. Some people like that kind of vintage looking colored tiling scene, and then we also have that one thread color chart that you can do it in that black and white look. So two different styles, both absolutely beautiful. Some of our tiling scenes have applique in them. And so if you look at this Asian Cranes landscape, that one contains stitching and applique. So be aware of some of them. All of the thread charts, when you get the instructions, will tell you if there's different types of fabrics needed and things like that. So we make sure that you have all the tools you need to have a successful tiling scene. And some of them have a little bit of a combination. So you'll see some stitching, you'll see some applique, and if you see this peacock tiling scene, this is one of my favorites. It's just absolutely beautiful in person. Really hard to tell just by looking at an image of it. And then things that you can do with tiling scenes. The modern petals tiling scene is typically done as a wall hanging or a table runner, but you can take elements of a tiling scene. And as you can see here, they took some of the tiles of it and made coasters with it. So sometimes you can think outside the box and use your tiling scenes to create a whole ensemble. So here they've done a table runner, they've got some matching coasters, and so that makes a nice project or a gift for someone. So let's talk about the process. We use a combination of heavyweight tearaway. Sometimes the tiling scenes will call for ultra clean and tear. Some of our newer ones, actually, we use our medium tearaway stabilizer. And all of them use fusible woven. That's one of our kind of our keys to success, is using the fusible woven. The instructions will always tell you what stabilizer we used in our testing that we had the most success with. You will always have a background fabric, and we recommend that everything is fused together. So either some of our stabilizers are fusible. If not, it's best if you are able to use something like 505 spray. You'll always have more success if all of the layers are fused together. You'll notice a couple things in here. I have not mentioned batting yet. That does not go in the tiling scene until later. So our tiling scenes are meant to be more like a tapestry or a wall hanging. So we'll use batting, but not at the part where you're stitching the tiling scene out. So some people think that they're a quilt, and we don't consider them a quilt. We consider them something more decorative. So the stabilizers, I'll just give you a little hint about what kinds of stabilizers are usually used in them. The heavyweight tearaway supports the real stitch intensive designs. So that's why we like it in the tiling scenes. Some of them are very stitch intensive, and we want the best look when you're done. It feels very stiff, crisp, gives you extra support when you're embroidering on soft fabrics. So those soft quilt weight cottons that we usually recommend for the tiling scenes. And then I actually like it when I'm embroidering on paper. So sometimes when I'm embroidering on cardstock, making greeting cards, I will use heavyweight tearaway. It tears very easily, which is one of the reasons that I like it on paper. But in the tiling scene, you'll usually only tear it away from your seam allowance. But if you're using it in other circumstances, it does tear very easily. And then the other stabilizer that we recommend quite often in tiling scenes is our medium tearaway. And so that usually used in combination with the heavyweight tearaway. So we'll say one layer of heavyweight and one layer of medium, and that gives you just the right stability to support those stitches without it being too heavy. So we would use that on woven fabrics. It tears away very easily, very clean, very crisp. And it comes in white and in 10-inch, 15-inch, and 20-inch sizes. So depending on your hoop size, you may want to get one of those wider rolls. It also comes in black in the 10-inch and the 15-inch. So if you're using a darker fabric, you might want to choose the black. And then fusible woven, like I said, this is our secret recipe. Fusible woven just makes everything look nicer in embroidery. So it's a fusible interfacing, so not necessarily a stabilizer. You would usually use it with another type of stabilizer, but it adds some weight and some body to those lightweight fabrics that helps prevent puckering. And it just gives that extra oomph that you need to make your designs look better. I've seen it just do magical things. So I put it on almost everything I embroider now. It just makes everything look so much better. So great for your large embroidery designs, your dense embroidery designs. If you're making a t-shirt quilt, it helps make those knits square up much easier for you. And so like I said, you usually use it in combination with another stabilizer. It comes in black and white, and it comes in 15-inch or 20-inch rolls, and they're 5-yard rolls. So a nice amount that you need for doing a project. So let's talk about how we do the tiling seam. So what you're going to do is you're going to hoop all those layers together. So you're going to have fabric in there, and then the fusible woven will be fused to the fabric. And then depending on the tiling seam, some heavyweight tearaway, some medium weight tearaway, just depends on what we recommended for that particular tiling seam. And then you're going to stitch out your design. So you'll look at the thread color chart, and it will tell you the exact colors that we used. And I'm all for getting creative, except when I do a tiling scene. And the reason is that our tiling scenes have so much shading and so much depth involved that it's really difficult to get that perfect look when I'm trying to choose my own colors. So on these ones, that's when I get out the color chart and I pull those threads that OESD has recommended. So you'll see the thread chart, and it'll tell you exactly what's going to stitch. So I know that I'm using my Isacord color number 5822, and it's going to be the light green leaves. And I will go all the way down. I'll see those cloud highlights and color number 15. And then the last color you'll notice is called the seam stitch. And let's talk about the seam stitch. So when you get to that last color, the seam stitch, you're going to want to put a contrasting color in your bobbin. And the reason is you want to be able to see that seam stitch really well on the back of the tiling seam. So if you look at the front of this tile here, you will notice that the seam stitch, and it's probably really hard to see it on the screen, but it is a white stitch on this particular one. You always want the front seam stitch to blend. And so you can use a real blendable thread color, or even better, you might want to use a water-soluble thread, because when you're done with the tiling seam, you don't want to see the seam stitch on the front. But look at the back. So here they've used a black thread in the bobbin to do that seam stitch. And the reason that you want a contrasting color is because this seam stitch is for two things. It's to help you square up the tile, and it also tells you where you're going to put your needle when you're stitching the tiles together. So having that contrasting thread really helps. So I don't know about you, but I have a lot of bobbins around that are left over from another project, and they just have a little bit of random colors on them. They're perfect for this because you don't need, no one will ever see what color you use. So this is a great time to use up all those bobbins that you have just a little bit of thread left on. And it doesn't matter if every tile in your tiling scene has a different thread color in the bobbin, because no one but you is ever going to see it, but you want to be able to see it really well while you're stitching them together. So once you're done, you're going to trim the blocks a ½ inch away from that seam stitch. And you will have what looks like this when you're done. So you'll have, this is a front view and the back view. And you're going to start stitching them together. So if you ever decide that you have a big enough hoop and you feel confident, I have certain hoops that I feel comfortable putting 2 tiles in at once. There's no hoop. I would never put more than 2 at a time in. They sometimes get really dense and you don't want any distortion. So once you're ready, you've got them all trimmed, you are going to put them right sides together. And I put my needle just like 1 needle width inside that seam stitch, and I start stitching them together. So once I've done that, I'll remove the stabilizer from the seam allowance, but you don't need to remove it anywhere else. These are going to be wall hangings, and actually having that stabilizer in there helps them hang straight. So I just go ahead and leave as much in there as I can. You'll press your seams open, and if you notice in this image where they're pressing the seam open, you're going to see some of the design in your seam allowance. And the digitizers do that to help you, because they know that you may not stitch perfectly straight every single time. So they put a little bit of overlap so that if there's something that you have a little wiggle in your stitch, you don't have to worry about anyone else noticing it. So they've given you that little wiggle room for your imperfections. You'll just start stitching row by row. The instructions will tell you which tiles go in what order, and you will just stitch that tiling seam together. So if you have any stabilizer left that you want to remove, you can go ahead and do that. And another process that some people like on certain tiling seams is to just stitch them, or what you would do from the beginning is you would trim the seam stitch, you would trim right on the seam stitch, and then you would just butt them up together and stitch them together with a zigzag stitch. And so once you're done with that, you're going to create a quilt sandwich. So you'll have your tiling seam, then you will put your batting in and your background fabric. And you at that point, you would stitch in the ditch. And so I like to use a walking foot when I do that. It really helps. And I like to use a monofilament thread when I do that. So something that is really invisible. And then one of the things, if you've chosen to do that method that I showed you, where you zigzag them together so there's no seam allowance, a good way to cover that is to use something like a ribbon or a sashing. And you can just use a fusible web tape to hold that in place. You can also stitch it down on either side, and that will give you a window pane look on your tiling seam. Some other options that you have, if you don't want to make the full tiling seam, you can do something like a partial or a part of the tiling seam. So here's an example of a poinsettia tiling seam where they've split it up. Or you could change the border to make it look different. And then here's another example where they've taken parts of that tiling seam and split it into 3 to give you a trio, something that you could frame and hang on your wall. So if you look behind me, when I come back, I have Santa's Workshop tiling seam, and I'll hold it up when I come back on the screen, but it's basically what I've done is just half of the tiling seam. So you can think about, maybe you don't want to do the whole thing, and that's okay too, if there's just parts of it that you like. So we have right now that just came out this September is our Happy Snowman. And I just love this design. And so we talked about, when I was here earlier today, we talked about the Spree Club. And of course, it's the best deal ever. You get those 6 to 8 collections every month. Plus right now, we're doing that holiday celebration. This is the right time to join Spree Club because you're getting that extra bonus collection. And you'll start here in September. That bonus runs through November. So you're going to get an extra collector set each month until for September, October, and November. You're going to get those projects that we include, those instructions to make something really fun. And then, of course, you're going to get to choose from our website 5 additional designs to start your OESD library or add to it. So you can get that delivered for $7.49 on a USB stick. If you are the that kind of person that just wants it easy. They just want to go straight to their embroidery machine and skip the computer. You can get that USB stick. And then of course you also have the option for $5.99 to have those designs added to your My Design folder on our website. And you would get that at the first of the month. So you always get your designs before everybody else. And so you don't have to wait. And of course, this month you would get that Happy Snowman in addition to all the other collections that I showed earlier and those holiday celebration collections. One thing that I want you to know about is on those tiling scenes, we have thread bundles that we create for quite a few of them. So on our website, there is a thread bundle for Happy Snowman. So if you want to get all the thread that you need, and that includes a Yenmet opalescent thread in that bundle. The others are all Isocord. We love Isocord thread, but that Yenmet opalescent, it makes that snowman tiling scene glisten like it's snowing. It is just beautiful. So if you want to create the Happy Snowman just the way we did, I would recommend going to our site and getting that thread kit for it. We have a couple of other things on our website. If you want to get into doing tiling scenes, we have 2 tiling scene bundles. And so when you go there, there's the bundle 1 and bundle 2. So I would recommend getting both, but if you like the designs in one over the other, this tiling scene bundle includes 2 rolls of the heavyweight tearaway, a roll of the medium tearaway, and then a roll of that fusible woven that you're gonna need. And then it also includes 4 tiling scenes. The fresh poppies that I showed earlier also has celestial stained glass, dragon sky, and the autumn morning pasture. That bundle is worth almost $280, and we're selling it at this event for $99.99. And then we have another tiling scene bundle that just has the fusible woven, the 2 rolls of heavyweight tearaway, but it has that poinsettia tiling scene that I showed you. And then it also has kind of an autumn window pane looking one. So you can try that technique. And then it has the vineyard tiling scene, the Tuscan vineyard, which is a really beautiful one too. So 2 awesome bundles, plus, you know, sign up for that spree club and you'll get that Happy Snowman, and then go in and get the thread to match, and you'll be stitching away and making your first tiling scene. So, so I will end my slideshow, stop sharing, and then I will come back. So I see they're scrolling across the coupon code. And so any questions on tiling scenes? I see someone likes the snowman. I love that snowman so much, and I'm really excited to have that one. There's a tiling scene coming in next month's Spree Club too. So if you join the Spree Club, you're going to get one that we call Peace on Earth. It looks like a chalkboard style tiling scene. So I see, what size is the snowman? They end up, I'm trying to think. They're about 24-ish by 30-ish, kind of in that range. The tiles themselves to stitch out will fit in a 5x7 hoop. But yeah, I love making those. And so if you join the Spree Club, you'll get 2 tiling scenes just right away.
So Kimberly, we love those tiling scenes. They're absolutely gorgeous.
And and I told you I would show you the Santa. So this one that I have, this is basically half of the original one. So if you see, if you go on our website and look for, this is called Santa's Workshop, you'll see a whole bunch more over here. It's all the toys and the things he's working on. But you can see it looks perfectly fine just doing a partial. So you can choose how you want to do your tiling scene.
Now, those are beautiful. So let's clarify the coupon code. We have an amazing Sew Fest special with a 20% off. And we can use that for anything on OESD website. Is that correct?
There are certain things that are already discounted or promotional items. But if you're on the website, it'll say that. But designs and accessories and stabilizer, this is a great time to stock up.
Excellent. And then if you want to sign up for the Spree Club, and just to remind everyone how that works, right? Every month you're going to get a couple designs. Do you want to talk just a little bit about that?
We release every month 6 to 8 design collections. So that, a collection could have 25 designs in it. And so you're going to get all that we release every single month on the first of the month. And you can choose if you want it to come to you on a USB stick, or you can choose if you want it to come digitally and just be a download on your computer. But in order to get that, you'll need to call Sewing Machines Plus because it's an event special. And so we can't put that on our website because it's exclusive to Sewing Machines Plus this week. Oh, good question. Sue is asking if we are allowed to create and sell items. You are allowed to. There's a couple of things to consider. We work with a lot of licensed artists. And so if you see a design collection that has someone else's name on it, so for example, Happy Snowman by Donna Gelsinger, she's a licensed artist. So when you get that design collection, read the terms because she may limit you to only selling 25 or something like that. But if it's just an OESD or scissor tail stitches design with no artist listed, you can sell as many of those things that you make. So maybe you want to make tote bags and put the design on them. You can sell as many tote bags as you want. The coupon code, I believe, will not work on thread bundles right now. Those are already discounted. What actually is tiling? So tiling scene is where you take, because most of us don't have a machine that has a hoop that would fit. If you look at this, you don't have a machine with a hoop that big. So what you do is you stitch just these sections and then you stitch them together. So that way you can create a large tapestry or wall hanging without having to have a machine that can stitch this whole thing. So each one of these is considered a tile. If you join now, you will get September, yes. I think I would say some of the lighter tiling scenes are more beginner friendly, so that none of them are really difficult. We make it as easy as possible, especially having that overlap, and the instructions that come with them are wonderful. Lots of pictures and helpful hints. But the one that is coming in October takes less time, so maybe that might be friendly to you. But other than that, they all go to stitch together very easily. And I know when people make their first one, they're shocked at how easy it is.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the website for OESD. It's embroideryonline.com. And they just have some beautiful, beautiful designs. And Kimberly, I think most of your designs stitch out beautifully. The tutorials are great, so they're easy to follow. And like you said, you'll be surprised how easy it is, even for a beginner.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it looks a lot more intimidating than it is. If you just jump in and do it, you'll be amazed at how it turns out. And I love that, because all of your friends will think you've just done this amazing thing, and you'll think, oh, well, it really wasn't that hard. But don't tell them. Tell them it was hard.
All that time and effort you put into this beautiful gift.
Yeah.
They don't know how easy it was. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Well, Kimberly, thank you so much for being on. And we're going to see you every day, aren't we?
Yes. There might be a couple of other educators that pop in, but you're going to see a lot of me this week.
Okay, great. Well, we look forward to seeing you. And again, you can use that 20% off discount on OESD's website, or you can give us a call at Sewing Machines Plus, our own phone, 1-800 number. Call us for the spree. Okay, this is a special club. So every month you're going to get so many designs that they release. And it's a great way to add to your embroidery library, or if you've never done embroidery, it's a great way to start. You'll get something every month, and there'll be a variety of designs from freestanding lace, tiling, individual designs. So a club is a great economical way to get started if you've never done an embroidery membership. So definitely call us for that, and the phone number is going across the screen. So give us a call if you're interested in the club, or jump onto the embroideryonline.com and you can use that coupon code. Okay, well, we are ready for our very last presenter of the day, and that is Nathan from Grace. Hey, Nathan, are you there?
I am definitely here, and I'm excited to be with Sewing Machines Plus today. So I'm excited. Thank you for having me.
So Nathan, you're going to show us that amazing True Cut 360 cutting circles.
I am. Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about some inspirational items regarding that as well. So Candace, thank you for inviting me and having me here today with you. It's been wonderful. I'm excited to be here with your crowd. How have things been for you? How exciting? It's been a lot of really fun things so far, right?
It's been great. I mean, I love every time we do these festivals, even those of us here always learning something new. And we're thrilled we can share you as well as our various presenters with our audience. So thank you so much, Nathan. I'm going to let you go ahead and take it away.
Wonderful. If you maybe just stay around so that I know we can bring on some of those prices here halfway through, that would be fantastic. So thanks for giving me the floor. Thank you, quilters, for being with me, sewers, embroiderists, on all those others that are out there looking to get involved with this. You might be crafters, fashion designers. Thanks for being here with us. It's wonderful to be with Sewing Machines Plus. It's wonderful to be in front of you. It's been a day, and if you've been streaming with us all day here at Sewing Machines Plus, stick with us just a little bit longer. We're getting close to the giveaway period here, just following what I'm going to share with you, which is exciting. So I'm Nathan Erznosnik again with the Grace Company, demonstrating one of our True Cut product items. And our True Cut, one of our mantras is making cutting easier, safer, and more accurate. And that is exactly what you're going to see today with our 360 circle cutter. So before I kind of get into that, I want you to think this. If you've ever cut a circle out, now, not everybody has, and some of you probably want to. You're probably saying, I would love to do one of those quilts, but the challenge is you're going to have to try to find something that's going to give you the shape. Is it a cup? Is it a plate? Is it a bowl? In fact, right now, I would love to see in the comments if anybody has by chance done or cut any circles out. Give me a 1 if you went and found just something lying around your house and then you're using your scissors, or you might have tried to work around. I'm curious. Give me a 1 in the comments if that has been you. It's been a few, not all of you, maybe. Well, one of the things we're going to take a look at here that's really fun to dive into is what and how the circle cutter, or our what we call our Circle Cutter 360, how it actually solves some really big challenges that customers have. And some of those challenges are, in general, just the sheer safety of what you're going to find when holding and trying to manage fabric. And then we might be using our scissors and we're cutting those circles out, or we're trying to trace it, and there's this complication. So safety is one of the first things. If we want to look at that, what is the ease, or how can we simplify and make it easier? So not only safe, but making it easier. We're going to look at a few pieces on why and how this cutter actually makes cutting easier. And I'm going to do a demonstration here in just a quick second, then I'll talk about a few of these. And at the end, how does it help increase accuracy as well? So stick with us as I go through and look at answering those simple 3 pieces. But before I do that, I am just going to show you. And yes, this is actually happening in real time. And I say that because usually when we demonstrate this, people are pretty amazed at how easily this just cuts circles. And we'll talk about the features in just a minute. But I'm going to place this down on my fabric. And one of the great things is it's adjustable with multiple sizes, but we actually have a blade. And by doing so, once we just move that around, we actually cut circles just like that. Now, that just happened. I wasn't even looking at it, and it's just that easy to cut circles. You can take those circles, and we can even cut other leaf style shapes out of it. We can cut other inner circles. And so stick with me because I'm going to show you how you can make cutting circles just that easy as well. Now with this, there are a few things that we're going to talk about here in just a few minutes as well on the amazing specials we have. So we're demonstrating this amazing TrueCut 360 circle cutter. Let's take a close-up of this really quick so we can kind of see part of the details that we're looking at. So this is it. Quite a different look than what you would find with other circle cutters, right? If you look at this, it has this really large sled. Then it has a few other pieces that I'm going to be pointing out. But I want you to see this. And one of the things that we're doing today is with the purchase of this 360 circle cutter, we're actually including another one of our most popular items, which is our 3x18 TrueCut ruler here. So this is going to be thrown in for free with all the purchases. And yes, this is also on sale. So we'll get back to showing you some of the features and why this just cuts so easily. And then this is part of the bit. So you're going to buy this on sale. We're also going to be throwing in a free ruler. So this is an amazing thing. We'll talk a little bit about why these are such great rulers here as well. So we kind of can step back and take a look at what we're looking at here. There is a 360 circle cutter. And one of the challenges, our owner was like, hey, let's go create some cutting tools. And I'm like, who doesn't already have a rotary blade cutter? Who doesn't already have a ruler? And you might be thinking, Nathan, come on. Now I have a drawer full of them. Now you might think some of those might have chips on the corners or they're worn out or you cut up and over them. Again, one of those mantras that we have is making cutting easier. So let me point out the key things that define why this circle cutter makes it easier. And then I think I might have said safe first, but we'll talk about easier. Then I'll talk about the safety and how this helps with the safety. And then we'll talk at the end why it's such an amazing deal. So let's take a close-up again of this. And I want to show you why this makes it so easy. So we actually have two pieces. This part in the center is actually, we can just simply adjust a knob, and this is what we use to set the size. Now, what's amazing is that this cutter can go down as small as 2 inches, and it actually goes all the way out and can cut a 12.5-inch circle. And it's just that easy. So what we can do is we can move it. It's a little bit hard to see, but there's an alignment piece in here. We can set it at whatever size circle we want. We then, like I'll do a 5-inch circle, we'll just tighten this up a little bit. That puts and holds it as a grip. This is actually not the blade. I'm going to flip it over here and we'll see if I can put this piece of fabric right behind here. I wanted to show you this, but this actually has the spike. This is the center piece. I know it's not as easy to see, but this is actually the center. And so there's a little pointed piece that comes down so that when we push this down, this is what locates it in place on the mat for cutting. Then the last thing we have is we have the actual blade itself, and that is covered. And I'm going to open that up here. We have a little bit, and this is how we can change that blade. So if we open it, we can see that this has a nice and really small 18mm rotary blade in here. So it's this little tiny blade, super easy to change. There's actually a cap that comes with it that you can put over the top, and then these just pop right out so that they're easily replaceable. I'm just going to put that back in really quick. But what happens is that this is the blade. So this is the cutting surface. I'm going to click it back in place. Then we'll talk here again a little bit about safety here. So there's some other features, but this is the cutter. So again, we have the center point and we have the handle that we're going to use that has a bearing that we use to cut it around. So we're going to keep it close up here. I'm just going to put another piece of fabric down here so you can see this. So again, I have this set at 5 inches. I am a right-handed individual, so I use my right hand. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually take my opposite hand, the one that's not strong, and I'm going to put that and put pressure here in the middle. So there we go. So I'm going to push that pin down. And then what we have is we have my right hand, which I'm going to reach over. Now, some people do this in a couple different slides, which is fine. I find that it's very easy if I just start right here before and I put this down. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put pressure, I'm going to show you, and then I'm going to rotate this all the way around until it comes back at the bottom. And that's how we're going to cut our circle here. So everybody, here we go. This is what this is like. We just put pressure down. So again, I'm holding it with the middle piece here, putting my hand down, and then I'm just going to take that, hold to that top, and there we go. So that just shows you how amazing this circle cutter works. Now, when we came out with this, one of the concerns always, and let's kind of take a look here and go back, is this something that others out there would find value in, and would they be willing to buy that? And that's one of the mantras that Grace Company has always had. We're not just wanting to create a tool, we're actually wanting something that helps you enjoy more of what you love. If that's quilting, if it's piecing, if it's the process of choosing your patterns, all of those things can be part of it. And one of those, trust me, I know, I've talked with so many of you as customers. How many of you are going to put cutting at the top? No hand goes up, right? and they're one of the end. And in fact, I would beg to say, cutting hasn't always been everybody's best friend. You probably have a story. You might be thinking, yeah, I've injured myself, or I have a friend who's injured themselves. And one of the key things we really want to do with our product is really create simplicity. So to me, that is part of what this is that makes this just absolutely easy. One other thing that helps do and create some simplicity is, if you've noticed this, let's go back close. And I want to talk about this other major feature, which is the sled. Now, this is very unique. You are not going to find anything like this in the market. It's a patented piece that we have. And what this sled actually does is, when people are cutting, usually if somebody has a circle cutter, they're elevated up. And what happens is that fabric gets pushed like this as that blade goes along. And what that pushing does is it causes that fabric to lump. And so it's something that we're trying to move and we're wanting to manage fabric. Well, actually what this sled does is that sled can come on or off the fabric. And so what that does is that can create, and it helps push and flatten. So like right here, like if there's a lump, this will actually flatten it. You can see how that flattens that out. So this sled actually places pressure and pushes the fabric flat. So when I'm cutting, this leads into part of our next piece with safety is, I'm no longer, if we go ahead and take a look here again, I'm no longer needing to worry about holding or handling anywhere near the blade, because everything, the blade and everything is below the surface. And so it's very easy for me to hold and then cut through that with my motion. So I like to talk about, those are some really unique things: the patented sled technology, the easy adjustment on taking it from 2 out to 12.5 inches, the easy way to be able to locate that into the center, and then obviously that smooth motion makes it cut very, very well. People like to ask on some of this maybe is, how many layers of fabric can we cut? We would say up to 4 layers. If you're doing denim, you're going to be cutting about 2. Again, we have that nice fine small blade, which helps make those circles cut a lot easier. So I just wanted to show you. Let me move kind of into our next one. It's safety, right? Safety is one of the most important pieces that we have when cutting. Now, again, if you've had any kind of a rotary cutter and you've been going on, again, horror stories left and right. I'm curious and see if you can put a 2 in if you personally have had a not so great incident, or if you know somebody. I'm curious to see how many 2s we have come through, but keep with me, throw that in the comments. A 2 is not a great thing, and we want to avoid the number 2 issue by slicing, or maybe are having an issue. So again, the design on this, by keeping everything below the surface, the blade, the points, and helping keep that fabric flat, we actually avoid the issues that come along with safety. One of the other things here, let's do a close-up look at this again. On part of this cutter, we also have this little stop that can be pushed under, and that keeps it from being able to allow us to push the blade. So that blade now cannot be depressed. And so that's one way that we also can keep that blade up in its area. So I'm going to go ahead and open the safety. So I'm going to close that so we can see that here. So we have a safety guide here. So we're going to lock that in place, makes it so that it doesn't move. We're going to open that up. And then that allows that blade, if you can look at that, that allows that blade to move up and down. So there's that nice safety catch in there that keeps that safe. So if you put this in a drawer, if you're going to take this with you to an event, that's a really important safety piece again. Now with that, if we take a look and step back again, ergonomics is one of the other key things, right? If we're looking at using our cutters and our different types of tools, I find that over time, we're getting into different positions to put extra pressure, to try to manipulate our fabrics, to hold our rulers. And again, so one of these things that it also does is it just eliminates all of that extra stress and the challenges that you might have. So I'm going to do another cut for you. So I'm just going to go ahead and move this to the side. Let's pull a couple pieces of fabric here. And just let me go ahead and cut this one here for us. Oh, in fact, let's do this. Somebody said you're going to probably want to cut a big circle. So I have a big piece here. So let's do this. And again, let's go quickly to the close-up. I just want to show everybody. This wrinkle I would not consider as flat. I have not ironed this out. As we can see, there's bumps and motions all over it. So I'm just going to take this out to about 10 here. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the middle. And again, I'm just going to not do it, but I want you to watch this as I go around. You'll actually see how that actually flattens and actually it pulls that fabric down. So I'm going to go ahead and put pressure on the middle here. I'm going to take my right hand, put a little pressure on this other side, and with the swing all the way around, again, that's how easily we can cut that right out. So I like to show that again. So again, if we were going to do a couple pieces of fabric here, Let me do one now really quickly. Let's go, Candace, back to you really quick here. I'm going to get into a couple of things. I'm going to cut another one to let everybody see how easy this is. But let's talk about the amazing special that we have going on right now here with Sewing Machines Plus. So what do we have for everybody, and what are we doing to make it pretty much impossible to pass up on such an amazing tool like this?
Well, hey, Nate, it's Blaine. It's not Candace, so hopefully I'll do.
No, you're going to be fantastic. Welcome back, Blaine. Thanks for being with me.
Thanks. So, guys, I got to tell you this thing. Now, Nathan, correct me if I'm wrong, but you kind of helped design this. Is that not correct?
I did. I've been a part of several of these different tools. In fact, one thing we'll talk about at the end, I personally designed it from the ground up when it came to the ergonomics and the design. But yeah, absolutely.
I know this is a fantastic piece, and we do sell a ton of these things, but I got to tell everybody about this special. The True Cut 360 is normally $39.99. We've got it right now. It's $27.95. And what's the great thing about this, not only is it a great price for that, but we're throwing in this ruler, this 3x18-inch ruler, absolutely free with your order. So anybody that is interested in this True Cut 360, you're going to get that ruler, that 3x18-inch ruler, all absolutely free. And so, guys, you don't want to miss out on this. This is a great special. $27.95. Is that right, Kat, or $27.98? $27.95. Okay, so $27.95, and this is normally $39 piece. So a great special. Nate, that we have on this. So guys, hey, get on the website. All you have to do is up in the search bar is type in True Cut, and that's going to take you right to the True Cut page. You're going to see all the True Cut products, but you can see that 360 cutter. And again, if you need to give us a call us at 800-401-8151. And if you can't get through, just keep trying. If not, Kyle will put that Google links up in the chat. So you can hit that Google links page. It'll open up and you can put your name and phone number in there along with what product you're interested in. And they'll give you a call as soon as those phone lines free up. But this particular special, you don't have to call in for this. You can actually go right to the website. Up in that search bar, just type True Cut. It'll take you right to that page and you can find 360. We have that special right on the website. So Nathan, I want to see all of the other things that you're wanting to demo today. And I know this is a great special and I love this product. And I know that, the last time we highlighted this when you were on our show, we sold a ton of these things.
Yeah, Blaine, absolutely. Thanks for sharing that amazing price, Blaine. So with it, I can't help share really the amazing value that this is. If you thought that you've ever wanted to engage in any kind of a circle quilt or dealing with any of those, this cutter is not only on sale 30% off, we're throwing in an additional $17.95. Let's do another close-up of this ruler. This is our 3x18 ruler. This is the ruler that we're also including with this. This ruler is one of the most popular rulers that we sell because of its size. And so I'm going to quickly just come back and finish with this 360. And then I want to talk about why this ruler is such a fantastic ruler to also be getting as part of this premium with the free gift as a throw-in here if you're considering the circle cutter. So again, coming back, if you're thinking about this, now is the time. It's a fantastic time to get into buying the circle cutter, not only with the promotion, but with this freebie. That ruler is normally $17.95 and be included absolutely free. So it's a wonderful deal. It puts it right around a $57, $58 value normally for $27.95. I wanted to show you a couple simple projects that make it fun, that will maybe give you a little bit of some inspiration on this. And so we'll first take a look at these kind of back here, and then I'll do a little bit of a close-up. But this is a fun little hanging pumpkin bit that you can do kind of as a banner that you can hang up. And this was done. So let's go ahead and do a close-up on this. We'll show you. So here's a fun project. You can see it's very, very simple. It was done with just simply three cutters, and then they were just sewn together. They were cut, and then they're kind of rough cut on the edges with a little bit of a couching process done on the front. What a beautiful thing. This is like a Halloween or a festive fall banner that can be done. I just love showing super simple processes that normally, if you were to do this, if we take a look at this again and back up, this process could take a lot of time to try to find the right item, try to trace around it, try to cut them. And again, with that 360, like literally this process is going to take a couple minutes to cut them out. Then you get to have all the fun in sewing them together. Here's another one. This is a quilt that I have shown a couple different times. I love this. This is an inspirational quilt that was done by Carla. And this kind of will show you just some variations that you can do. She took this quilt and you can see that she used that 360 cutter to do several different size, different circles that were on here. This one's really fun too, because at the top, we actually end up with some different shapes on the end of the quilt. And so that's a really fun one. She finished this off. Let's do a quick close up here to show off Carla's wonderful handiwork. So as part of this, she also filled and also did some circle work with some rulers in her quilting process. And so this was a really fun way to add to her circle quilt also. All right, so let's just briefly talk about a couple other items that I wanted to get into that can help inspire you. So again, the reach out is if you've thought about buying this, as Blaine mentioned, hey, just quickly get on SMP, look at TrueCut. This is the 360 circle cutter. My recommendation is if you've ever thought about it, if it's not for you, it is a great gift. If you're thinking of something coming for the upcoming holidays, I'll tell you, there are not a ton of them and they go pretty quick. So do what you can to get involved with this special today, especially with the freebie as we're doing it. Let me just quickly talk about this ruler and why this ruler becomes such an amazing accessory to have as part of this included with this cutter, with the circle cutter. Now we're gonna do a close-up. I want you to see this. This is different than any ruler you've seen. Unless you know TrueCut, this is completely different. Now there's a few things. Again, remember our mantra is making cutting easier, safer, and more accurate. And one of this thing that this has, and I'm going to kind of turn it to the side here, you'll notice that the edge is quite a bit taller. Remember how I told you to put a number 2 if you by chance had a little bit of a whoops up and maybe a slice and someone's been injured? Well, what this actually has is this has a raised edge. This raised edge is 1/4 inch, and that helps it so that you have a larger place to put your blade against, keeping it actually quite a bit safer. So it's a lot harder to get a blade up and on top of it. So if you're looking at this, not only do you get the amazing ruler that has, and it's made out of a special injected plastic. I love doing this. I love tapping it and dropping it. If anybody has ever done that and you boom, I need a new ruler. These are made out of a special high thermoformed injection molded component. So they're incredibly durable. Don't sit on them. Some people say, well, what happens? You're probably, if you slam it in a door, you're carrying it in your bag. Yeah, you probably could break it, but they're incredibly durable. One of the other things, if we do a close-up, I'm going to talk quickly about these other holes that are inside here. What are these for? Everybody asks about what they're for. Let's step back here. It's getting a little hot in here. Oh, no, just kidding. It's not a fan. Okay, if we take a close-up look again, they're actually meant so that you can do marking, and they're actually set off 1/4 inch from each mark, but a lot of people love it because they can actually put their fingers through and they feel like, one, is they're in closer contact with the fabric, which they are, but it helps hold it in place. So it takes less physical effort to try to keep that ruler down and in place. And so those are some really important things that help identify why this ruler is such an amazing ruler. Now I'm going to show you one additional piece. You can buy and you can get these. I have placed this on the back. You probably have seen these. You might have wondered, hey, I've seen those before. Well, those are from the True Grip, the TrueCut company here with Grace Company. So we call them True Grips. This is our #1 selling items. These can go on the back of any of your rulers to keep them in place. But I wanted to show you this. And so down the road, and you'll come back and see us tomorrow, and we have a couple other things that we'll be talking about on a couple other sets and systems. We have this unique track and guide system. So what this does is this actually keeps the ruler and that guide and the cutter stuck together so that when we're cutting those long edges, we don't come off because the two are married perfectly together. So if we can kind of step back again, these are a couple other items that you're going to find on Sewing Machines Plus. You're going to find quilters combos, which have those really long rulers with the ergonomic cutters and those True Grips. This is our most popular selling combination because it gives you, again, the ease and accuracy by holding the cutter to the ruler's edge. And all that leads to safety, you know, obviously the accuracy, and at the end of the day, it keeps everything a lot better for you as a user. Other things that we're going to not talk about here, but I'm going to do a shout out is we have, and stick with us later on tomorrow and on a couple other days, we're going to talk about keeping your blades sharp and how you can do so. We have electric sharpeners, we have linear or what we call manual sharpeners. We have other wonderful tools, which are other rulers. Of course, you're going to need different rulers at different sizes with that special track and that guide system that lock on with our special cutters. And so all those things are part of this fantastic special that are available for you as well. So let's kind of bring this back here. Maybe Blaine, if there's just one more shout out you can give here with the pricing, and then I'll finish this up here quickly with a couple last comments. So again, let's bring that pricing back up on the screen. And then also if we can open it up for any other questions, because I know sometimes we have a bunch of different questions that might come up here in front of it with everybody as well. So maybe we do a couple Q&As, then I can do my last little piece here. And then Blaine, I know everybody's getting excited about giveaways. So
Well, hey, they are, Nathan, but you know what? They're pretty excited about this True Cut system we have today. This 360 cutter. Again, this is normally $39.95. We've got it for $27.95 for that cutter. But wait, guess what? That's not all. We're going to throw in this 3x18-inch ruler that Nathan just showed you, absolutely free. So you're getting both of these items you see on the screen right now for $27.95. Great, great price. Normally the cutter is $37.99 or $39.99 by itself. So you're getting this whole system, both the ruler and the 360 cutter, for $27.95. Great, great price. And Nathan, I'm telling you, the whole True Cut system is pretty awesome. And I know that we're probably going to talk about that sharpener and everything later on. But guys, if you want to look at all the True Cut items, go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. In the search bar at the top, just put in True Cut, and it'll take you to the True Cut page, and you'll see all those great products on there, along with this 360 cutter for the show price that we have, along with that free ruler. So some great, great products. And I know Nathan's going to show some more things later on in the week.
Yeah, absolutely, Blaine. So with that, I just really appreciate it. I thank you for watching and taking a few minutes here to see part of what we were doing with this amazing 360 cutter. It's fantastic to be able to be again with everybody who's here, Blaine. It's been wonderful. I'm glad you're doing fantastic. It's been a fantastic event. So again, my last shout out is if you thought about this and you've ever wanted to move down the path that makes cutting circles easier, you're not going to find a better tool. The circle cutter, it's 360 circle cutter, is one of the easiest and the smoothest cutters you're ever going to experience. It is going to be the safest cutter by having those blades done. The sled's going to help keep your fabric flat. Right now, it looks like there might be a couple other questions. Do all the rulers have the tracking edge? All of the True Cut rulers do have the tracking edges. Here's a larger ruler. This is the 6.5 by 24.5. This is our 3x18. I have a couple here, the triangle rulers. So every ruler that is in the True Cut line does have that thicker edge. One is on its own. Again, it's going to be safer and it's going to allow you to line the blade up. But if you actually partner it with one of our cutters that has the special track in the guide, you get that extra special patented system that come together. So that is definitely something that is absolutely worthwhile to think about here. And obviously, I'm getting you a little addicted on something you're going to have a hard time passing up on, because it does solve those major challenges that we find when cutting. So let's see if there are any other questions that we have quickly here. I think we're going to be about done. Are the holes used for marking? Yes, the holes can be used. So once you cut, you can actually go in and do a 1/4-inch marking. The other thing that people love is, again, to be able to hold that and put their fingers through those spaces so that they're touching and putting some pressure down onto that fabric surface. So absolutely. So holes are great for marking and for holding your fabrics. And it gives a little bit more flexibility to those rulers and rigidity as well. So what size circles? The circle cutter is wonderful because it can do as small as, do a close-up here real quick. You can do as small as 2 inches. And so here we have it marked at 2, out clear to 12.5 inches. And so this does, again, 2 inches to 12.5 inches. So there we go. Again, thank you, Blaine. We really appreciate it. We're excited to be here. Take advantage of the specials if you can. And we look forward to sharing more of these systems coming back tomorrow and here throughout the rest of the week. So thanks for having me, Blaine. It's been wonderful.
Well, hey, Nathan, thanks for being on here with us, and thanks for being one of our major sponsors. And, you know, again, we love the products that y'all provide and Grace has, and you know, along with all the quilting machines, but all the accessories and things they have are fantastic. And I want to remind everybody one more time how you can get this True Cut system. That 360 cutter is $27.95. It's normally $39.95. But right now you can get it for $27.95, and we're going to throw in that 3x18-inch ruler absolutely free. And it also has that guide on it. And as Nathan says, if you get one of their rotary cutters, you can get, it fits right on those guides on all their rulers, and it's just a safety thing. It keeps you from, you know, having a little accident with that, if that blade slips over the ruler. So that keeps it from slipping over. So it has that guiding system on all their rulers that they sell in the True Cut system. So if you want to check out all the True Cut products, just go to our website. Up in the search bar, type True Cut in, and it'll take you right to that product page, the category page where you can see all the different True Cut products. And we also have that special that you see on the screen right now, the 360 cutters. So we want to really appreciate Nathan coming on, and thanks to Grace as well. And guys, so thank y'all for joining in the show today. And we're, we came to the end, and like I told you all this morning, it's amazing how fast that the day goes by when you have so many different presenters and things on. And but hey, we've got a great show planned for you tomorrow as well. We'll have Jane Klaus here with me. She's going to help me co-host tomorrow. We have some fantastic presenters again tomorrow, some great giveaways. And I want to remind everybody out there how you can get your name entered to win some of the prizes that we're getting ready to give away now. Is just, if you're watching on YouTube, hey, go up there, subscribe to our channel, hit that bell notification, like the video. You can make comments, ask questions on YouTube. If you're on Facebook, you can do the same thing. Comment, ask questions, share the video, like the video, and all those different things will actually get you entered to win. And if you're watching on a tape delayed, if you didn't get to watch it live and you're watching it after you get off work, the same thing. You can actually go in and put, comments and ask questions and things and do the same thing. And that's going to actually get you entered to win. And we're giving things away all week long. So you'll be entered. And once you're entered, you'll be entered to win things all week. But the more you participate each day, the better your chances are. So we want y'all to make sure that you join in us tomorrow and do those same things. But hey guys, I'm ready to give some stuff away. But first, before I do, I just want to thank our sponsors. Again, guys, if it wasn't for our sponsors, we wouldn't be able to put on these great festivals that we've been doing. And, we have back in March, we had Quilt Fest. In June, we had Hoop Fest. And now for National Sewing Month, we have Sew Fest. And we're going to continue to do these every year. And if it wasn't for our sponsors, we could not do this. But anyway, I want to thank, it was Janome, Handi Quilter, Grace Company, and OESD. We had Brother, Baby Lock, Bernina, Aero Cabinet, So Steady, Euro Notions, Daylight, and Juki. All thank y'all for being our sponsors. And we've had some of our top educators from each one of those companies on the show doing demos for you. And then naturally, we have our educational events where we're doing 2 educational sessions per day, hopefully enlighten you some things about sewing. So you don't want to miss that. We have a great lineup for tomorrow as well. But hey, I'm ready to give some stuff away, guys. So our first thing that we're going to give away is a So Steady large serger table circle sewing package. And I think Kyle's got it up on the screen right there that you can see. This is from So Steady. Great, great giveaway. And our winner is coming to us from Facebook, and it's Vicki Edwards. So congratulations, Vicki Edwards. And what I want to do is everybody who, if you won even earlier today, and to claim your prize, to make sure you get it, I want you to send us an email if you happen to win to contest, plural, with a S on the end of it, at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and just tell us your name, where you want your prize shipped to, and then just to help us out, just put what you won in there. If you won something and you know what it was, just put what you won, and that'll help us streamline it up. But main thing is just get us your name and your shipping address. That way we can get those prizes shipped out to you. All right, our second giveaway we're giving away is a great sewing machine. This is the Baby Lock Zest sewing machine. And our winner is coming to us from YouTube, and that winner is Doreen Warren. So congratulations, Doreen. And then our final prize today, which is another sewing machine, and it is a great, great machine. Actually, it's an embroidery machine. And this is the PE 800 by Brother. What a great, great machine this is. This has been one of the most popular machines that Brother's ever produced. It actually took the place of that PE 770, was around for years. And this is the new version of that, the PE 800. This machine is very sought after, and it's been very hard to get this year, but we have them, and we're giving one of them away. And the winner's coming to us from Facebook, and that winner is Jennifer Hoffman. So congratulations, Jennifer Hoffman. So guys, we've wrapped up another first day of a festival, and this was all of our virtual Sew Fest. We're glad everybody tuned in. Hey, I want to remind y'all of a couple, an event we have going too. We're going to have I think it's in 1st of October, we have a virtual Kimberbell event, and it's the Home Sweet Haunted Home. Candace Stravino is going to be teaching that. So we have plenty of signups left on there. It's virtually. Y'all can take the class from home. We're going to have a, cutoff are going to be, I think, about 2 weeks prior to the first of the month. So it's coming up pretty quick, and you'll be able to have time to get your kits and everything to you. But if y'all are interested in that, go sign up because Candace teaches a wonderful class, and we still have room for you on that. And then another thing, on November the 29th, we're going to have our virtual Cyber Monday. And you don't want to miss that. It's going to be the Monday after Thanksgiving. It's going to be an all-day show that we're going to have with some great, great specials. And we had it last year. It was very successful. We're going to do it again this year. So we have some very, very good specials you want to get on the Cyber Monday. That'll be on November the 29th. I think that date is. That's the Monday after Thanksgiving. And then we're going to have, right after that, we're going to have our Countdown to Christmas show. You don't want to miss that. And it's going to be a pretty much a 5-day, all week show. So you don't want to miss the Countdown to Christmas show. So some great things are lined up. Hey guys, we'll be here again in the morning starting at 8 a.m. Pacific time. We'll start the live stream. I will be on air at 8:15 a.m. So, and that'll be 10:15 a.m. Central Time. So we hope that y'all had a great time today. We hope you'll join us tomorrow and for some more specials. So y'all have a great rest of your night. We'll see y'all tomorrow.